that other departments will need to be involved, and particularly, I suppose, the health department. And I'm thinking probably more along the joined-upness between education and health via the family intervention teams. The family intervention teams, the FIT teams, who deal with... I will give way, Mr. Speaker.
The member points out the joined-up approach in relation to supporting children within our education system. Would he also agree that communities had a vital role to play in respect of good quality social and affordable housing? Because in many of the properties right across Northern Ireland, children are living in conditions that would be described as unacceptable, and that can have a knock-on effect for the education system.
Could I also just indicate to the member it would be the intention to suspend the Assembly in about 2 minutes' time, so we can continue obviously after question time with your contribution. So, if you wanted to take a quick answer to...
I will agree with Mr. Allen, and I know that particularly over the COVID-19 lockdown period, that children that were in houses that were overcrowded suffered the most. I'll leave it like that if that suits your... Thank you, Mr.
Thanks very much indeed. That's a bit of previous experience coming through there. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today, and I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend our sitting until 2 p.m, when we will resume the debate with the present Speaker, and then after that will be Mr. Melissa McHugh. Okay, thank you.
The Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. It is time for questions to the Minister of Health. We will start with listed questions. First of all, questions 5 and 7 are withdrawn, and I call on Alex Easton to ask the first question. Mr. Easton.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I fully appreciate that every patient should be able to avail of the best treatment that the health service can provide, and in a timely manner. It is regrettable that any patient has to wait longer than is clinically appropriate for outpatient assessment, and I fully understand the distress and anxiety that long waiting times cause, particularly when patients are suffering pain and discomfort. And I can assure you that waiting times for elective care remain a key priority for the health service in Northern Ireland. Elective care activity unfortunately had to be reduced during the first wave of the pandemic as medical staff were redeployed to treat COVID-19 patients. This inevitably had an adverse impact on outpatient waiting times, which prior to the pandemic were already unacceptable. As part of the process to rebuild HSC services in the wake of the first wave of COVID-19, I published the Rebuilding HSC Services Strategic Framework in June. The framework outlines HSC's plans to rebuild health and social care and sets out the approach of resetting elective activity in an environment which is safe for both staff and patients while planning for a second wave of COVID-19. In developing these plans, trusts have taken account of the new innovative practices that have been introduced during the first wave of the pandemic. For example, trusts have adopted the use of technology such as telephone and virtual clinics to a much greater extent. Outpatient appointments have, where possible and where appropriate, moved to telephone appointments, and in addition, a growing number of specialties are adopting virtual clinics using video conferencing. Embedding these recent innovations will be essential to maximising outpatient activity during a second wave of the pandemic. It is important to emphasise that the impact of COVID-19 on elective care services will be profound and long-lasting. It has been acknowledged that services will not be able to resume as normal for some time due to the constraints imposed by COVID-19, including social distancing and the use of PPE. In recent weeks, the increasing prevalence of COVID-19 positive cases in the community and our hospitals is impacting on the rebuilding of elective services. Staff are being redirected to respond to these pressures or are required to self-isolate, and as a consequence some cancellations have been required, and this may continue in the short to medium term. This will inevitably have an adverse impact on outpatient waiting times for some time to come.
Thank you. Can I just remind the Minister that there are 2 minutes to answer a question, and if the Minister believes he'd needs extra time, you can get an extra minute, but we just have to try and keep this consistent for all of the departments. So, Alex Eason, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I thank the Minister for his answer? Minister, even before COVID and even before his time, the waiting lists have been a disaster for an absolute ages before all this. Would the Minister agree with me that it's going to be incredibly hard to get the waiting lists down, especially when we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough doctors, and even with independent sector providers' help, the waiting lists were hardly moving even before this. What can we do more collectively together to try and get this down once we get through the COVID pandemic?
And I thank the member for a supplementary. Speaker, before I move on to the answers to that, can I thank Mr. Easton for his service on the Health Committee? I'm led to believe that he will be moving to another more important committee sometime in the next weeks, but as a member who has served on that committee since 2007, can I thank him for his service, his dedication and his detailed knowledge, as we've seen in the question that he's actually asked, because he's right, and as a subject he's often raised, is the lack of numbers of nurses and doctors within our current system. When this place came back on the 11th of January, one of our big achievements was to put 300 nursing places, training places every year for the next 3 years. The member himself highlighted many times that wouldn't even fill the gap that we currently have, so it's about filling the gap in the staffing vacancies, but also embedding those creative and innovative solutions that we've seen, the establishment of the elective care centre in Lagan Valley, the orthopaedics network, the cancer reset cell. It's about looking outside what has been the norm within our health services, about breaking down the silos that we had not intentionally created but artificially created within the system, where we didn't look across all our trusts, all our services, to see how we could react collectively to challenging the waiting list, to looking at waiting lists, and actually challenging the surgeons, the doctors and the health professionals to travel to other sites as well, which after a meeting with the Royal College of Surgeons and other health professionals last week, there is an indication that to really get to grips with the waiting times that we have, they're prepared to do that.
Thank you, Nicole. Dolores Kelly.
And Minister, are you aware, Minister, that last night there were over 100 people waiting in the emergency department of Craigavon Area Hospital, and I understand Daisy Hill Hospital as well, and whether or not he has had any evaluation, because I understand people are finding it hard to contact their GP, that people are choosing again to use emergency department instead of the outpatients or indeed their GP because of that breakdown across the system or the difficulties that each area is experiencing.
Look, the pressures even in our emergency departments are historic. There was a piece of work put into place about how that was to be reviewed. I announced on Friday that is now available on the department's website, and how we look at the reformation of our emergency care services, and it's going to be a challenge as well, especially at this time, because one of the things that we're actually doing through our urgent emergency care action plan and the No More Silos plan is actually how we can work across all our services. And one of the things we've really seen in the last 6 months is how primary and secondary care has really come together to work collaboratively. That's been demonstrated at our COVID centres, and it's also something that is vital that we continue into this next phase. You know, and how we look at our emergency care system is, you know, there's 10 key actions laid out in that No More Silence action plan for keeping emergency departments for emergencies the rapid access to assessment and treatment services, 24/7 telephone clinical assessment service, phone first. Some of the things that we're seeing being introduced in Daisy Hill as it's been reopened, in the emergency care there. So it's how we utilise a very limited staff on a smaller footprint because of social distancing, but making sure that we can get patients to be seen by the right person at the right time and in the right place.
Call past Sheehan.
Ceann Comhairle agus buchas leis an aire a ragra. Thank the Minister for his answers. Many people are very concerned about the cancellation or pausing of outpatient services, and I wonder, could the Minister tell us how he's going to prioritise pressing and urgent cases, particularly in neurology and in pain clinics?
As the member is aware, I'm sure aware, there's a number of Royal Colleges issued a joint press statement this morning. I've been meeting with them, the department's been meeting with them about how we re-engage and make sure some of the service that we put in place in our research plans continue on, the pain clinics, the neurology services as well as our urgent flags for cancers as well. But this will be dependent on the availability of staff and the availability of premises. And I think the Royal Colleges in their press release this morning summed it up better than I think any of us can, in regards to the fact that the pressures on services, and this is to quote their press release, pressures on services are already growing rapidly, and GP surgeries, emergency departments are coming under increased strain to safely meet demands from patients. With elective care waiting lists at unacceptable levels already, it is essential that every single person in Northern Ireland complies with the government guidance to help stop the virus from spreading, so that staffing and financial resources aren't pulled from routine operations and treatments. So that responds as well to what the member is asking for. The more of our health professionals we can keep concentrated on what their specialities are, so that we don't have to divert them to COVID services, is all the better for the people of Northern Ireland. So that's why it's vital, as the Royal Colleges are asking this morning, or asking in their press release, that the people of Northern Ireland really respond and react to the asks of government guidance, so we can drive down the spread of COVID-19.
Next question, Justin McNulty.
Question 2.
And again, thank the member for his question. COVID-19 has undoubtedly has had a severe impact on diagnostic treatment services. However, urgent cancer diagnostics and treatment were delivered during the first wave and will continue to be delivered during the second surge as safely as possible in COVID-19 safe spaces and using the independent sector hospitals where appropriate. The COVID-19 surge planning strategic framework provides the overall structure and parameters within the HSE trusts, and they will develop further plans for managing the response of COVID-19 in the event of further waves. This framework can be viewed on the Department's website. Lessons learned from the first surge of coronavirus, combined with the aforementioned regional approach, have the potential to continue to improve resilience against COVID-19. However, we should be under no illusion that there are challenging times ahead. Services are already coming under pressure, and as the number of COVID-positive inpatients increases, this will have a negative impact on the ability to maintain other services. One of my primary aims in the difficult weeks ahead will be to ensure the continued delivery of high-quality diagnosis and cancer services, providing, of course, that is safe to do so.
Justin McNulty, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answer thus far. Minister, there are chinks of light amidst all the doom and gloom, and the reopening of breast cancer surgery in Daisy Hill Hospital for the first time in 10 years is something to be hugely celebrated, and the reopening of our ED, notwithstanding the issues around Kieran last night. But, Minister, I declare an interest here. I've been in touch with you about this before. My own aunt, who's had her life-changing operation postponed twice now, just a matter of days before her operation. She's not the only one in that boat. There are multiple women and men who are waiting at home, who are scared, who are frightened that their operation is going to be postponed, that their operation has already been postponed. What comfort, what reassurance can you give them, Minister? What support has been provided to your department from the Department of Finance to make sure you have all the resources in place to ensure that nobody's waiting at home and no more operations are postponed, and that the diagnostics are in place to ensure there isn't a future pandemic as a result of this pandemic?
And the member, I think, articulates that sense of frustration, of hurt and of anxiety that many families do across this province when we have had to cancel surgeries and diagnosis and screening programmes as well. But I would say to the member, it's not simply at this point in time about throwing money at my department. It's the nurses I need, it's the staff I need, it's those trained clinicians. One of the largest impacts that we have, the more people that we have going into ICU, the more need we have of anaesthetists moving from theatres and to support those people who are being put onto ventilation and onto ventilators as well. From those highly skilled theatre nurses, they're then transformed and transposed into supporting those additional ICU beds as well. So every ICU bed that we have to open, that we have to support through staff, has that knock-on effect. So when the member mentions, the surgeries that are now potentially going to be taking part in Daisy Hill, that's where we look to our proactive and reactive service, that we start to utilise our footprint around the province, no matter where it is. It used to be at the start, when I came into this place, the biggest cry was, patients wouldn't travel. They always wanted the service on their doorstep. Patients are now willing to travel. Our surgeons are willing to travel. Our nurses are willing to travel. But what I really want to do is stop the travel, stop the spread, and stop the contamination of COVID-19 in this society. By doing that, it allows me to release more of those frontline critical service health workers back to the jobs and the service delivery where they should be delivering that, and that's like the likes of services for your own hand.
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide an update to the House on cancer screening programmes?
I thank the member for his point, because it is one of the more challenging aspects, especially in regards to where we were in the first wave. The bowel, breast and cervical cancer screening programmes were paused from mid-March to the end of June in 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And restoration of all paused screening programmes has recommenced. The immediate priority is to clear the backlog of patients waiting for diagnostic procedures and to issue invitations to those whose screening opportunities were paused. This has been happening over the summer and good progress has been made. A key aim over the coming month is to develop a screening contingency plan, and that will outline the measures and steps necessary to maintain population screening during a resurgence of COVID over the months ahead. It is likely to take some time for screening services to return to pre-COVID levels, and inevitably the pace of rebuilding will also be influenced by the progress of the pandemic. The need to maintain social distancing in clinical settings, the implementation of enhanced infection control measures, and the continued requirement for personal protective equipment will also present challenges for service restoration. Dealing with the pandemic continues to place additional pressures on health services. However, with the context, the recovery and restoration of screening services remains a priority. It is vitally important that anyone who has experienced any of the symptoms associated with early-stage cancer should contact their doctor rather than waiting for a screening test.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
I'm just wondering, Minister, given how critical time is in terms of cancer, are you intending to use the independent sector more in the winter to bring the waiting list down and waiting times down? Thank you.
I thank the member. We did utilise the independent sector during the first wave, and it would be my intention to do that again, because given the impact of COVID-19 on the HSC operating capacity and the significant reduction in HSC productivity as a result, they have continued to require access to the independent sector capacity to deliver core services. The Health and Social Care Board, on behalf of the HSC, entered into contracts with 3 independent hospital providers from the 1st of April to the 29th of June. These contracts were agreed on a not-for-profit, full-cost recovery basis and provided trusts with full access to these independent sector hospital facilities. This arrangement did cease on the 29th of June as the independent sector moved to restart their services to insured and privately funded patients. The theatre capacity is being prioritised for Category 2 cancer patients, and that is from the 29th of June to the 20th of September. In addition to the above, 12.1 million non-recurring funding has also been made available for 2021 for elective care, and has been targeted in the first instance at patients with the highest clinical risk who are waiting on a diagnostic test, including those with suspected or confirmed cancer. In the main, this activity will be undertaken by the independent sector providers.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Data and evidence is important. The Minister may be aware that the Office of National Statistics showed that for England, non-COVID deaths have soared between March and September. Diabetic deaths up 86%, prostate cancer deaths up 53%, breast cancer deaths up 47%. Sadly and undoubtedly, COVID kills, but so does lockdown. Has the Minister any data relating to the non-COVID impact on Northern Ireland?
And I thank the member for his point, and I think I welcome him to the Health Committee. I think he's taken over from Mr Easton. In regards to the data that is there, he will be aware that the NISRA produces a weekly update on a Friday in regards to the excess deaths related and above cancer as well. They have done, as the official recorder of statistics in Northern Ireland, they're doing a breakdown and have done a breakdown on the additional deaths and the cause of death in regards for the information that's actually held on death certificates as well. So they do that breakdown and they provide that data to my department.
Next question, Mr William Irwin.
Mr Speaker, question number 3.
Again, I thank the member for his question. Demographic pressures and misalignment of demand against funded capacity have created challenges across many aspects of elective surgery, including that required for cataract surgery. It was for this reason that the Department moved to establish elective care centres, now called day procedure centres. These centres will provide high-volume, non-complex surgical treatments and procedures working across traditional trust boundaries to act as a resource for the region to improve access and reduce waiting lists. Cataract surgery was identified as a prototype model, and 3 elective care centres for cataract surgery were established in December 2018, offering assessments and treatments at Down, Mid-Ulster and the South Tyrone hospitals. The centres are designed to improve flow whilst maintaining quality and safety, with the efficiencies gained aimed at improving productivity and reducing waiting lists. COVID has inevitably impacted on this performance, although the centres remain open for business. A combination of reduced capacity due to workforce shortages, infection control measures, social distancing and the use of PPE has impacted on the service delivery. In addition, redeployment of theatre, medical and nursing teams, patient cancellations and the need for patient testing prior to surgery has further reduced performance delivery. As a second COVID surge and associated winter pressures continue to impact on all areas of service delivery, cataract day procedure centres will continue to play their part in reducing waiting lists. It is anticipated that where other elective surgeries may need to be downturned in acute hospital sites during this second surge, the day procedure units will continue to act as a resource for the region.
William Irwin, supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for his response? But I'm sure the Minister would agree with me that 4 years waiting time for cataract surgery is totally unacceptable.
I would. I've said that many times about the length of our waiting lists across all sectors. In the health service, I said that when I took over as Minister. I think that's why it was important that New Decade, New Approach at that time, pre-COVID, actually assigned and aligned £50 million to tackle waiting lists, and cataracts would have been one of those key priorities. COVID overtook that, but I will say to the member, so did the underfunding of our health service over the past number of years, which left us in a position where we were seeing ever-increasing waiting lists due to an ever-decreasing availability of staff and the reduction of staff members.
Claire Sugden, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I had recently written to you in relation to clinical placements for optometrist independent prescribing, and I understand there is an issue being able to secure clinical placements right across all professions. Could the Minister give me an update on that and see how we could potentially take this forward, because I do believe it could have an impact on waiting lists in a positive way.
And I thank the member, and again, when she did write to me, it's one of those suggestions that come in. It isn't about a complaint or what we're doing, it's actually offering a solution or a different way to look at things. So I know that her offer on behalf of that client body has been taken forward and has been advanced through the department.
Colin McGrath, supplementary.
Mr
Speaker, would the Minister agree with me that it's a fantastic success story of the Down Hospital and its ability to deliver cataract services? And would he undertake a quick review to see if there's any additional ROTAs, additional services with cataracts that could be delivered on the site? The staff are willing, they're ready to deliver the service, and if it can be, we would love to deliver those services for the people of the North.
And I thank the member and welcome to his usual praise as the champion of the Down Hospital. I think it's never an opportunity in this House that he doesn't excel the skill set of the staff and their dedication, and it is something that I'm highly appreciative of. And as I said in an earlier answer, we are continuing to look to see where over the next couple of months, when we get into this second surge, where we can deliver services and deliver them safely. If the Down is a footprint that we can use, I'm sure there's one that will be explored.
Next question, Colm Gildernew.
Ceann Comhairle agus Bóilm buíochas a gol leis an aire. Ceist ever a cethar, please. Question number.
And I thank the member for his question. Since March 2020, the Critical Care Network has procured 180 intensive care ventilators and 24 advanced patient transport ventilators, and that's to supplement the existing devices in treating our most sick patients. Of these orders, 124 ventilators have been received, allocated and commissioned for use across our trusts. The remaining 80 ventilators are awaited from the supplier, with the order due to be fulfilled by the end of this month. In addition, 145 non-invasive ventilation devices have been procured for use by respiratory services in the region, along with 300 high-flow oxygen devices. On the 6th of October, I published individual trust surge plans alongside the Department's surge planning strategic framework. The regional inventory of 348 invasive ventilation devices, which included the 80 expected by the end of October, exceeds the currently anticipated demand. Whilst it is vital that we have necessary ventilators and other equipment in place to meet the needs of the patients, this equipment is unlikely to be a limiting factor in the provision of critical care to patients in Northern Ireland. The most considerable stress on the health and social care system across comes from pressures on staff resources, including those contracting or self-isolating because of COVID. That is why there is no room for complacency and why we must all play our part in the efforts to control this virus.
Colm Gildernew, supplementary.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer. I too would like to acknowledge the commitment and work of Alex Easton on the Health Committee, and to welcome Jonathan to that committee. I also would like to acknowledge the situation we're in today. We have now had 624 deaths as a result of COVID, and to pass the condolences on to each and every family who have lost a loved one as a result of this virus. I'm acutely conscious that as we stand today, we're now at 95% occupancy rate within the hospital system, and indeed that we have only 16 ICU beds available at this point in time. But given the vital importance of access to this vital equipment, including ventilators and ECMO machines, with all the adequately trained staff that are required to operate that equipment and to deliver that care, can the Minister outline how he intends to ensure accessibility to this vital equipment and care as we move into this second surge?
And again, I thank the member for that point. And I think it's one of the challenges, but one of the inbuilt solutions that we did produce during the first wave, and that was the Nightingale facility at the Belfast City Hospital Tower. And in that, by producing that regional model for intensification and those patients that needed intensive care and ventilation, because during the first wave of COVID-19, those detailed plans were developed to increase our ICU surge capacity in incremental stages. That was using the Belfast City Hospital Tower and the regional ICU Nightingale facility, and that will continue and has been stood up to be available during future stages. The introduction of social distancing and other measures to control the spread of infection ensured that the numbers of Northern Ireland using this facility did not get close to full capacity in the first wave. The ICU bed usage reached a peak of 96 occupied beds in total, and that included 57 COVID-19 patients. But maintaining services at this level was challenging for ICU staff and required significant redeployment from other services. And during future surges, I will not hesitate to recommend proposals to the Executive on reinforcing control measures where necessary to ensure that the HSE does not become overwhelmed. The revised regional ICU surge plan provides the ability to flex capacity to a maximum of 158 ICU beds, but it is important to note that the level of staffing required to deliver this level of ICU capacity would be impossible to sustain for long and would have a major impact on other services, including complex elective surgery.
I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, no matter how many ventilators you have in order or receive, it doesn't appear that you have enough numbers of staff or trained staff in order to operate those ventilators. So my question to you today is, have you asked for Army medical assistance? Should that be necessary in order to facilitate keeping people alive on these ventilators in the worst of this wave?
And I think the member I've said in this House before that when I need to, I'll not hesitate for asking for help from no matter what source it comes from, because it would be a dereliction of my duty as Health Minister not to do that.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Given that we're at the bottom of the league table globally for ICU capacity and warnings were made prior to COVID, does the Minister agree with me that more was needed to be done prior to COVID and now to increase our ICU capacity here?
And again, and I think the member, I keep referring to the Nightingale facility at the Belfast City Hospital Tower. When other places look to build temporary hospitals, we utilised the footprint that we had, we utilised the staff that we had, and we produced that on a regional basis. The surge capacity is still there within that facility to go up to 158 ICU beds. That is incrementally. But again, I get back to the point, if we weren't utilising these ICU beds for COVID patients, we could be using them for something else, and somebody else as well that needed elective surgery or was using that facility as well. So what I would say, the fewer COVID patients we have coming through, the more our service can actually do.
Jim Allister, I'm a very, very short, limited time left.
Thank you. When this is over and it comes to reviewing how things were, will that include a review of how well over previous years the department prepared for a pandemic? And will that include a truthful review of how many hospital beds we removed from our system, including ICU beds, over the years?
And the member makes that valid point. I think it's something I've said in previous answers. Even here today, it was the reduction of the staff that we had, not the physical beds, but the staff who could maintain those beds and the staff who could look after the patients that needed to utilise those beds. So when it does come to that review, I think this place has to be honest and open with what it looks like, the questions it asks, and it sees why and what more, actually sees what more we could do for our National Health Service. Because I still maintain that no matter how many people try to denigrate some of the service and some of the delivery that we do, the National Health Service we have here in Northern Ireland and the people working in it is something that we all should be proud of and all should be behind.
That ends the period for listener questions, and we will now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. I call Karen Mullen.
Recognise the figure that less than 10 schools require PHA contact tracing support for 2 or more incidents of COVID-19.
I think some of the support mechanisms that the PHA put into place to support our schools, to allow them to keep open, and the collaborative approach between ourselves and the Department of Education and the Public Health Agency actually got us to a place where, although I think it was the Education Minister reported 1,500 positive cases, I think the reaction and the joint work and actually was a benefit to show how departments actually worked well in a very short space of time in ensuring that those schools could get open and we could support either the staff or the pupils who were testing positive and who did get contacted.
Karen Mullen, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. That figure was reported by the Education Minister, but it does not reflect what I know to be the case in Derry. I contacted post-primary schools in the city, and between 6 of them, they had contacted the PHA 55 times with 50 confirmed cases. They've also reported to me that 1,242 pupils are self-isolating, yet I couldn't get that detail.
Minister, can you tell me who is responsible for contact tracing within schools? Thank you.
Well, again, there was a joint piece of work where schools were supporting the contact tracing programme within schools, but also supplemented by the Public Health Agency. The Public Health Agency, as far as I'm aware, supplied information to the Department of Education and the Education Authority in the number of positive cases, the number of outbreaks as well, which allowed the Education Minister to provide that information yesterday. In regards to the specific details of how contact tracing worked within schools, I think during this 2-week period there needs to be an intensive piece of work done to make sure that we can provide a safe space for our schools to get back, but also a supportive nature for those principals and teachers who want to get back and educate our children in a safe environment as well.
I call Robbie Butler.
I'd like to take the opportunity to ask the Minister, is there any evidence to show that the virus is more likely to be spread in nationalist areas than unionist areas?
It's not evidence that we hold within the department. What we do look at and what we do provide is a breakdown of incidents per council area, and now by postcode as well. Something we don't do is ask anybody who's contracted COVID-19 their political or religious affiliations.
Robbie Butler, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Does the Minister further agree with me that it's essential that retaining public confidence in such a crisis is essential? And at times like this, all executive ministers should ensure when they speak in public that they are doing so on the basis of fact rather than generalisations. He did. Asking the Minister whether they agree.
I think one of the things that we all have to do.
Yourselves that everybody has to be treated with respect. There should be no talking from a sedentary position. Minister's on his feet. Have respect for let the Minister respond to the member's question. Thank you.
And I thank the member for a supplementary, but I think the crucial point that he got to there was that for this place, for Northern Ireland to get back to where we were after the first surge of COVID-19, we have to do it jointly. We have to do it as one society, we have to do it as one assembly, and we have to do it as one executive. So it's vitally important that the health message that is put out is consistent, because any weakening or undermining of that message does give succour to those who don't believe, don't want to believe, and want to undermine for the sake of wanting to undermine what is a vital message, what is something that we have to jointly come together to do, to support our health service, to support those frontline workers as they support patients who contract COVID. Our nursing staff, our doctors, our hospital porters don't care what religion or what political affiliation their patients have, nor does COVID. And I think that's the critical point we need to get through to anyone listening, that this virus is no respecter of political persuasion, religious belief, or economic or social background as well. It's an equal opportunities killer, I think, as our party leader referred to.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, given the huge impact lockdown and restriction measures has had on livelihoods across Northern Ireland, there is rightly a strong demand from the public for the factual data regarding transmission spread across the hospitality and other close contact services. Can I ask the Minister, will he provide this House and indeed the wider public with this crucial data? It is only right that those that we are asking to face the brunt of the restrictions that are there provided with the evidence that led to their closures. Thank you.
I thank the member for his point. This afternoon there will be a section on my department's website that publishes evidence and data and scientific evidence that we have received, also that we have provided to the executive, and that will be supplemented and updated as the time goes on with more detailed breakdown.
Supplementary, Jonathan Buckley.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and it is important that this House gains that information as soon as possible to help inform the general public. Does the Minister share the concerns of many working people across this country who fear the losses of their jobs and businesses and the knock-on mental and personal physical well-being during this crisis?
I do, and I don't think it's something that should be even questioned. It's something that I actually welcomed and something that I highlighted when the executive unanimously endorsed the steps that we took in regards to the restrictions for the 4 weeks and the extended holiday period for schools for 2 weeks. It was a unanimous executive decision because we recognised the difficulties that taking those steps, making those decisions had across the whole of Northern Ireland society, from the impact that COVID-19 was having on our health service, on the economy, on even social interactions within our children, within wider society as well. So it wasn't a decision that the executive took lightly, but it was one that the executive took unanimously. And it was one that in here last Wednesday morning the First Minister moved on behalf of the executive, and I was in the chamber to support her in making those recommendations, because as an executive we realised what had to be done and what has to be done. And what we did last week has now proven that other areas are now following. We've seen the actions taken in the Republic of Ireland, we've seen actions now in Wales, and we're seeing actions being taken over greater parts of England as well. And Scotland, I'm sure, will be taking steps shortly in the same direction, because what we can't afford in Northern Ireland is what we're seeing already elsewhere across Europe, where we're actually seeing, I think it was the Health Minister in Belgium had said coronavirus had now got out of control within their country, and that's not something that I as Health Minister want to stand up here and have to say.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, it is regrettable that the health protection regulations which govern the newest restrictions only commenced at 10:30 p.m. on Friday evening, 4.5 hours later than they were due to come into effect. Can the Minister explain why the regs didn't commence until 10:30, given that the First Minister had announced these restrictions 2 days previous?
The member asked a very valid question, and to answer simply, these were regulations that were supportive of a five-party agreement, a five-party plan that came together earlier in the week. The implementation, the drafting and the detail of those regulations was, as anybody who has any experience in drafting regulations, more complicated and more diverse and more intricate than first envisaged, because they weren't a simple copy and paste of the first lockdown restrictions. They were more nuanced, they were more detailed, and they were more targeted in the areas where we thought action needed to be taken.
Claire Sugden, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Information also appeared on the Northern Ireland Direct website and the Department of Health saying that bowling alleys had to close, as well as the other listed businesses. However, the statutory rules, which were published then on Friday night and the regulations subsequently published on Sunday night, make no mention of this. Will the Minister put on record for me so that I can advise my constituents if bowling alleys have to close as part of the new restrictions?
My understanding is that does include bowling alleys as well, but I'll get that in writing to the member so she has it as well, not just in Hansard but also in writing as well.
I call Andy Allen.
In recent weeks, have we seen the increase in the number of patients admitted to hospital and ICU as a consequence of COVID-19? Can the Minister advise if he's satisfied that we have the doctors, the nurses, the anaesthetists and the wider workforce to deal with the level of admissions?
I will say to the member that we do have that workforce, but the only reason that we have that workforce is we have to take it from elsewhere. It's not something that's readily available, or we can simply divert from a standing stock of health service professionals who are waiting. One of the things that we have done as well is to put out again our workforce appeal in regards to anybody who holds those skill sets, that they should come forward, or they'd be more than happily accepted into the workforce appeal. We published that a couple of weeks ago, and so far that appeal has received over 1,700 people who have been successful in their applications for work, and out of that 1,700 people, nearly 900 have been appointed and are deployed in the service or on standby or on bank jobs.
Andy Allen, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And Minister, as you've highlighted, as we see the increase in admissions in ICU admissions also, that puts pressure on our health service and impacts on other services. Minister, would you agree with me that the appalling actions of some should not be a benchmark for the rest of our wider society?
Very much so, and I think one of... I can say as much as I want from this dispatch box in that regard, but I think when anyone has spoken either to someone who has suffered from COVID or someone who has lost someone from COVID, they give the most powerful testimony as to the effect of this virus and the impact it has on our health service. But what I will also say to the members, one of the most moving, I think, realistic stories of experiences of those people who have to utilise ICU and ventilations was actually, I think, one of the testimonies the member himself gave at one point as somebody who has experienced that and come through it as well, because I think, coming from his experience, it's not something that he would want anyone in Northern Ireland society to have to go through in regards to why that is, but especially from COVID and especially in what we're seeing now and what is termed as long COVID and the after effects of infection.
Call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if he has established an effective, fit-for-purpose COVID test and trace system with adequate backward tracing capacity for the people of Northern Ireland?
And I thank the member. The test and trace facility that we have in place is always subject to review and improvement. We've introduced digital first in the last number of weeks, which involved sending those who had tested positive text messages. That was then followed up by anybody who was able to, but doing a self-certification using an on-site website. We've established our COVID NI app, which puts out data as well. One of the things that we have been doing is going back 48 hours, but it's something, and I think the member's party leader and the health spokesperson as well has also experienced and brought to attention the usefulness of going back 7 days rather than simple 48 hours. We have run a pilot, and as we, I suppose, strengthen the service that our test and trace facility does provide, it's something that we're looking to introduce and embed.
Chris Little, and we've a minute left. Thank you.
Okay. Does the Health Minister accept that a failure to establish adequate backward training capacity in the test and trace system is costing Northern Ireland increased transmission and infection?
As I think I just answered the member in the first section, it's something that we've looked at because it's something that has been raised by the member's party leader and the health spokesperson in regards to not just come back the 48 hours, but also come back for 7 days. One of the challenges then is actually people's ability to remember where they've been 7 days before and who they've been in contact. So that's where it starts to put additional challenges onto that programme as you expand that backward tracing as well. That's something we've seen from our online system as well, where it's an easier facilitation, an easier system to use if you're sitting in front of a computer screen and you come back to it several times rather than simply doing it over a single telephone call.
And time is up. And could members take raise a moment or two till we prepare the room? Chamber. Adios. Okay, members, we now move on to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Questions number 3 and topical question number 9 are withdrawn. I will call Cathal Boylan to ask the first question. Cathal Boylan.
Ceist Devrahain, led a whole question number 1, please.
Minister.
I recognise that many in the local community support the safety improvements which are being proposed along the A1 between Hillsborough Roundabout and Lockbrook Island. In particular, I am very aware how important the A1 improvements are for the many people who have expressed their support, especially those who have lost loved ones. A public inquiry into the A1 Junctions Phase 2 road improvement scheme was held from the 11th to the 13th of March 2020. Following the inquiry, the inspector undertook a number of site meetings to ensure that he gave full consideration to all the issues raised. Whilst these site meetings were delayed by the COVID-19 restrictions, they have now been completed, and the inspector issued his report to the department yesterday. My officials will require some time to fully consider the inspector's proposals and recommendations, and when I have been appraised of the findings, I will consider carefully and decide on the next steps for this important scheme. I am keen to progress the A1 Junctions Phase 2 road improvement project to the next stage as quickly as possible, whilst of course completing all of the necessary statutory processes and securing the necessary funding.
Cathal Boylan, supplementary.
Gormargaret, Ceann Corlia, and could I welcome the Minister's answers, but the Minister is well aware that many people who use the road on a daily basis are keen to have these improvements in place, especially for road safety. Can she give the House any indication as to when this scheme will commence for to improve road safety on this road? Gormargaret.
And I agree with the member on the importance of this road in terms of road safety, but also for connectivity, given its strategic importance. And I want to assure him that I am keen to progress the scheme to the next stage as quickly as possible. The precise timescales will depend on the outcome of the public inquiry, the consideration of the report, but I want to assure him that I am keen to progress this. I recognise its importance. I have met with Mr and Mrs Heaney, who tragically lost their son Carl, and I have given them my commitment to move forward on this scheme as quickly as practically possible, and I will keep members updated.
Call Michelle McIlveen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers. And the safety of all road users should be a priority. The Minister will be aware of the work of the Motorcycle Action Group in highlighting the hazard that wire rope-style crash barriers present to motorcyclists in the event of a collision with one. Will the Minister give a commitment to meet with MAG with a view to working with them to look at alternative barriers for schemes such as the A1?
I thank the member for her question, and I recognise the concern that motorcyclists have with wire rope barriers and that this issue exists across many countries. My department is currently working to the standards applied across Europe, and impacts with safety barriers of any type represent a very small proportion of the road collision statistics for motorcyclists. For all existing motorways and high-flow dual carriageways, my department specifies concrete barriers for central reserves as part of road upgrades and when existing barriers need replaced. My officials are currently considering the ongoing maintenance costs for wire rope safety barriers in comparison with non-tension systems, and this may change the way the department specifies safety barriers in the future. I would of course be happy to meet with the delegation and with the member.
Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My supplementary was just asked. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And thank you very much, Minister, for your answer so far. But could you provide an update, not just on the A1, but on the A5 and the A6 flagship projects, please?
Yes, and I thank the member for her interest. The A6 is progressing well. We had anticipated some impact and delay from COVID, but construction progressed back on site very quickly and we are advancing, and I was able to make a bid for capital monies during the recent monitoring round. In relation to the A5, again that was subject to a public inquiry. The report has been passed to my department. My officials are given a careful consideration and obtaining legal advice before submitting a report to me, and there I will decide on the next steps. Again, this is another strategic project that is of critical importance, not least to addressing regional imbalance in Northern Ireland.
Call to Lord Kelly.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her continued commitment to this long-awaited project and the A1 upgrade. But could the Minister tell us how you hope to communicate and plan to communicate with the public the next stages? I think it's very important.
I agree with the member that there is huge interest, not just inside this House but outside it, and great will and enthusiasm to see this project progress. So, as I've said, my department just received the report from the public inquiry yesterday, and we are giving it careful consideration. And I have asked my officials to ensure that any communications from my department are maximised to reach members of the public as well as members of this House who share my keenness to see this project delivered.
Next question, call from Khan.
Could I ask the Minister how she intends to address the increasing backlog in driving test appointments? Question number done.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I would like to answer questions 2 and 13 together. The Driver and Vehicle Agency's booking system for driving tests reopened on the 5th of October, and thousands of bookings have been made. At this time, the DVA has not released any driving test slots beyond January 2021. As members will be aware, driving instructors have been included in the Executive's regulations on businesses that must close over the next 4 weeks to help stop the spread of COVID-19. Following this executive decision, driving tests will also cease over this period of increased restrictions based on public health and scientific advice. Motorcycle lessons and tests are not affected by these new restrictions. The booking service is now closed, and the DVA will contact those who had their driving tests cancelled to advise them on how they can reschedule their appointments. To create additional capacity, the DVA is planning to open up the booking system for February for these impacted customers only. Further appointments will also be made available in November, December and January as the DVA increases capacity by recruiting additional examiners. These slots, when they are released, will also only be available to those impacted customers. The DVA acknowledges that learner drivers are keen to take their driving tests at the earliest opportunity and will continue to work hard to maximise the availability of test slots. However, all driving test services across these islands are experiencing high demand with longer than usual waiting times. Like all public-facing services, the COVID-19 restrictions mean that the DVA has had to adapt its services to ensure that they can be provided safely, and they would ask customers for their patience at this difficult time. It is my priority to ensure that our staff and customers remain safe, and the DVA will continue to be guided by the latest public health and scientific advice as we work as quickly as we can to serve all of our customers.
From Khan, supplementary.
I want to thank the Minister for her answer to that question. But could you tell me in detail how many additional test slots the Department is providing to address the enormous growing backlog in driving test appointments?
I can confirm to the member that prior to the new restrictions and the impact of those restrictions on driving tests, we were working very hard to increase capacity. We are in the process of recruiting 27 new extra examiners. 3 have already been recruited. 12 temporary examiners are in the process of being recruited, and 12 permanent examiners are in the process of being recruited. We're also offering driving tests on Saturday and exploring the options of Sunday as well, while ensuring road safety conditions.
Call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased that motorcycle driving tests will continue, given that they follow, the instructor follows in another vehicle, so I welcome that. The Minister has indicated there will be no tests for this 4-week period. Likewise, instructors will not be able to train students. What compensation package will be available for them, because they will not have had a rateable property and may not have fitted into many of the other schemes that have been presented to date?
I thank the member for his very important question. He is right that driving instructors have been impacted by the restrictions. They've been asked to close their businesses, so there is an onus and a responsibility on the Executive to ensure that they receive financial support. The member is right to highlight that the driving instructors will not, in many instances, qualify for the Department of Finance scheme because they don't have a rateable premise. But the Minister for Economy is working on a hardship scheme that will include those businesses that have been affected by closure. And my understanding is those businesses and the self-employed who are also impacted because their business relies very much on those that have been forced to close as a result of our restrictions.
Call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister if she'll confirm whether those of her employees who had a dual role as both driving examiners and vehicle testers will now move back to vehicle testing to help with the number of MOTs being conducted?
As the member has indicated, there are 37 driving examiners, and some will continue to conduct motorcycle tests during this period, while others will be redeployed to other areas and duties, as she has highlighted, and others will be offered the opportunity to take annual leave before the services resume again.
I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful today that the Minister has provided clarity that the decision of the Executive to add driving instructors to the close contact lists, therefore meaning examiners and driving tests have had to cease to protect public health. Can I ask the Minister, does she know when her Executive colleagues will bring forward support for this industry?
I thank the member for her question, and I know that the Minister for Economy and her officials are working very hard on this. This matter was discussed at the Executive on Friday, and I understand that the Minister and her officials have been working diligently since then to try to bring forward a scheme which will set out very clearly the eligibility criteria that will ensure that people who were excluded previously are not excluded as we learn to cope with the next 4 weeks and the new restrictions imposed by the Executive.
Next question, Andy Allen.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Before I address the member's specific question, it is important to explain that although my department has a statutory duty under Article 8 of the Roads Order to maintain public roads, there is no automatic entitlement to compensation for road users. My department investigates and defends public liability claims, with every case turning on its own facts. In cases where my officials consider the department can raise a legal defence, claims will be repudiated. Turning to the member's specific question, I can confirm that during the 6 full financial years from 2014-15 to 2019-20, £13.1 million in roads-related public liability compensation was paid for vehicle damage, personal injury and property damage claims. During the same period, the Department received 18,452 public liability compensation claims and paid compensation out in 10,453 of those cases. However, I wish to make it clear that claims received in a financial year are not always concluded within the same financial year. Therefore, the figures I have provided for cases where compensation was paid out, as well as the compensation amount, will include details for claims received in prior financial years. It has been independently established that some £143 million at today's prices is needed to maintain the structural integrity of Northern Ireland's road network. However, due to budget constraints, that amount has not been available over the period in question.
Supplementary, Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for answer. Minister, startling figure that you've outlined, and I appreciate what you've referenced. Minister, can you outline the average response time by the Department to respond to a reported defect? And if possible, does the Department also hold any information on the claims which have been made in that window of a defect being reported and repaired?
I can confirm that during that period, the breakdown of compensation payments was as follows. £2 million in compensation was paid out for vehicle damage, £10.7 million was paid out in compensation for personal injury, and £410,000 was paid out for property damage claims. In terms of the average timescales, the average timescale for decision in respect of vehicle damage is 4 months. For personal injury and property damage, the average waiting time for a decision is 6 months.
Call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers. Given that substantial amount of money that's been spent in relation to compensation, has your department done any work to actually find out about recurring costs for the same areas of damage as opposed to just a global figure of 13 million? Because many of us will know that there's accident black spots and there's particular defects on roads that still go unchecked even after compensation has been paid.
Yes, in terms of investment in our roads and structural maintenance, my officials use a matrix that they apply, which is to do with the volume of traffic on a road, but also on the defects. We will never have a situation where the department is not in receipt of claims and compensation claims. I think the challenge here is that we have systematically underinvested in our road structure, and unfortunately this is one of the outworkings of that. But I will continue to make representations to the Finance Minister and executive colleagues to ensure that we can get the funding that we need to bring our roads up to a much better and much more improved standard.
Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her responses, perhaps reflective of an endemic lack of investment in roads maintenance. Can the Minister outline why only £1 million was bid for in the October monitoring round for additional roads maintenance? I have a list of roads the length of my arm that are requiring repair and maintenance in the North Down constituency, but yet people are being told to wait.
I thank the member for his question. To my recollection, in the October monitoring bid, I made a capital bid for £5.5 million, and just over £4 million of that was for structural maintenance. I can clarify those figures, and if they are not most up to date, I can provide you with the revised figures. But please be assured, where there is any opportunity to bid for additional monies that I can ensure will be spent, I will continue to do so and to make those representations to executive colleagues.
Liz Cummins.
And thank the Minister for her answers so far. Compensation figures suggest that my area of Newry and the surrounding areas are among the highest number of claims, suggesting that the roads have the worst defects. Can the Minister outline how she intends to address these issues in those areas that are worst affected?
I thank the member for her question. I allocated in this year's annual budget £75 million towards structural maintenance in line with last year. I also created a £10 million rural roads fund because I very much recognise that our rural roads are under pressure and that we need to be doing more to try to improve those. I can assure the member that I will continue to make representations to secure the necessary funding so that your constituency and other constituencies can see significant road improvements that they need and deserve.
Next question, I call Sinead Bradley.
Question 5.
The NSMC Transport Sectoral meeting on Wednesday the 7th of October was conducted via video conference due to COVID restrictions. Eamon Ryan, TD, Minister for Transport, Gordon Lyons, MLA, as accompanying Minister, and myself attended the meeting. I will be making a statement to the Assembly on the 2nd of November on the meeting, but I can report it was a hugely positive meeting and a lot of progress was made. I can confirm that a number of issues were discussed and agreed at the meeting. This included the implications of Brexit for our island, and agreement was reached on continued cooperation on transport issues in the coming months. Our response to COVID-19 in relation to transport services and operations was discussed. The latest EU funding position, including the potential loss of some opportunities due to Brexit and the implications for communities here and our shared new decade new approach commitments were discussed. And importantly, we agreed that the high-speed rail feasibility study would be extended to Derry and Limerick. Minister Ryan and I took this decision because we recognise the fact that the North West has for too long suffered from underinvestment in rail. We are both committed to addressing regional imbalance across the island, and we also reiterated our commitment to progressing the A5, narrow water bridge, renewed air services and cross-border greenways. During the meeting, I also raised the issue of the withdrawal of bus errand service between Belfast and Dublin. Minister Ryan and I have held a number of bilateral meetings, and we continue to engage positively on how we can work together collaboratively to deliver for citizens and communities across our island.
Sinead Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her clear commitment on the Narrow Water Bridge project, and in particular thank her for visiting Warrenpoint and meeting with the Narrow Water Bridge community network there. Can I ask the Minister what discussion she has had with the Irish Government in terms of progressing this much needed and highly significant project for not just South Down but for the whole island of Ireland?
As the member rightly says, I recently met with her and with representatives of the Narrow Water Bridge Community Group, and I know the local passion her late father had for this project that she has, and those right across the local community share for this transformative project. I assure her that I share that passion too, and all my conversations to date with the Irish Government have been positive in terms of delivering together on this all-island New Decade, New Approach commitment. At the NSMC and separately, I have engaged with Minister Ryan on progressing this important project. We will be working closely together in the next few months, and I will keep members updated on progress.
Steve Aiken, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her remarks so far. And one of the issues that she will have discussed is the importance of North-South communications and trade, and also the vital need for the York Street interchange to be built as quickly as possible. Could the Minister reflect on where we are with the York Street interchange and the importance it has for all island and indeed all island communications and logistics?
I thank the member for his question. Yes, the York Street Interchange project is a project of critical importance. It's a strategic road project, but I also think that it presents an opportunity to have properly future-proof design to ensure that it is inclusive of the communities who live around it, that it meets the objectives that we have as an executive, but also around the Belfast agenda, and that it's also an important way forward in terms of tackling the climate emergency. The member will know that I initiated a short, sharp external review to make sure that we were for future-proofing the project, and I hope to receive that report after engagement with stakeholders around December time.
Catherine Kelly, supplementary.
Corlia. Minister, considering the South's recent budget announcement for funding North-South projects, can we expect an acceleration of the A5 construction process and for 2 phases to commence simultaneously?
I thank the member for his question, and I very much welcomed the announcement by the Irish Government of £500 million or €1 for infrastructure projects as well. I think it's a huge opportunity for greater collaborative working and to see real delivery on the ground. In respect of the A5, the member will know that that was subject to a public inquiry, that the report has been submitted, and that my officials are very carefully considering its findings while obtaining legal advice. When they make the submission to me and I can give it consideration, I will be deciding on the next steps, but I do want to reassure her that I recognise the importance of this, and subject to the completion of all the statutory processes, I would be keen to move on this as quickly as possible, and will of course look to the Irish Government to play their part given their financial commitment to the project.
Question, Alan Chambers.
Question 6, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for his question. I recognise the need for improved interconnectivity between our towns and key gateways, and a desire to reduce congestion at key points. The term most congested is a subjective one and will often be dependent on the season, the time of day and ongoing events, and as such it is not possible to compile a ranked list of worst congestion points. I am mindful, however, that we cannot simply look to build our way out of congestion by creating more and more roads. Rather, I am determined to offer real alternatives to reduce our dependence on private car use and reduce emissions, including a drive towards modal shift through improved public transport and active travel options. That does not mean to say that certain parts of our road network cannot benefit from major works projects. In line with the Executive's commitment to flagship schemes in its programme for government, and indeed the British and Irish Government's commitments in New Decade, New Approach, my department is advancing major road improvement schemes on the A5, A6 and at the York Street interchange to alleviate congestion and increase journey time reliability. In addition, major works on the A1 are also being developed to improve road safety. These strategically important schemes have been identified as having the ability to deliver for communities and help to address regional imbalance while supporting connectivity and economic growth.
Alan Chambers, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her response. But I think if you did a survey, Minister, of motorists, road users, both commercial and private, I think they would identify the York Street junction as probably the busiest junction in Northern Ireland. And it does cause delays to hauliers, and Stanton traffic causes a lot of pollution in that area. And I know it has completed the planning process, but the Minister has paused development. I know you alluded to it to the previous question. But can I ask the Minister, could you suggest a timescale when we'll see this link between the M1, the M2 and my North Down constituency being built?
I thank the member for his question. I know he has huge interest in this project. And as I said, it is a strategic road improvement scheme that will provide a fully grade separated interchange to replace the existing at-grade signal control junction of the A12 Westlink M2 and M3. And I do recognise the strategic importance of this project. Its inclusion in the New Decade New Approach Agreement is a further indication of the significance of the project to our economic and societal well-being, and I am determined to see it delivered. In advance of the next stage of the scheme and in line with good practice, as I said, I have commissioned that sharp external review. That's been informed by stakeholders and specialists to ensure that any scheme is fit for purpose and will be completed by the end of this year. We will then move through the statutory processes, and I would be keen to move this project forward in the right way, making sure it's the right project that's fit for purpose and future-proofed. But I'm keen to see delivery of this for a number of the reasons that the member has highlighted as quickly as possible.
I call Pat Sheehan, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answers so far. Air pollution, Minister, is a serious issue here in the north, particularly in Belfast, where 1 in every 24 deaths is linked to long-term exposure to air pollution. Given the seriousness of that and the fact that transport is massively responsible for a lot of the air pollution, what's the department's overarching strategy to deal with air pollution and make our cities cleaner, healthier places to live in?
I thank the member for his question. My starting point is everybody has the right to have, or has the right to not have the air that's around them polluted. And there's a social justice element to this, because I think even of my own constituency in North Belfast, it's inner city parts of North Belfast that have the greatest levels of air pollution, and also, by no coincidence, have the highest level of respiratory illnesses among children and among basically residents of all ages. So I agree with him, it is an absolute priority. I'm trying to address it through a number of ways. Park and rides, to try and take private car use off, promoting active travel, particularly in and around our schools with our young people, looking at the development of quiet streets in those inner city neighbourhoods so that their area is not dominated by vehicles but is actually for play and children. You will also be aware that TransLink have a strategy around zero emission and low emission buses. I've gave a significant financial contribution to that in my allocation this year. So I am very keen to do what we can in promoting active travel, promoting greater use of our public transport network, and I'm also very keen to work with ministerial colleagues, including the Minister for Environment, as we try to improve the air quality of all of our citizens.
2 minutes left. I call Pat Kennedy.
Minister, thank you for your questions. Minister, park and rides are one way to remove congestion. The Minister has already done great work in bringing forward new works. Can I get an update on her consideration of a park and ride at Moira?
I agree with the member that park and rides have a very important role to play in tackling traffic congestion, promoting cleaner air, and also tackling the climate emergency. And that's why I was delighted to announce £2.8 million in investment in park and rides earlier this year. The member is a real champion for Moira, and I know he is determined to see this park and ride delivered, and I can assure him so am I. And I hope to be in a position very soon to announce another tranche of funding in the coming months. And yes, subject to all processes being satisfied, my hope is that Moira can be included to help ensure that his constituents have access to cleaner, greener travel.
And that ends the period for a list of questions, members, and we will move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Pat Sheehan.
And I listened to the Minister answer a question about funding from the Dublin Government for infrastructure projects. And I'm sure she'll agree with me that the Dublin Government should honour that commitment, and specifically around the construction of the A5. But following on from the Dublin Government's announcement about North-South projects, do we have an indication of how and when that funding will be made available?
I thank the member for his question, and as he rightly points out, New Decade New Approach is the basis upon which all of the parties are around the executive table. We signed up to that in good faith, and that agreement contains a number of commitments from the Irish Government, commitments from the British Government, and commitments from the Northern Ireland Executive that need to be honoured. I welcomed the announcement of the €500 million. I'm very keen to work with my colleagues right across this island to see delivery on that. I will push through my end around the infrastructure in my engagement at the North-South Ministerial Councils, but also in my individual engagements with Minister Ryan and obviously with the Taoiseach. And I'm sure that's the same approach that will be adopted by all of our ministerial colleagues.
Thank the Minister for that. And on the subject of all-island connectivity, could the Minister comment on the recent North-South Ministerial Council and specifically whether the indefinite suspension of the bus air service between Dublin and Belfast got a mention at all?
Yes, I think it was in answer to the question from Sinead Bradley, where I'd indicated that yes, I did raise the issue of Bus Éireann. Bus Éireann is a commercial service and it has announced its intention to cease services on the 15th of November. I am very much committed to maximising public transport. I'm very much committed to ensuring that we have all-island connectivity, and in particular that people are able to access public transport north and south. So I am working with TransLink to see what we can do, not just to ensure the protection of the services we provide, but what opportunities there may be for growth. And I'm due to engage in a number of bilaterals with the Finance Minister in coming weeks and hope to further discuss this matter with him.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for her previous answers. In a previous answer, she said that she would try and facilitate driving tests for those that had to be cancelled and booked during the restriction period. And I appreciate she's also going to look toward cancellations, but it's still potentially up to a 3-month wait for some students who would have been even doing their tests today. Is there any opportunity to try and bring it forward any sooner?
Look, I agree that this is a hugely frustrating situation for learner drivers, for driving instructors. And as an executive, we didn't take this decision lightly. We were already starting from a difficult starting point. It is a high-demand service. It was closed for 5 to 6 months. But what we are trying to do is to minimise the disruption. So we will be bringing additional slots online through November and December. As I said, we're recruiting 27 new examiners. We're also looking to see can we enhance testing at the weekend, subject to road safety conditions. And also very keen that the disruption that's been caused to those groups, this group of learner drivers, that we try to minimise that, which is why when we open the slots in February, they will be exclusively for those candidates and pupils who have had their tests cancelled during this 4-week period. But I want to apologise to learner drivers and to driving instructors. I don't want to see them in this situation, but we are in a pandemic. This is a public-facing service. It has been impacted, but I want to do what I can to ensure the safety of all involved, but that we get services back up and running as quickly as possible for people.
Claire Sugden, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister's attention on this matter, and I do see that she's trying to bring these forward as quick as possible. I'm also glad that she's thinking outside of a 9-to-5 Monday to Friday week. That's something we need to do right across all civil service and public sector services. To come back to the question around providing financial support for driving instructors, all MLAs have been inundated, including my constituency colleague Cara Hunter. Do you have any role in supporting the Minister for Economy and bringing forward such a scheme so that we can ensure, hopefully by this weekend, that they will actually get financial support?
So when this matter was discussed in the executive meeting on Friday, I assured the Minister and followed up in writing, assuring the Economy Minister of my support and offering my officials. I'm very mindful that the Department for Economy is under immense pressure. We do have information related to driving instructors that I'd be very willing to share, but I'm very keen to work with all executive colleagues to ensure that the driving instructors get the financial support that they deserve, given it is the executive's restrictions that have closed their businesses.
I call Linda Dillon.
Can the Minister give us an update on any actions being taken to provide financial assistance to the transport sector in terms of coach providers, hauliers, taxis and others?
I thank the member for her question. From the onset of this pandemic, I have consistently said that I don't have the powers to create financial hardship schemes. I wasn't saying this to be obstructive. I was saying it because it was the truth. That fact was recognised when the First and Deputy First Minister wrote to me to say they were considering giving me new powers under the Financial Assistance Act. Following that, I've engaged very closely with the sectors. They have worked very closely with my officials in providing the evidence that's required by this piece of legislation, which has to determine that exceptional circumstances apply. I had set a deadline of the 6th of October for receipt of that evidence. The sector themselves asked for an extension. We granted that extension because we want to make sure we have robust evidence. So the extension was granted until Friday past. I met with the First and Deputy First Minister yesterday, and my intention is to write to them this week to set out the exceptional circumstances, while my officials are also actively considering what schemes we can bring forward as required. I'm very mindful that within these sectors, people were excluded from previous schemes, that they are under real financial hardship, and so I've committed to doing what I can as quickly as possible to make sure that they can get financial assistance. But I have to say, I am as frustrated as them that they have had to wait for several months. And my view on this is that we could have included them in some of the previous existing schemes. But we are where we are, and I will do what I can to help them as quickly as possible.
Linda Dillon, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer. 2 points, Minister. Firstly, I believe that some of the coach operators have actually offered up some plans and solutions, and I think that those need to be looked at. There won't be a perfect answer for everybody in the industry, and I don't think we should wait until we have the perfect answer. We do need to deliver for them and deliver for them now. And secondly, can you give us a timeline of when they actually will get financial assistance? Because I accept that you needed the special powers, but am I not right in saying that the Finance Minister used those special powers to turn around within days financial assistance for those in Derry that came under the restrictions just 2 weeks ago?
Yep. And you're right in respect of the Finance Minister, but he had an existing scheme which was very straightforward in essence because it relied on LPS to be identifying businesses of rateable value. The sector, as people will know, the haulage sector, the bus and private operator sector, the taxi sector is very diverse. You have self-employed, you have companies with multiple sizes of employees. So they're two very different schemes. You're right to say that the private bus and coach operators have provided very, very good analysis and have provided ideas of schemes. And in fact, those are the basis upon which my officials are working. I'm not in a position to give a definitive timescale right now because I think people need honesty. We need to be very open and honest in terms of our engagement with them and management of their expectations. But just as recently as last night, my officials were in contact with them, and we will work as quickly as possible to get the money out because we recognise time is of the essence.
I call Mark Durgan.
Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. The Minister has mentioned her work with her counterpart, Minister Ryan, on moving forward all-island rail, and I very much welcome that we finally have a Minister who has included Derry and the North West. I know the Minister has been working in partnership with Into the West on Phase 3 of the Derry-Belfast line. Can the Minister give us an update on her work to get this project back on track after it was halted by her predecessor, Chris Hazzard?
I thank the member for his question. In December 2016, the then Infrastructure Minister, Chris Hazzard, announced that the planned Phase 3 works were not to be carried out within the budget period 2017 to 2021, but they would remain on TransLink's longer-term infrastructure strategy. However, in line with my commitment to improve connectivity to the North West, I am determined to bring this project back on track. That is why I announced on the 10th of June that I've made funding available for an updated feasibility study for Phase 3 of the Derry Coal Rail Line. While an updated feasibility study is necessary after almost 10 years of delay, I am fully committed to getting this work done at pace and to making progress for the people of the North West who have waited too long for action to address regional imbalance and better connection for them as a community.
Thank you,
Mark Durgan, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that positive answer. It will be very well received in my constituency. Is there any update on the feasibility study from these positive discussions that have been ongoing?
Well, last month I held a second and very constructive meeting with representatives of the Rail Lobby Group Into the West, following on from my request for TransLink to re-examine the timeline for the completion of the feasibility study and associated business case. I am pleased to announce that this has now been reduced by 6 months and should therefore be completed in early 2022. I will of course continue to do all that I can to make sure that we move forward on this project at pace.
Call Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed, May I thank the Minister indeed for her answers so far. May I ask her how we are getting along with the decision-making process around ARC 21's RHI2 incinerator in Hightown?
I thank the member for his question. He never misses an opportunity. And so my response will be, as it has been before, that all planning applications have to be processed with the right statutory processes. When those processes are completed and planning officials have fully considered them, then a recommendation will come up to me. And of course, as Planning Minister, I will ensure that all of the statutory processes are followed in all applications that I have to take decisions on.
Steve Aiken, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for a response, and yet again we shall continue. We will be sparring for this for a very long time until RHI 2 is put where it belongs, nowhere. But I think there's a significant issue here that I would like the Minister to consider. Would she consider commissioning an independent review to the business case to ARC21, bearing in mind the disquiet people in Northern Ireland have over RHI and indeed over the ROC scheme? And we do not want to see ourselves in a position where yet again we're subsidising something that again will not support the people of Northern Ireland.
And the member will be aware that as the Minister with responsibility for planning, I have very clear processes to follow, and I will of course fully consider any of the applications that come before me.
I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister for an update on...
Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister for an update on the flood alleviation scheme that is required in Newcastle after the dreadful flooding that took place there just back in August?
I thank the member for his question, and having gone down and been with residents and seen the devastation caused and the damage by flooding, he will be aware that I gave a commitment to the residents that I would do everything that I can to see this flood alleviation scheme accelerated. Work is ongoing. We're moving to procurement of contractors. Officials are working to a timeline where construction will begin in early 2021. But as I said to officials and I've said to elected representatives, I have asked my officials to ensure that everything that can be done is being done to accelerate this project.
Colin McGrath, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome those comments? As the Minister said, we were there that day and saw the devastation that was caused to people's houses, to their gardens, to their streets. And much of that devastation occurred because this work hasn't taken place. It's been lying around for many years waiting to be delivered. Could I ask the Minister again for a personal commitment, to reiterate that personal commitment that was given to the people, those residents on that day, that this scheme will be delivered, that as soon as it can start, it will start, because that's what people want to hear?
I very much appreciate that when your home has been flooded, you'll not be satisfied by warm words. So, as Minister, I will be judged by my actions in respect of this project. I have gave a personal commitment to it. I asked my officials for very regular updates on it. I've sent a very clear message to my officials that I want this accelerated. There were land issues. We're working very quickly to resolve those. And in addition to the flood alleviation scheme, the member will also be aware that we've set up a community resilience group in the area as well, so that we can work collectively to try to protect homes until we get to a point where we have the flood alleviation scheme in place to provide the prevention required.
Can I call Joanne Bunting, and there won't be time for supplementary.
I'll bundle them together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know from our previous experience that the standard response time to elected reps from DFI roads is 28 days. The Minister may also be aware that whenever you send a reminder to chase the response, it's another 28 days added onto your tally. So, given that some issues are urgent and some are time-bound, has she or will she give consideration to a dedicated email address or telephone number for elected representatives to allow us to pursue matters of urgency in a more efficient and effective manner?
I thank the member for her question. I get mixed feedback on this. I have a number of members right across the House who say that they get a very efficient and effective response. I would encourage members that, if you aren't getting a satisfactory response, do come through to the private office, and I will personally look at it. But I will take away the issue that the member has raised and give it some very careful consideration. But I would say, if you're not getting a satisfactory response, then please contact me directly through my private office.
Point of order, Mr. Reagan.
I would like to apologise for chundering from a sedentary position. I might have sounded a bit like an honourable member from sort of South Belfast, but I apologise profusely.
But you sounded like a member from South Antrim. But Anyway, so thank you very much for that point of order. Could members take their ease, please, while we prepare the room?
Members, we now return to the debate on the second stage of the Budget No. 3 bill. And I now call on Rob Newton to resume his contribution. Mr Newton.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And could I first of all start with an apology, apology to my colleague, Mr Paul Given, who I refer to, I understand, as Mr Paul Girvan. And as we know, Paul Girvan is in another place, so I apologise to Mr Given. The debate, Andy Allen actually had raised a question as I was talking about the Minister's initiative to tackle underachievement, and he very rightly raised the question about housing and whether or not housing was a factor in underachievement. And indeed, I would make the point that as the Minister develops the initiative on underachievement, I do believe that there are two things that will come out of that. And I would say this to the Minister of Finance, that we need to address the issue, urgently address the issue of poor quality housing, overcrowded housing, and I'll not just talk about my own constituency, but indeed across Northern Ireland where that exists, and to not do so would, I think, be for the future be shameful. I do also think that underachievement will require, and I believe coming out of this report of the expert group that the Minister has established on underachievement, will be a need to work in partnership with the Health Department and indeed specifically, certainly my experience is around the FIT teams, the family intervention teams, and helping those families who are finding it difficult to cope for whatever reason, and indeed that the children are finding it difficult to gain the benefit of education, and indeed that the teachers are spending more and more time on social issues as opposed to the educational issues. So in terms of that, Deputy Speaker, and to the Minister, there is a need for a partnership approach I would believe, in this tackling of underachievement. I also say that within the it's on page 56 of the booklet, and it's budget line I-19, where we are supporting the Middletown, where the budget is supporting the Middletown Centre for Autism. And indeed that autism in itself, and we're aware, the committee, Education Committee, is aware of the major problems in having children assessed, and the long process that was taken, the frustration that it was causing for families. Now, we are investing that 1 point, I can't remember just what the figure is, in the Middletown, but indeed further investment across for the Education Authority in the diagnosis and indeed support around autism. Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I don't think this will come as a shock to the Minister, those principals who are heading up the special educational needs schools, and it was one of the first informal meetings that the committee had with the principals group, the leadership group of principals involved in special educational needs. And I think, I certainly speak for myself, I came away from the meeting actually quite emotional about the work that they were doing, and indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some of the circumstances in which they were having to do the work. Even though some of the schools were fairly modern buildings, that it had the number of pupils had outgrown the use of the building, and facilities such as storerooms had indeed been changed into classrooms. And as we go through this, and I welcome the work being done on special educational needs at the moment, but indeed that again in education deserves and needs investment. It's very difficult, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, when you lose your momentum of this morning's session to come back with the same degree this afternoon. So it is my intention to sort of finish with this. Across the world, emerging nations and emerging economies do recognise the need for their economy, for their health, for their people to be educated. And indeed, primary education right across the board tends to be the #1 priority in investment terms in those developing countries. Now, there are many teachers from Northern Ireland, highly skilled teachers, out working in schools in developing countries, where indeed they are, and in many cases they are much better rewarded than they are in Northern Ireland. But it does indeed indicate to you the value of those from here who can make a very positive contribution to the holistic education, the holistic wealth of of Northern Ireland, and who are out there doing that. That's not a criticism, that's fact. In many ways it's a compliment to them. But we have got to recognise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that indeed education is not about reading, writing and arithmetic. It's about much more than that. And it's not about the cost of education. It's about us investing in education, and not investing in education. And it was one of the SDLP members this morning talked about the need for a budget to be looked at not just on an annual basis, but indeed Matthew O'Toole, who talked about not for the budget to be looked at just on an annual basis, but much better financial planning in a 2, 3 or 4 year cycle of it. And I have to say, I would wholeheartedly agree with that, in order that the various departments will know what to expect further down the line rather than just this annual cycle. In fact, we're not even in an annual cycle at this stage, but this, generally speaking, this annual cycle of investment. I obviously support the budget, Mr. Speaker, with all the caveats and requests that I have made over that short period. Thank you.
I call Melissa McHugh.
Just whenever one thinks about budgets, immediately one tends to think of measures that are there maybe to ask us to tighten the belt. But whilst this bill is not just in the same context as other budgets, it's worth reminding just that this is not the time for austerity. I highlighted yesterday the need to be delivered to industry, to education, to meet the needs of the more deprived of our citizens, in particular our health service. It's alarming that today it was announced that our health service is almost at saturation point, with 1,700 staff off from the health service because of COVID. Our services in the past have suffered from austerity measures stated by the Minister himself, measures that were implemented by successive Tory governments and from broken promises by the same Tory governments. It is at a time like this that one can identify the benefit of the ability to control our own budget. We should have the power to borrow, or indeed the power to raise our own taxes. We as the legislature should take control of our own finances, and I would feel that in many ways that we're much better placed to handle many of the problems and difficulties that we face at the present time if we were in a position to do that. Now, I know that many of the other speakers have already noted, we'll say, areas of concern for themselves, maybe ones that they have raised at different times as well too. And I'd just like to sort of divert for a second into one area of concern that I have. I believe that this is an opportune time too, with this new budget, to seriously address those that have fallen through the net. It's a term we often use, and yet and all, it seems to be the case that they're still there, and that all of this time since March right through to date, they do not seem to have been sort of provided for adequately. I think of a local free newspaper in my own area, which operates from a private dwelling, whose workers are self-employed, who depends on advertising for its revenue, which is now greatly reduced as a result of business closing down, and who are unable to avail of any current grant. It is units like this that provide a community service and deserve our support. And I'm sure there's many other similar type units as well who are in the same situation. And I would hope that now those that are responsible for the designing of the schemes not to meet their needs will in fact make that effort to ensure that they are brought in under the umbrella of support. Yesterday, I noted that the virus knows no borders or boundaries. I note today that IBEC, CBI and the NI Joint Business Council released a statement in relation to the growing importance of collaboration north and south, not only to combat the virus, but in particular the importance of collaboration to address collective challenges of our economies. Collaboration in relation to connectivity, to the environment and to investment, especially now in the face of Brexit, should there be a deal or no deal. And I have to just comment too that given more recent statements that were coming last night on the news and the likes of it, it seems to be that they're slowly but surely moving in that direction of a deal. And I do think that it would be better for all of our citizens if that deal is acquired before they get to the stage of a crash out, which is of benefit to absolutely no one. Finally, I'd like to reiterate comments made by my colleague Colin Gildenew, when this morning he highlighted areas of social deprivation that required continuing and additional support. These are the same areas of the highest levels of contagion of the virus. While I accept that there are lies, damned lies and statistics, I would suggest that therein, i.e. social deprivation, is a much more reasonable explanation for higher rates of infection than that offered by others, on the basis that I think that resources should be applied to those areas, not only in attacking the virus in itself, but ensuring that that deprivation is addressed as well too. You know that in Irish we have a seannuckle. Seannuckle is a proverb, and a proverb in itself reflects sort of the wisdom of a race, the wisdom of a people. And the seannuckle that I'm sure people have heard on here, and I know it was mentioned on television last night again too, was that Scathe le Chéile a Warren Dini. And that seannuckle, whenever it is translated, it means others' shadows, we all survive. And that's as true today as what it was when it was first stated as a seannuckle. We do live in each other's shadows. We truly do depend on each other. And we're in this together, and we would hope that our budget, in that respect, will embrace all of our people, in particular all of those who are in need.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to start off by thanking the Minister and his staff for what must have been a very interesting year working on budgets, given the fact that every week brought new amounts of money to their tables. COVID and this budget within the COVID period, what we can say with certainty about it is that no sector, no department and no family has been left untouched. But certain groups of people will bear a disproportionate impact of this virus. And unfortunately, this budget that's currently in front of us won't address that. I'm on the Communities Committee, so since I've moved from infrastructure, I think infrastructure is quite happy that I've shifted onto communities. But one of the things that I have noticed is we're failing young people under the age of 25. And I'm referring particularly to labour market interventions. The Executive received Barnett consequentials of £6.116 million of Resource DEL in 2021 to support the community's Job Start programme, which is due to commence in November. It's only a few days away. Now, that was announced on the 8th of July. The Minister confirmed that she had bid for £4.8 million for labour market interventions in 2021, but to date had received no executive allocation. Her department is now seeking to manage this pressure internally through reprioritisation and reallocation of funds. She does intend putting forward a further bid in the January monitoring round for any pressure that remains in her department for this matter through to the 31st of March. But I would like to draw to everyone's attention, actually, it's a very interesting report Ulster University have produced called The Labour Market Implications of COVID-19. It confirms that 1 in 4 have said that COVID-19 is impacting on their household finance. 75% have said they've faced reduced income. And the Ulster University estimates that 258,000 have been furloughed or laid off. That's 30% of our employment, of all the people who are employed. People who work in the food sector, in retail, elementary admin and services have experienced the most severe impact. And while furlough saved their jobs, that's coming to an end on the 31st of October. There is going to be a huge upsurge in applications for universal credit. And the most impacted are those people under the age of 25 who work in those areas. 36% of people employed in the accommodation and food sectors are under 25. Under 25s represent 1/10, that's 12% of the total employment in Northern Ireland. Therefore, without a commitment to labour market interventions, we are leaving a generation of young people without a job or any hope of getting a job for some time to come. This so-called scarring effect will hurt us for a long time. We may see young people moving away from Northern Ireland because there is no options here for them. Young people and the least well-off are more likely to lose jobs and suffer from reduced income during this COVID crisis. It's worth noting that 57% of those furloughed are men and 43% are women. And we also need to consider the age profile of those people who have been furloughed or who have lost their job. And while I've mentioned about the under-25s,
We have to consider that the apprenticeship scheme that has been brought forward by the Economy Minister needs to extend to older people too, because there's an age group of people who are losing jobs and who won't be employed again unless we give them support. Departments have received a huge amount of money, and it's a huge amount of money for the Department of Finance to work through this year. But I have to ask, is there any headroom? And I know we haven't seen the October monitoring round so far, but for all that money that has been given out, the unhypothecated amounts of money, is it all going to be spent by each of those departments? Will there be losers? And the losers seem to be the under-25s and those over 55s that will lose their job as a result of the impact on our economy of COVID. We need to support the so-called scarred youth. We need to support our unpaid carers who are at breaking point at this stage. We need to support house building in order to meet the needs, the growing list of people who do not have a home. Short-term investment in communities is needed in order to fund the 900 staff that's going to have to be taken on to address the amount of universal credit applications that are just about to hit the department. We also need investment in real-time monitoring. It's critical for us to understand what the impacts are. We need to plan ahead for the potential issues that are coming up because of COVID. For example, has anyone here thought to look at their pension fund and how much the investment has been hit because of COVID? Because there's a lot of people out there in our community, our citizens, who have worked all their lives and paid into a pension fund, and they may now find that that fund has been impacted because of investments that have been hurt because of the global economic crisis. And that will be an important determinant of when they can retire. I don't think that there's any safety net in this budget. I think that there's headroom in this budget. And I know that health, for instance, has £600 million has been set aside, and none of us in this House would deny health money. But I have to say, there is very little time left until the end of March. If any department has any money that they can give and share around to where there are pressures in other departments, please do so. So I ask you, Minister, are you really in-depth investigating if all the money in all those departments is going to be spent and recalling that money? And I seriously hope that in the October monitoring round we have some good news for people under the age of 25 and those people who are unemployed. As I said, there's no safety net. This is a crisis budget, but the crisis isn't over yet. We may have much worse to come. That's all I really want to say on this. I'm not going to take up too much time because many people have spoken about the budget and we had debates yesterday. But all I will say is a lot of money is knocking about in Northern Ireland. There's a lot of people who haven't got that money, and there's a lot of people that are depending on that money. We need to get it out the door quickly, and we need those departments sitting on money expecting to spend it to actually look and see if there's any way that there's an underspend there that they can share it out. Thank you.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise in the House to speak in the capacity as Member for the Legislative Assembly for Upper Bann. And just like many other members, as they've commented in the House in relation to this budget, and like Ms Kelly, who has just spoken, or Mrs Armstrong, sorry, that has just spoken before me, I'm afraid the picture is bleak. There is no doubting that. Just like COVID-19 has infected every element of our society and every sector, this budget, every page of it, is riddled with COVID-19 and its consequences. And I do not say that lightly. I do not say that with glee. I say that with some element of concern as to what the future outlook is. And while I stand here to say that I support this budget bill, and I agree with the member, it does give us some financial headroom to face the immediate challenges. But again, it's all in front of us, because whether we can face into this second wave with certainty that this budget can give, whether that's 600 million in health or otherwise, yes, that gives us breathing space. But the societal, the mental, the economic impact of COVID will last longer than what this money can put aside for us. And we all know that. We all know the challenges that we face. There's unforeseen circumstances which have changed the financial landscape and will do for many years to come. I mentioned this earlier to a colleague, that I believe that we are facing the most bleakest economic period of my lifetime, and indeed many other members could probably concur with what I have said. COVID allocations has meant that there is a greater need than ever to scrutinise where this money is spent and where it will be needed. And this goes to the very heart, I think, of what Ms Armstrong was saying. The very fact that potentially we have money within the system that is not being spent and returned to the centre will come as a shock to many members in this chamber and indeed the wider public in Northern Ireland. And I think that maybe bears reference to some of the antiquated systems of financial arrangements that we have. But at a time when we are stripping money away from businesses as a means of the restrictions that are in place, the public will rightly ask the question, why can't we even spend the money that we have allocated here in Northern Ireland? And I think it's been mentioned by Mr O'Toole, and indeed I know it has been mentioned by others in the chamber, there is a real need for long-term financial planning in the future, multi-year budgets, I have no doubt, but I have sympathies with the Finance Minister and indeed the Executive on this point, because every time we come to this place to discuss financial matters, yes, we all agree the idea of multi-year budgets or otherwise is a good thing, but every time we get round to actually preparing the road for an approach like that, we are hit with another crisis. We're hit with another circumstance which requires quick action, and in that regard I have a lot of sympathy. I want to touch on a number of committees that I think this budget has an immediate impact upon, and some consequences that I believe will cause us much concern in the road ahead. And I want to speak firstly as a member of the Communities Committee and focus on, firstly, the degree of need that there is among our society for financial help, which this budget does go some way to addressing in the short term, but the long term we know it's only scratching the surface. And other committee members will agree with me. We have heard weekly cries for financial help, whether that be from the arts sector, whether that be from charities, whether that be for those that need social security payments, and we recognise that that will only increase as we look ahead to what potential redundancies and what potential impact COVID will have into the future. We also look at local government. Many of us can bear testimony to the work of local government in dealing with the COVID-19 response. Their budget allocations and what this budget means for them in the future is concerning to many of them. Their services have been impacted like they've never been seen before. COVID-19 has been a disruptor in every means by our life. I also want to talk now briefly about sport. And I've said this on the committee, and many members will have heard me. I have serious concerns regarding the financial future of many of our sporting clubs across all sectors in the wake of COVID-19 and as we deal with the immediate pressures. We heard from the NIFL, the Northern Ireland Football League, and the IFA and any other organisation that wanted to put their concerns to the committee, how concerned they are as to their financial future, and yet the Executive, and over the time we've called for money to be allocated towards those sectors, £1,000, £2,000 grants, are never going to cut it, Mr Deputy Speaker. We know that. Their long-term financial viability stands in the balance, and it stands in the balance of what we as an Assembly and indeed the Executive, the Communities Minister, working alongside the Finance Minister, in what financial packages they can provide to those sporting organisations. And that is why it caused me great concern to see that over the course of the weekend and hours before the Irish League was due to start, that we had mixed messaging. We had the Communities Minister coming out to say that spectators would not be allowed in their club grounds. They have no idea of the confusion and the chaos that that causes within that sector as they attempt to do their best in difficult circumstances. The majority of their income is based upon ticket sales. They have had no support from this Executive in relation to lost money at the gates, and we must react and react positively, or we will not have a sporting future in this country. And I say that with regret, but it's the case that they're facing. I want to turn now briefly to education, and I know regardless of parties, members place the education of our young people at the very heart of our economic future, of our societal, of whatever it may be. It all starts with education. And to say that the challenges COVID-19 has placed upon them would be an understatement. School closures have placed school estates, individual schools, under pressure like they have never experienced before. There's funding required for essential infrastructure. We know that. I had a debate a couple of weeks ago, an adjournment debate in this House in relation to the school estate in Upper Bann, and it would scare you to actually look into the school estate. I'm sure any member could do it in their own constituency, and the need for investment and what is required, and the money is simply not there. Budgets are about planning ahead. They're about being prudent and providing a sound financial basis for the future. But let's face it, this budget, as a result of COVID-19 and some actions by the Executive in relation to restrictions placed upon schools, is not providing that sound basis of which our children can look to the future with hope. Investing in their future is having them in the classroom being taught directly. And this gets to the heart of what actual impact this budget will have, because while we can throw money at online learning, and we need to, there is absolutely, and let's get this out of sight, there's absolutely no substitute for face-to-face interaction with a teacher in the classroom. And you know something, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I, like you, have probably heard many criticise those teachers across this country for now facing another time out of the school classroom. Many of those school teachers are absolutely horrified that they're not in the classroom teaching those pupils, and they fear for them. They fear for their economic future. They fear for the short-term impacts, whether it's being at home and away from the classroom and what the needs and the complex needs are at home. They have absolutely got this wrong, in my opinion. Schools should be open because there's a controlled... I will shortly. Schools should be open because there's a controlled environment, and there is very little scientific data available that shows that schools are the cause of the transmission. And I really do feel that in my heart, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that if we're serious about the economic viability and if we're serious about budget allocations towards education, we must act with common sense and put the protections in place, whether that be the transmissions at the gate or whatever, to allow our children to have a future, and I believe that's in the classroom. And at this point, I will give way to Mr. Carroll.
Thank the member for giving way, and obviously everybody agrees the importance of education face-to-face as well. But would the member not have any concern, given reports today that there's at least 1,500 cases of COVID outbreaks in school, and that would therefore warrant some action to be taken by the Health Department and the Executive as well? Because what he seems to be suggesting is either no action or very limited action in schools whatsoever, which seems to be concerning and maybe in line with the Minister's approach as well, Education Minister's approach.
I thank the member for giving way, and while I don't shrug away from what the member has said in relation to the cases that were in schools, but what I'm being told and what I see is there's very little impact in relation to transmissions in the wider school population. And I say this to the member, that if the problem is not, as the Chief Medical Officer outlined in a meeting that I had with him, if the problem is actually at the school gate and outside the school environment, yes, there's a communication issue. Let's look at that. Let's see what we can do. And I will draw back to the budget here now, because I know that has maybe taken me off a wee bit. But yes, I agree, measures must be put in place. But the education of our children is paramount. Paramount. I'd like to turn some of my comments now, Mr. Speaker, to the economy. And again, whilst the budget is welcoming, because it has placed allocations towards those parts of our economy that are undoubtedly facing disruption, I feel, and I think the members can agree, and there's no simple answer because there's no money tree. We have seen that. We've seen what the first wave did, and the support mechanisms that were in place by means of this executive, but also by the grace of Her Majesty's Government in relation to the financial package, which has been able to support and sustain not only livelihoods, but indeed businesses across this country. This budget simply will not go far enough, and I don't think even the Minister will say that it does. There's simply not enough money in the system. But we have to remember that in the situation that we're in with limited resources, actions taken have consequences. Our economy faces its bleakest period, as I've mentioned, in my lifetime. And I read now, and I think all members would have received it, but a copy of a 3-point plan, finding a balance to protect our community and our economy, which was released by a number of businesses. And a paragraph in it, I think, certainly deserves quoting here today because it is in line with what we're discussing. The Executive's decision to place large parts of the economy into another lockdown will quite simply result in another round of job losses and ultimately impact upon future budgets. Those who have had to shut their doors are deeply concerned by the decision. After following the Executive's own guidance and investing money where they didn't have it in making their business life viable, they are understandably anxious about the viability of their businesses and their jobs they have created to do so, and are many companies who are in their supply chain and rely on them for the footfall. Our economy is an ecosystem, and closing down one part of it into a limited intervention harms us all. Pursuing a path of lockdown, release and repeat will undo all of the good work we have done to build a strong and diverse economy and protect workers and their families. A different way must be found. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've heard commentary from the Executive Ministers and indeed Chief Medical Officers and Scientific Officers and the commentators at large talking about there may be a need for further lockdowns down the line. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it simply won't cut. You cannot turn the Northern Ireland economy on and off like a tap. You cannot place people's economic viability in and out. They're here today, they're gone tomorrow. Their jobs, their livelihoods depend upon the decisions in which we make in this House. And as we look at this budget, many will come to the conclusion, what is in it for me? I'm being told to close my business, and I've heard the compelling stories. Many of our self-employed who look towards the period of another lockdown with no money in their pocket. Their businesses closed at one of their busiest times. Bills still coming in. Mortgage repayments. Staff costs. Furlough coming to an end. The situation is dire. And they ask the question, and they say it loud and clear, that it may be all right for members in the public sector, whether that be, and I don't say this in a personal sense in any way, but whether it be politicians or whether it be medical or scientific officers, that the decisions you make don't affect your livelihood. But I have a child at home that I have to feed and put bread on the table for. That I have a business that relies upon staff who have been loyal to me, have worked with me, and they simply do not know where their next week's wage will come from. These are the issues which this budget has to deal with. These are the issues that members will have to grapple with as we go into the future. And we must actually bear reference to this point, that there has been much discussion around the chamber about the economic impact of COVID and this budget on different sections of our society. But I think we can all agree that it's low-paid workers in the hospitality industry or otherwise some close contact services that are going to be hurt the most. So we must have a compassionate response, and we must bear in mind that yes, COVID kills. We all know that. We've seen its devastating impact. But restrictions and lockdown measures will also do the same. Data is required for planning. In this budget and other budgets, we require, and I'm sure the Minister has it, information, forecasts and projections which will inform his decision-making in terms of the budget that he presents. But equally, that means that data in relation to COVID is equally important to feed in to his decision-making on where that relief should come from next. And I think, and I believe it's been released today in a previous question that I asked the Health Minister, but the data has not been released quick enough to inform both ministers at the Executive, members of this House, and indeed the wider public as to the measures that are put in place. I want to turn, in closing, to the issue of health, the most important issue of all. And I recognise the huge pressure on this department, and I recognise the financial allocations that have been made to it by means of this budget and others. I think it was said 600 million set aside for health. The impact of COVID and the managing of staffing pressures throughout the health ecosystem in Northern Ireland is going to be incredibly critical in the days ahead. I even look at Craigavon Area Hospital, 500 staff out of the system when it's facing its busiest period. And I welcome additional funding allocations to try and address those pressures. But I want to talk about non-COVID services and, sadly, non-COVID deaths, which this budget will have to take consideration of in the days ahead. The Office of National Statistics for England, and I read this in a paper just this morning, it reported the surge in non-COVID deaths. Diabetic deaths in England up 86%. Prostate cancer deaths up 53%. Breast cancer deaths up 47%. Parkinson's disease deaths up 79%. Bowel cancer deaths up 46%. Never mind the potential impact on our health service dealing with COVID. The significant allocation from this budget to health will also have to realise the pressures that are facing non-COVID service. COVID kills, but so does lockdown. We need the data for Northern Ireland. Well, I'm not a minister, but I'll happily give way.
Well, I don't know what's going on in your party. Indeed, you could be. I think agriculture is looking for a new minister. Just thank you, the member, for giving way. But I think one of the questions I think we should be considering, of course, is that the 10 years active underinvestment in our health service, the last decade, it takes over 10 years to train an anaesthetist. It takes over 7 years to train an ICU specialist. And I think one of the things we must reflect on is how we manage to depoliticise health going forward, because we do have to invest in it, and we can't invent staff, because that is the critical shortcomings we have.
I thank the member for giving way. You gave way. Oh yes. Well, sorry. I thank the member for his question. Because what I will say is this: I will never shy away from the reality that faces the health service. The member will have previous colleagues that have served as health ministers in the last 10 years, as has my party, as has others. There has to be the realisation that we can't play the health service like a political football. But equally, we must realise that the decisions that we make in this place have knock-on impacts on people that are devastating. GP consultations down 92%, face-to-face consultations, that is. What have we missed in the system? Of course I will, yeah.
I've listened to the member, several contributions today, questions to the Health Minister, interventions with other members, and I've listened to you. I was listening to you in my room in relation to COVID-19 and the response to it. You have spent considerable time telling us what we shouldn't do. And I agree with you. We have to learn to live with COVID. We have to create a situation where our businesses and our workers are protected, but also our health service is protected. Could the member please enlighten us as to what we should do?
And can I encourage the member to link his response to the budget debate in which we are?
Absolutely, Deputy Speaker. And you know something, I thank the member for Upper Bann for his question. And you know something, I must have been saying something right because he ran from his room into the chamber to listen to me speak. I'm all on for constituency support, but I didn't expect it from coming from the member opposite. But yes, the wider debate, I'm not shirking that there has to be a balance struck. I'm not. But I have to, in this budget speech, it would be negligent upon me not to do so, to highlight the impact that businesses are facing as a result. And I've said this, and you said it yourself. The member for Upper Bound, said it for himself. We have to learn to live with this virus. There is no easy solutions. But the people, and I said this in earlier contributions, show them the evidence, show them the data, and at that stage I will refer back to my closing comments. In closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, tough decisions lie ahead for this place. We have a health emergency that we've been dealing with, but equally, we have an economic emergency. We have people on the mouth of Christmas asking where their next bill will come. It's up to this place, the Finance Minister and his colleagues, to provide a sound economic footing for their future and a sound plan to deal with the pressures that we all know are coming. And on that, I will draw my comments to a close. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And can I encourage our next speakers, when they make a contribution, to ensure that they do link their contributions to the budget? We are in a budget debate. It does offer much latitude, but please do link to the budget. I call Mark Durgan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, after the inability of the last executive to bring forward a budget, 3 years of no government and cut and paste budgets brought forward by civil servants with no political input, we all would have hoped that today's debate on the budget would have been a much more optimistic affair. But these are incredibly challenging times for our families and businesses across Northern Ireland. Our ability to use devolution to respond to the particular challenges facing us should be at the forefront of our minds as we debate this legislation today. As such, I will focus my remarks as the SDLP's social justice spokesperson on our housing crisis, social security, the dire situation facing our arts and culture and sports sectors, and local government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are in the grip of a housing crisis. A roof over your head is the basis for a healthy life and for cohesive policy making. There are few areas of public and social policy that housing does not affect. Education, social security, the labour market, health. What chance has a child got trying to do homework in unsuitable, overcrowded, unfit to live in housing, or regularly flitting between different homes in the private rented sector? What chance have they got of fulfilling their full potential? The absolute minimum that this executive should be able to guarantee to everyone in Northern Ireland is a warm, secure home. Yet, there are nearly 22,000 households in Northern Ireland homeless, with the greatest number of those, 2,732 households in my own constituency of Foyle. The Minister's party, Sinn Féin, recently launched a policy paper detailing ambitious proposals for 20,000 social and affordable homes. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hasten to add that was 20,000 new homes in the 26 counties. The SDLP are pretty disappointed to see that the Finance Minister and his colleague, who has responsibility for housing, the Minister for Communities, have not set out similarly or anywhere near as ambitious plans for the North in this budget. Instead, the social housing build target has been missed by almost 60%, and the 2021 social housing budget has decreased by £19 million on the previous year. Our housing crisis needs a multifaceted solution. We urgently need more social housing built to house the thousands of people on the housing executive waiting list. The low numbers of social homes built has left many applicants languishing on the waiting list for years, and we all know them. We also need to support people who have no realistic prospect of securing social housing, but who will also struggle to buy their own home, which is why I do welcome funding for co-ownership. It really is one of the success stories in our housing landscape, and one that must be integral to any housing strategy going forward. It plays a vital role in helping lower earners get their own home and to leave the private rented sector and all the associated precariousness that can come with that. Unsurprisingly, applicants to co-ownership have surged just as banks have reduced availability and are requiring up to 20% deposits in light of the pandemic. I recognise the Department's support, but I would urge the Finance Minister to give co-ownership and the other housing associations the certainty of multi-year funding through FTC so that it can more easily navigate the peaks and troughs in our housing market. Given the economic situation we will be facing in the coming months, and let's be realistic, coming years, banks will only become more cautious. That multi-year funding can give them the confidence to lend to co-ownership and other associations. It would also have the knock-on effect in terms of stimulating the construction industry and encouraging private developers to build more homes that come under that £165,000 mark if they know that co-ownership will be enabling more people to purchase a home. And this can only be good for the wider economy. On that point, Mr Deputy Speaker, I must draw attention to the severe budgetary pressures facing Northern Ireland Water, which is essential to any new home building programme. The Infrastructure Minister has made this plain. Home building is being inhibited by a huge strain on our water service, with a lethal combination of the pandemic now increasing manifold water usage. Around 100 locations around the north are reaching or have reached maximum capacity, and I do note that a number of in-year allocations have been made to Northern Ireland Water, and these are very much welcome. However, these are just about meeting statutory requirements. It is vital for our economy and our communities that there is a long-term and strategic approach to this crucial investment by the Finance Department and the Executive as a whole. I'd like to ask the Minister if he agrees that there needs to be sustained and significant investment in water, as it is the key to unlocking crucial housing and business development. Certainly.
And I support his call. I have no doubt of the future pressures facing NI Water and our infrastructure system. But would he agree with me equally, it's incumbent upon the Finance Minister to also look at the problems facing legacy developments because of a lack of investment in NI Water, where we have a number of developments right across Northern Ireland that stand incomplete for some 10 years because of a historic lack of funding.
I want to lay all the responsibility at the Finance Minister's door. Obviously, it is the budget debate, and he is the Minister here. Future funding determined by the regulator says that more than £2 billion is needed. Can the Minister give us a commitment today that he will commit to approving the investments to the right levels to ensure that water is on a sustainable footing for the longer term and avoid, as Mr Buckley has said, the delay of future projects and the decay of existing services? I'll return to housing. As well as helping people to get on the housing ladder, it's vitally important that we help people to stay on it. There is no sugarcoating the effect the pandemic has had and will continue to have on our economy and job market. We're likely to see many, many families struggling to pay their mortgages, and sadly, inevitably, we're going to see repossessions. This is devastating for families and puts even more strain on our already overburdened, drowning housing sector. Serious consideration must be given to a mortgage relief scheme. I recognise that the bulk of this budget would have been prepared in the early days of lockdown, but knowing what we now know, the need to look at such a scheme is blatantly obvious. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said, there are few policy areas that do not dovetail with housing policy, and chief amongst those that do is social security provision, which is the second area of this budget I want to touch upon. When they joined the DUP in voting to hand our welfare powers over to the Tory government that Mr McHugh has decried, the Minister's party promised that no social housing tenant would be affected by the bedroom tax. Again, in February of this year, the now Communities Minister took credit for, I quote, Sinn Féin binning the bedroom tax. Yet, in a written answer to me last week, she confirmed that there are 227 households being hit with this punitive measure. The New Decade New Approach deal set out a commitment to review welfare mitigations and agree new measures before March 2020. It's now October 2020, when the existing package was due to expire. Now, of course, events overtook us, and the only option has been to extend the current scheme under regulations. However, it is vital that primary legislation is laid before this Assembly as soon as possible for us as MLAs and indeed stakeholders to scrutinise it alongside the funding commitments and requirements. Last-minute accelerated passage, where any questions or criticisms are met with accusations of trying to sabotage the legislation or trying to sabotage mitigations, will be seen through and they will be dismissed. I do sympathise with the Community Minister's explanation to committee that responding to the pandemic has dominated her department's workload, and I do commend her in her dedication to addressing these plethora of issues as they have arisen. But I would also urge her to recognise that this legislation will be part of that response. The latest figures show that there were an additional 89,250 universal claims between March and July this year. As the current incarnation of the furlough scheme ends and our businesses face the double challenge of the pandemic and leaving the EU, the Economy Minister has estimated that up to 100,000 people will be unemployed, while the Communities Minister envisages a worst-case scenario of up to 125,000 claimants. Families will badly need an extension of the current mitigations, but the rise in new applicants highlights even more starkly the gaps in that current package: the 5-week wait, the 2-child tax credit rule and the benefit cap. People currently receiving these benefits and the people making their applications now and in coming months need the certainty and assurance that they will be protected against the sort of system that the UK Tory government would impose upon them. In order to deal with the anticipated avalanche of people requiring this support, DFC has identified the need for 1,400 new posts, but it's only getting funded for 900. There is no capital bid associated with this either, as apparently capacity exists across the Northern Ireland Civil Service estate to accommodate these new workers. I don't know if that's taken social distancing into account, but I would like to know where, and Minister, please don't say Belfast, government must take this opportunity and every opportunity to decentralise and to tackle ongoing regional imbalance. Mr Deputy Speaker, if I could turn now to our arts and cultural sector, which has been almost uniquely affected by this pandemic and the regulations introduced. I welcome the original £4 million and indeed the more recent £29 million allocated as a result of Barnett consequentials, but given the delay in the announcement of that second tranche, it is vital that that money gets out to the industries and affected individuals without delay. And I'm glad to have read in the paper today that that's now happening at last. They must be supported, not just throughout this circuit breaker, but beyond. Mr Buckley described COVID-19 as a disruptor But we have to do everything across every sector to make sure that it doesn't become a destroyer. These people, these industries can't simply press pause. It's not just the livelihoods of the thousands of artists, performers, sound engineers, set designers and such that the industries employ that are at risk. When they go, whether into unemployment or if they follow the Chancellor's let them eat cake advice and retrain, many of the aspects that we all miss so much during this pandemic, whether it's going to concerts, to the theatre, to museums, they won't be there when we overcome this pandemic, and we will overcome this pandemic. It's incumbent on the Minister for Communities and the Executive not only to ensure they get the financial support they need from the Executive, but also to support them to adapt to the regulations as long as they exist, to allow them to continue, whether it be through live streaming or using venues for other purposes in the interim to supplement income. And our sports sector is struggling, from our elite sportsmen, women and clubs down to the grassroots. The sports clubs and activities that play such an integral role in all our communities in the development of our children, as well as our own physical and mental well-being. Sponsors have been hit very, very hard, and restrictions on attendances is depriving clubs of much-needed revenue and supporters of the pleasure, and in some cases pain, of getting in to support and cheer on their teams, whatever their sporting code. Perhaps, and here's a suggestion, our share, Northern Ireland's share of the revenue generated through the sugar tax or the soft drink levy, which has been hovering at around £12 million, I think, are Barnett consequential over the past few years, could be invested in sports, which do so much to promote healthy living and tackling obesity and associated problems. Local government is on its knees too. We need to work closer with councils to ensure that they have the capacity and the financial wherewithal to carry out their vital services and support communities. Mr Deputy Speaker, none of us doubt the difficulties ahead, but now is the time to front-load support and provide protection against the looming economic carnage. We must invest in our communities to offset the worst of this fallout and to prevent the problems that we can see coming down the track. Our constituents will demand no less, and our constituents deserve no less. Thank you.
I call Paul Frew.
Speaker, and again I've sat into most, if not all, of the debate today, and there has been some very valid points made within this chamber, some rough and tumble, as you would expect. So I'll try, Mr Speaker, to be the voice of reason, as I always am. But this is a very important bill. I know we've all, anybody with any experience here has seen budget bill after budget bill. And there is this tendency to take it light. But it is fundamentally important to the governance of this place that finances are placed in the correct columns and to the correct departments, and that when that money gets to those departments, it's used in the appropriate way. So scrutiny of a budget bill and a process is vitally important, but it doesn't start and end here in this chamber. It is vitally important that our scrutiny committees gets to see the information that they need to see in order to do their job right at an early stage. And then to actually support and advise their departments as to how that revenue should be spent. Because scrutiny committees are very useful things. They're very useful things indeed. And it's not just for scrutiny, it's for advice and support also. And believe me, our departments need all the help that they can get. And then we get the estimates published, and then we go through it here in this. The Finance Committee will do their part. And then there'll be sufficient dialogue and scrutiny within that. And then, at last, we get a budget bill on the floor of this House. And a budget bill is treated differently from any other bill, most other bills anyway. And that is that in most cases, it has been given accelerated passage. But I want to put a marker down today, and the chairperson of the Finance Committee suggested this also earlier on. No minister of any department, not least the Finance Minister, and no official in any department, not least the Finance Department, should ever take it light or take it for granted that the Finance Committee, whoever populates those chairs and benches, should give, as a matter of course, accelerated passage to a budget bill. If department officials fall into that trap, they may well get a very rude awakening someday. Because what I have witnessed in my time being on the Finance Committee, I am less than impressed by the engagement and the information flow going from the department to the Finance Committee. There'll be many things that we will miss, and there'll be many things that we do not request. But when we do request information, the fact that we do not get it, the fact that they delay, the fact that we have to ask the same request over and over again, and then it's treated as multiple requests, as if that gets them off the hook with regards to their lateness of delivery of documents and emails, it is not good enough. So let it go out loud and clear from this House and this chamber today that no official should take for granted accelerated passage of a finance bill. And we do it for the greater good. But someday that balance of greater good might tip over. And it might not be the greater good anymore to allow a finance bill to go through without proper Finance Committee scrutiny, like we would scrutinise every other clause of a bill going through this House. So I put that marker down. And again, even this week, the Finance Committee asks questions around authority. And as the chairperson of the committee has stated already today, we have seen a scramble whereby authorisation was given at late notice and after we had requested to see the authorisations. So it is clear that not is all well in the Finance Department, and I have no reason to believe that it's working tickety-boo in any of the other departments either. So there's a lot to learn and a lot for us in the committees to scrutinise. But again, I look at this bill, and it's budget number 3 bill. That in itself, the title of this bill sends a signal that we are not in normal times. We are very strange times. And I suppose I have certain sympathy for the department and the minister with regards to the massive influx of monies into the centre and then distributed out to the various departments. And I have a lot of sympathy for the fact that the Finance Minister, along with the other executive ministers, have been fighting a crisis on many fronts, not least COVID. And there's a lot of uncertainty there which increases the crisis and escalates the emergencies that we all face. So I have a certain sympathy for everyone mixed up in that process and having to work. But I see these blue pages, and it's great, can I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that it's great that the Bill Office is actually starting to publish bills again. Imagine a legislator that wasn't even getting bills published. It's an absolute disgrace, if you ask me, but it's good to have a bill in your hand. And within this, I see figures, I see big figures, I see where there's been a massive increase in some departments and it's needed, and I see less increase in others where it's not really needed. And of course, that's good because we have needed that money. That money has come down, been drawn down from Barnett Consequentials, and it's good that we can get money directed to help fund the support schemes. And we are approving here today additional spends and flexibilities to finance the support schemes and so on, but to also ensure that departments do not run out of money, and some of them are coming dangerously close to doing that. And that's the reason why we're at budget number 3 and why we've had to have a couple of processes like that even in year. So I understand that. But it's also giving approval to do the same thing over and over again. It's doing the same thing, and it's giving approval to carry on. To carry on like the greatest Carry On movies. But this one's not funny. There is absolutely no strategic thought here whatsoever. We are in the midst of a crisis, an emergency. We are being forged by fire. But yet we think that we can do the same thing over and over again. And we have seen this massive lump of burnout consequential monies, 2.4 billion, I think, at the last count. And of course, we're very thankful for that money. That has been invested and put into schemes that we have needed and required. But we can't even spend all of that money. We're sitting, I think, 55 million in the centre. We've got 200 million now, or 600 million, sorry, going to the health service. We can't spend that money. We can't maximise borrowing. We can't even spend or draw down the financial transactions money that is there for us. And you know, if everything was running smoothly, you could argue, well, we didn't really need that financial transaction money. But look at the crisis in COVID. But beyond that, look at the crisis in housing. Look at the crisis in NI Water. Look at the crisis in TransLink. Look at the support required for businesses. Look at the support required for sports clubs. I could go on and on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have an inability to spend money that is there for us to spend. So who are we letting down? We're letting down the people and the population of Northern Ireland. That's where the buck stops. That's who feels the impact. But it's this executive that is failing those people. And the the member across the way from the party opposite, talks about Tory austerity. How much more money do we need to prove that we're not very good at spending money? 2.4 billion. And we can't even spend all of that money that we assuredly need. He talks about more fiscal power. How should we ever have more fiscal power when we can't handle the money that's given to us here and now? Why would we need more fiscal power if we can't spend the money that's coming down from burnout consequentials? And why should we need more fiscal power when we keep doing the same thing over and over again, year in, year out, and we don't have any creative thoughts with regards to how we should spend our money more efficiently? The party opposite hasn't made a hard fiscal decision yet. The party opposite has never brought forward a live budget for the following year. We're still waiting. How does the member think, through the chair, Mr. Speaker, through you, how does the member think that we should get more fiscal power? It's bizarre to me why we would put that pressure on a finance minister. Tax varying powers? Really? What way would the taxes go, I wonder? And who would it impact on the most? And how would that money that we raise through tax varying powers, how would we spend it? How would we spend it? Would we spend it doing the same thing over and over again like we do every year? Yes, I will, yes.
I think the member's comments in relation to the ability of the system to spend money is valid. And it is something I think that as the executive and indeed the civil service needs to tackle, because getting money out the door to spend is a vital part of what we do. But in relation to fiscal powers, and he uses the example of the money they've got from the Board of Consequences, we can't spend it. One of the difficulties of getting money in a year is that it's very difficult to spend. because you don't have the schemes or the operations or the staff in place to do it. But if you have fiscal powers, then you can plan long term. You can plan your monetary outworkings. And I'll finish on this point. How would the money be spent? How would the tax be raised? This Assembly would decide that. This Assembly would decide that. So have a bit of faith in yourself as well as others.
I thank the member for his intervention, because it's a very good point. It's a very good fiscal debate at that point. And he raises very valid points. But would it not be better going to a multi-year budget plan rather than having tax varying powers? And at least then you have the scope and the space and the time to spend money effectively and efficiently. But I take your point, and something I do grapple with, Mr. Speaker, and I know the member across, having made that intervention, will grapple with it too. But yes, let's see how we can do things better. But he mentions about this Assembly. But look at the way the executive works. The executive works, and how do they spend money? The executive works, and the Finance Minister has repeated this over and over again. He's waiting for bids. And he's saying that he can't spend money until he sees bids. The departments are saying it's not my place to bid, it's somebody else's place to bid. And the other minister says, no, it's your place to bid. And here we go along with this merry-go-round. I'm not blaming the Finance Minister for this, by the way. But I think there has to be a more strategic layout of how the executive works a budget and then bids, mid-term, even in monitoring rounds. We see it every time. There's failure upon failure, and we keep repeating it. We keep doing the same thing, not only in the budget process, but the way we spend money. And that has to, sooner or later, whether it's myself or yourself or some other member or some other party or some other grouping or some other committee, we need to stop the cycle. We need to get off the merry-go-round, and we need to do things differently. We need to make decisions. We need to make decisions that will spend money efficiently. And I just don't see it. And it's been a long time since I have seen it, to be honest with you. And that needs to change. Let me pay tribute, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because a good lot of this money in this budget is having to go and should go to the Health Department. So let me pay tribute to the nurses and the people who are at the cutting edge of this emergency, here and now, as we speak. And the grievous shifts that they are putting in, the long hours, the horrific sights, and the bad news stories which they face on a daily basis. No one in this House can really fathom what they're going through. Some of us have experience in that setting, in that care setting, and I'm sure they think about things. And my own colleague here, of course, Paula Bradley, is in that position too. And I'm sure they think at night about the horrendous situation that our healthcare workers are going through on a daily basis. And we must do everything that we can to prevent the spread of this disease, to take the burden off the health service in other ways, and to make sure that they have the money in this budget that they require. Sometimes, in heat of battle, when we're forged in fire, and out of necessity, can we become a different animal in a different plane? And I believe that's where our health service needs to get to very quickly. It's not the people who work in the health service that will fail us. They never do. It's the system for which they work in that fails the staff. It has to become a different animal. It has to be put in a different plane. And sometimes when it's in the heat of battle, forged in fire, it's the only time through necessity that that can happen. And it needs to happen. Have we the leadership to do that? 600 million set aside for the health service. 55 million still sitting in the centre. Woe betide any department that hands back money at the end of this financial year. The people will ask why. The people will ask, why are we giving money back when we desperately needed it in this part and this art in our departments? And I get the health department when they say, and the health minister has said this, he can't just magic up staff. He can't just magic up facilities, buildings, and equipment. But I wonder if the money that he is going to receive, the health minister is going to receive, isn't going to go then back to the centre at the end of this financial year. And if there's any other departments out there who should have and could have spent that money, and I know there's departments out there that have stopped and ceased doing things, and some of those things are worthwhile, and they might not need the money either because they've ceased or stopped doing things, and that would be criminal also. So again, I plead through the Speaker, where is our strategic vision? Where is it being displayed that we are doing things differently, more efficiently, we're more agile? Where is it? Can we see it? Not only is the executive not supporting business at this time, and it's not supporting communities at this time, it's working against them. We now have an anti-sports minister. We now have an anti-arts minister. We have a community minister.
Can I draw the member back to the budget bill which we are debating?
Deputy Speaker, in this budget there are departments who have received money, Department of Communities being one, who has been funded to support vulnerable people who need oral hearings, tribunals for ESA and PIP-PIP, and they have been refused tribunal hearings. They have been refused them, and it has knocked their their benefits off. Some people have received no benefits for months because they cannot get to an oral hearing. That is a disgrace, and it affects the most vulnerable in our society, the people who need it, the people who have bad health, the people who have ill health, and the people who cannot work. These people have been let down. We have an infrastructure minister who, it seems, didn't want to furlough TransLink staff to help that company and that business have the agility to operate efficiently through this crisis. And in this budget bill, there is money going to TransLink, and there is a further request for more money to go to TransLink. And is that money being spent well? Is it being spent efficiently? And is there not a better way of operating TransLink through this crisis than throwing money at them like that? And of course, we have swathes of people and businesses that it seems we cannot support in this budget. Yet we're able to shut them down within hours and turn off their chain supply or their supply of custom. It's simply not good enough, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have a junior minister on the radio last week that said that driving instructors could continue. 2 days later, it was told that they could not and they'd have to stop. Where? How can anyone operate a business with an executive that changes their mind day in, day out, and even before they have drafted the regulations, have changed their minds twice or thrice? It cannot continue. It cannot continue. And the members opposite earlier on to my colleague, Mr. Buckley, asked for solutions. And of course, we don't have all the information that the executive would have, but we have met the Chief Medical Officer, and I have yet to see the evidence after meeting him why we have picked on some of the sectors for which we have. And the solutions to this, I would point members in the direction of the three-point plan that 23 business organisations launched today with regards to information, with regards to messaging, with regards to confidence, and with regards to support. And in this budget, it should say all of that. It should have transparency, it should have information, it should have confidence, and it should have support. And I don't see that it has much of any of that. Yes, I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Would he agree with me that obviously information is paramount to the budgetary process, feeds in for where relief is needed and where it shouldn't be? Therefore, the data in which you talk about and the lack of that should be every bit as important to the Finance Minister as it is to the Health Minister. And unfortunately, at present, we're not seeing it.
Yep, and the member makes a valid point and a correct point. How can we ever think strategically if we do not have information at hand to make these tough decisions? And we do not have the data that was presented to me by the Chief Medical Officer does not tell me at all where the transmissions came from this disease. They do not tell me where it was contracted. It does not tell me the venues. We cannot proceed like this. We cannot keep throwing a dart at a dartboard with a blindfold on. And that's just not the way to do government. It's just not the way to proceed. And this budget bill talks nothing of that. And give credit where credit's due. There's circulation today of a chart from the Republic of Ireland that produces that very information that we're talking about. It talks about where the disease, the transmissions of the diseases, the virus has been in households, in retail, in sporting venues, in pubs, in bars, and restaurants. It gives it up in a big long chart. Yes, I will. Yeah.
Just for a matter of clarity, I think if the member and other members would care to check at healthni.gov.uk and looked at the detailed evidence papers that are now available online, you'll realise that the information is now available. And may I thank the Health Minister for allowing that to go forward, and indeed the members of the Northern Ireland Executive, who it was their decision to help push that information out there. Thank you.
I thank the member for his timely intervention, and it's very timely. I think I'd love to know the member, and I will give way again if he wishes, that he could tell us when that actually was published, what date that was published, and when. Just today. Well, that sort of proves my point with regards to a budget bill which we're debating today. Yes.
From a sedentary position, because I've already been told off for that today. But indeed, these papers were in the purview of the Executive, and particularly of the First and Deputy First Minister, and it was up to them to decide whether to release the papers or not. The Health Minister has made very clear he's more than happy to release the papers and has been for some considerable time. So I'm glad that the First and Deputy First Ministers have decided now to allow that information to go out. Thank you.
I think the member and the member for this intervention, it's not like the member to point fingers, of course, at any other ministers, but can I just say that he has made a very good and valuable contribution today and intervention today, and I welcome that. I do welcome that. I welcome the fact that we can get as much information out there as possible. But I will take great time and go over that in great detail to see if I can somehow link the information that has now been displayed with the decisions that the Executive has made last week. I want to see how that came about. I want to see that linkage with regards to the information. So I look forward to looking at that in great detail. Make no mistake about it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a lockdown that our people are now experiencing. People have talked about it as a circuit breaker. I know what a circuit breaker is. I'm a spark by trade. A circuit breaker is a useful thing. It's there to save people's lives. It turns off the power when you're hanging on to the power and getting electrocuted. Circuit breaker is a very useful thing. Or if you have a damaged piece of equipment, it turns it off so it doesn't cause a fire. Circuit breaker is very important. This is not a circuit breaker. This is a lockdown. This is a lockdown because our economy is an ecosystem. If you close down one part of our economy, it affects it all. There is no such thing as a partial lockdown when it comes to the economy. And what we cannot do when we talk about lockdowns is have a lockdown after lockdown after lockdown. It is simply unsustainable.
Can I again request the member would come back to the budget?
And within this budget, we should have the strategy. We should have the strategy within this budget bill to counter this emergency. This is budget number 3, Bill. This budget really took hold last April. And yet, here we are in October, and we've still no evidence in paper of how we are dealing with this emergency properly. If we are at the stage where our only strategy is lockdown, and you see, the first time we locked down, we had financial might. We had borrowed consequential money, and we were able to fund the business support schemes, the various aspects of that. We were able to give the rates holiday, which was very important. It was a game changer. We were able to use and avail the furlough scheme, which is very important. Those measures are not now in play. The rates holiday is a good thing for the full year. But these businesses have no more reserve left. They have no more capacity. And now you're asking them to shut down immediately without any package of support in place. It is unacceptable. The only package of support that has been put in place by the Finance Minister just will not cut it. It's just not enough, and it's based on the rate base. There are so many other businesses that will not be able to avail. It is simply not enough. I will give way, yeah.
The member should know that as long as he includes the word budget in every sentence of his contribution, he will not catch the ear of the Deputy Speaker and will be able to continue on regardless. But will he accept, speaking about the budget, will he accept that there are many businesses in Northern Ireland who unfortunately have had to close but are not on the list of those who have been told to close? A typical example is ferry operators and dog kennel owners. They cannot survive in the absence of other aspects of the economy. They have to close, but because they're not on the list, they don't get a single penny.
The member makes a valid point, and it goes back to my ecosystem point with regards to the economy. If you close one part of the economy down, you affect it all, and you affect more in varying degrees. But the member's quite right. But applying a strategy of lockdown, release and repeat is no strategy at all. No strategy, and will lead to ill health, ruined lives, destroyed business and wrecked livelihoods. To do this without just and timely financial support is unforgivable. And we should have seen that financial support within this budget bill. In 2020, hotels will sell 1 million fewer rooms than they sold in 2019. Each day of closure sees a further 7,000 bedrooms slip away, with a loss of around 50,000 per night to the local economy. This does not take into account the loss of food and beverage, sales, conference income or monies generated from weddings. How will they ever survive a second lockdown without any financial support? There are businesses that have contacted me over the last few days, and not one of them is in good shape. There is nothing in this budget number 3 bill that will give them any comfort whatsoever. None whatsoever. Coffee shops and restaurants within wider retail units that have had to close, or wider golf clubs that have had to close, where do they stand? They can't avail of the rates-based scheme for what it's worth, the little amount that it is. Driving instructors. We had a junior minister who said driving instructors could carry on. 2 days later, they were told to close. That cannot keep going on. Personal trainers, reduced to one person at a time, who do not have a commercial base. Where does this budget support them? Entrepreneurs. You know the way we used to talk about entrepreneurs and how we would encourage them and how we would help them on, and this country was going to be built on entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs. One girl I was talking to today had turned her garage into a studio for skincare. She has no more capacity left, no more funding left. She is left high and dry. She's been told to close nearly immediately. She's getting no support, and there's no sign of any support. Hairdressers. And look at the money that hairdressers have spent on their premises. Now, it probably doesn't range into the thousands, but certainly there have been hundreds. And the problem is this: they have no more savings left because of the first lockdown. They have no more capacity left, but yet they have been told to shut down. They have been told to shut down even though they have implemented all of this safety gear and safety apparatus and all the measures that they have put in place. There is nothing in budget number 3 bill for them. And it's not even what a hairdresser does. A hairdresser does many things, but a hairdresser might be the only point of contact for an elderly, vulnerable person who may well go and get their hair done once a week or once a day or every other day. And that's the only contact The only contact that vulnerable person, that elderly person who is isolated in their home gets. For that vulnerable person, living in their home, sometimes shielding, where is the support in budget number 3 bill for those people? It's non-existent. A lady who provides a service and space for disabled kids and their parents, a sensory room. It's a very good cutting-edge business, entrepreneurial, but it provides a dedicated service to disabled children and their parents, a much-needed respite. All the equipment in the room, and the kids have great fun with their parents, out of the house setting where all the pressure comes. For that business owner, for those disabled children, for those parents, where is the support in budget number 3 bill for them? I could go on, Mr Deputy Speaker. Soft play areas thought they would close. They haven't closed, but can they really open safely when all these other businesses are closing around them? And it's maybe only a matter of days before they will have to close too. And if they do open and they do not get the support, is this budget number 3 bill going to support them? Is the Finance Minister going to put in place a package to support them? Is the Executive going to put in place a package to support them? I have seen nothing yet. I have seen nothing yet. All I have seen is confusion. All I have seen... Yes, yep.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. But will the member accept that also that the Economy Minister has responsibility for bringing forward some proposals around some of these businesses that you have been highlighting? Thanks.
Yes, I do. I do acknowledge that. And this is what I go back to my point about strategic thought and process. This is not the way to do government in a crisis. Where a Finance Minister makes a decision in a collective sense with regards to the Executive to close business down, first of all, with not having the real impacts of that decision at hand. Because ministers were scurrying about for days after finding clarification on the impact to some businesses. That's no way to make a decision. But to have made that decision without the financial support and mechanisms in place to back up that decision, it is... Yes, I will, yeah.
Will the member accept that the regulations which you're referring to that have had a financial impact upon our public finances and upon businesses were made by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister and could have been made in a much more timely manner?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the point that the member is making, and I will invite another intervention if he needs it. But we've been told very clearly, even by the First Minister, that this was a decision by the Executive. A decision by the Executive to bring in these measures last Tuesday.
Again, members, this is not a debate about the measures. This is the budget debate.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. And again, thank you for your guidance, because I do get laid by the other members around me. It's terrible. But can I just conclude by saying this? We must do much more. We must do far better than we are. The member across the way made an intervention, and I never got a chance to finish it. This has to be a strategic thought process that works in quick time, aligned with the emergencies that we face. There is no way that we can justify closing down branches of the economy that affects all of the economy and not having in place a strategic plan, even to fund and support those businesses. Even if the programme isn't launched yet, the fact that we don't even have a programme, it is criminal, really, when you allow businesses and entrepreneurs, business owners and employers to fall to the wayside like that. It is not correct, it's not right, and it's no way to do government. Budget number 3 bill. It will be passed today. There might be some shouts from the corner. This will be passed. But we have yet to see a budget for a draft budget for next financial year, which will have to include measures, because this COVID-19 will not be done. It will not be finished. We will still have a crisis in housing. We will still have a crisis in welfare, and we still have all the other crises, NI Water, TransLink, all of that. We have not yet seen a budget for that year, and we need to see it soon, because if we do not see it soon, how will the committees, the Finance Committee included, be able to do their work? How will we be able to consult with the public? for them to inject their thought process into the budget process is simply not good enough to allow this drift to carry on at the very heart of government in Northern Ireland, and the Executive and this Finance Minister must do much better. Thank you.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I wasn't intending to speak today because I spoke in yesterday's financial debate. I made, I think, 3 points, all of which the Minister acknowledged positively, and I'm grateful to him for that. But I was listening to the debate up to question time, and I had 2 issues with it. The tone of some of the contributions and exchanges, first of all. If there is a public mood, I think we missed it by a country mile. And the second issue is, it seems to me that the debate on this Budget Bill number 3 is not being joined up to the other aspects of the executive government. I'm not going to argue that money isn't tight. I'm not going to argue that we couldn't use a lot more. But we are talking about a lot of money. I mean, once I think you go beyond tens and hundreds of millions and billions of pounds, people find it hard to understand, to contextualise. I mean, if we had that money in cash, in £20 notes, would it fill this chamber, or would we need the Great Hall? I have no idea. It's a lot of money, and the question is, how do we agree that we're spending it to best effect? Because that's very difficult. I mean, if you're running a business, it's relatively easy. Your board of directors will tell you your purpose in 2 words: make money. Minimise the amount of money you spend, maximise the amount of money you invoice, and that is called profit. But what is the profit that this budget bill is aiming to achieve? When I came here, I'd worked in the private sector for quite a long time. And what surprised me was the lack of focus on outcomes. It was all about doing stuff. It was all about inputs and spending budgets. But very little focus on what we are actually achieving. So to give you an example, we have what we call super output areas. In other words, we measure communities in terms of poverty, dereliction, deprivation. And we draw up league tables. And then we quite rightly put resource and funding into those areas. Now, over the 20 years of devolution, I think there are some areas in the top 10 of areas of deprivation who've had tens of millions. In fact, I think there may be one that's had over 100 million. But guess what? It's still in the top 10 league table. So doesn't that tell us something? That what we're doing isn't achieving the outcome that we were trying to achieve. And the problem is, we're debating Budget Bill number 3 without a programme for government, which is the measure for success. And here is the draft programme for government for 2016 to 2021. It was published 4.5 years ago, the 26th of May, 2016. And it's still not agreed. And it was a marvellous document because it did put a focus on outcomes. It said, we're going to stop just doing stuff, and we're going to go forward with what we were calling an outcome-based accountability approach. And what that meant... Yes, I'll go.
The member makes a valid point, and one I omitted to mention in my speech, in the programme for government, in that the beauty of the programme for government and the way it was designed, outcomes-based, is that it actually wedded departments together to complete outcomes. And without it, without an outcomes-based programme for government, those departments drift apart.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I agree totally. And there's no point pointing the finger at the Minister for Finance or the Permanent Secretary or staff at the Department of Finance or anybody else in government if we're not operating that joined-up approach. And I've used before the example of educational underachievement. Traditionally, what we would do is point the finger at the Minister for Education and say, that's your problem, you've got to fix it. But we know that healthier children will do better at school, So the Minister for Health has a role to play. And we know that children in better housing conditions are more likely to do better at school, so suddenly the Minister for Communities has something to say. So there's 3 ministers. And actually, you can make an argument that every minister in the executive has a role to play, and the Minister for Education is actually only the lead in that effort. And we are making effort. I mean, the Minister works hard. His staff work hard. But interestingly, the man who devised outcome-based accountability, a man called Mark Friedman, identified why that isn't good enough, writing a book with the title, Trying Hard Isn't Good Enough. So we can all try hard, but fail to achieve the outcomes that we want to achieve. And let me, Deputy Speaker, if I may, refer you back to the Hansard of a meeting on the 11th of October 2016, when Mark Friedman came and presented to the then Committee of the Executive Office. And he brought some colleagues with him, including an American consultant called Phil Lee. And he told us about an example of a community with a population of 1 million people, and how, before OBA, the departments of the government all did the same thing. They lobbied for money. They lobbied for resource. But after OBA, they hit a point where the government said, we need a bit of austerity here. Everybody needs to take a haircut in terms of their finances. And 6 public health and safety agencies, the courts, the jails, etc., they got together. They'd been told what the overall figure that they had to cut was and how it was to be cut. But they went away and they sat down together and they had a discussion, and they went back to government and said, look, we're going to cut the overall amount you want us to cut, but we want to do it differently. 5 of the 6 agencies took an even bigger cut than they'd been asked to take, so that they would reinstate a programme which worked in the jail system. Because they all realised it worked so well, they all got a benefit from it. And as Phil Lee told us, instead of hoarding resources or just lobbying for their own piece, they stepped back and they saw the bigger picture. They realised that this was the right thing, the best thing to do. Well, we've had devolution for 20 years. We're nowhere near that level of maturity yet, are we? So when we look at this budget bill number 3, it's not just a question of how we intend to spend the money. It's whether we're spending it on the right things. It's not just if we're delivering government programmes as promised. It's whether those government programmes are the right programmes to deliver. And under OBA, we have promised that we might be going out into community groups in the voluntary and community sector who are delivering a programme for us and saying, our monitoring and evaluation says this isn't working. And so I'm very sorry, but we're stopping your funding. And that could be to a community group in your constituency that you've been photographed with in your local paper and quoted as saying are doing a great job. And now, do we have the courage to do that? Because that's what we committed to back in 2016. But we've committed to a lot of things, Deputy Speaker, that we haven't delivered on. We're not joined up. And how ironic, how deeply ironic is it that we're not joined up when 84 of the 90 members of this House are aligned to parties who are members of the Northern Ireland Executive. I mean, our equivalent of 10 Downing Street, our government buildings, is Stormont Castle down the hill. But there's a big difference. Downing Street's for one man, a Prime Minister. Government buildings is for one politician, an Taoiseach. Stormont Castle's for 2 politicians. First Minister, Deputy First Minister. And yet, woe betide anybody who says you should use your vote, your single transferable vote, to express opinion about who you want to be First Minister and who you want to be Deputy First Minister.
I do encourage the member to come back to the budget bill.
I will, but I'm trying to make a point, Deputy Speaker, about how this budget bill relates to the governance that we signed up to in 1998. The point being that you can be rivals in an election, But once the votes are counted, you're supposed to be partners. And there's been no sign of partnership working in this debate. I think people expect it. They expect us to get over ourselves, not to reduce a global pandemic to a sectarian headcount. A mile or less from here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we go out the rocky road, we could end up at the Ulster Hospital, where in the maternity unit, I would suggest at least one child is being born as we speak. I hope that child never watches this morning's debate, or any other debate, until we learn to be the partners that we committed to in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, until we focus on spending the money in this budget bill in a way that is going to improve the lives of those newborn babies. And with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stray, but I will finish with this. Go back to 1998 and what the parties to the agreement said. The tragedy of the past have left a deep and profoundly regrettable legacy of suffering. We must never forget those who've died or been injured and their families, but we can best honour them through a fresh start in which we firmly dedicate ourselves to the achievement of reconciliation, tolerance and mutual trust, and to the protection and vindication of the human rights of all. We are committed to partnership, equality and mutual respect as the basis of relationships. That's the leadership we're expected to offer from this House, and I regret we did not live up to that at times during this debate.
I call Justin McNulty.
Can I begin by passing on my condolences to the families who have sadly lost, of the 16 people who sadly passed away with COVID on this island over the last day. I also want to begin by welcoming the opportunity to participate in today's debate. As legislators, our role has a number of key roles: to shape public policy, shape public spending, and then to scrutinise the implementation of that public policy and spending by government departments, public and arm's-length bodies. Last Crown Corla, I want to focus my remarks on a number of areas. In education, as a member of the Education Committee, as well as my role as SPLP spokesperson on sport and on public health. I will also refer to Brexit and the COVID pandemic and how we as an island respond and build our way out of this. Last Crown Corla, Nelson Mandela said, "Education is the most important weapon we can use to change the world." I believe this quote encompasses everything we need to understand about education and indeed the way we should approach everything we do in life. We often hear in this place and beyond that we have one of the best educational systems in the world. Well, I'm sorry to say I do not believe that. Just ask any parent of a child with special educational needs who's been failed by our system. They have to fight for every little bit of additional help and support they can get, be that literacy support, speech and language therapy, physiotherapy or emotional support. They wait too long for a diagnosis, and then when the statement of educational needs is eventually produced, it takes too long to put the support in place that is needed. Children are being failed. There are also those children in disadvantaged areas who during this pandemic are struggling to cope. Homeschooling has been difficult, and this executive has had to supply electronic equipment to allow some children to continue their education at home. But this is a societal issue, and whilst I welcome the Education Minister's efforts to raise standards, particularly for children and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds, we must recognise educational underachievement and disadvantage, just like COVID-19 does not discriminate on the grounds of religious or political background. We need to build capacity, resilience and ambition for all our communities. Our school estate is in dire need of real investment. Too many children are being taught in substantial facilities. How can we really aspire to deliver a world-class education system if we expect teachers and school leaders to work in cramped and outdated accommodation? Teachers did get their just pay rise this year, but we really do need to do much more. We've all witnessed how flexible and adaptive teachers and schools have been, upskilling and adopting new approaches as they switch to remote and blended learning. And as we hopefully move from lockdown back to a new normal, we need to address the impacts of school closures and periods of isolation from schools and communities. We need to see a proactive approach to an educational catch-up programme, but we also must address mental health and well-being. If we fail to address the issue of emotional health and well-being, then our society will suffer consequences of COVID long after a vaccine is found. We are in difficult times. Businesses are closed, and we do not know what further restrictions may or may not be imposed in the times ahead. However, if we are to see an economic recovery, we need to ensure businesses are retained and supported through these difficult times. Whilst the support announced by the Minister this week for businesses impacted by closure this week is a good start, it is nothing more than that. We need to have more support for those closed, for those restricted, and indeed for those who haven't had any support as of yet, after more than 6 months. The mobile or work-from-home hairdresser and beautician, those in the arts and entertainment sector, those in the bus, coach and transport sectors, gyms, and of course retail and hospitality, and the self-employed. Too many businesses, individuals and families do not know where the next paycheck will come from. No more fumbling about in the dark, no more dilly-dallying by ministers, no more passing the buck. We saw the Economy Minister abdicate her responsibility for the bus, coach and taxi industry. Whilst other attack dogs in this place pointed the finger at Minister Mallon for months, then only for the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to intervene, for the First Ministers to intervene.
Is it appropriate for the member to refer? Is it appropriate for the member to refer to MLAs as attack dogs?
Sorry, would you repeat that, please? Didn't pick it up.
Is it appropriate for the member to refer to MLAs as attack dogs? We refer to other attack dogs in this place. The only people in this place are MLAs.
In the course of debate, much language is used. I will review the setting of it and ask that the Speaker's office would make comment on it. Ask Mr McNulty to continue.
Then the First and Deputy First Ministers intervened and stripped the Economy Department of the powers and handed them to the Infrastructure Minister. What will be the cost of the delay to the bus and coach operator industry? I was also told to be careful if you point the finger, there are always three pointing back at you. But in all seriousness, we need to see every department led by the Executive Office plan our way out of this pandemic, from health, education and economy, even to sport. Our health service has changed and adapted. Society has learned to value the work of our healthcare staff in hospitals, care homes and in the community like never before. Where would we be without our healthcare workers? We've all learned the true meaning of saying, your health is your wealth. Given all the clapping and applauding of our healthcare staff, it's forgotten it took the nurses to take to the streets earlier this year to get this place back up and running. The Health Minister has performed admirably through this period, but if we are serious about valuing our health service, we need to see it transform. We need services available to those who need them and where they need them, and we need to see specialist services delivered outside the outer ring of Belfast. We need to see all island specialities developed without delay, and especially relating to cancer services. Dr. Clancorla, as someone who's been steeped in sport all my life, I value the importance of sport, not just as a game, but as a means for building the person, building the character, and building and binding communities. I was so delighted last night to hear that the restrictions announced in the South will not impact our inter-county championship, and that will continue. The importance of the GAA and sport to the national psyche was brilliantly encapsulated by David Brady, a Ballinaman, and Colm O'Rourke, a screen man, on the Clareburn live show last night. We have seen our sporting organisations right across this island and every code step up when this society needed them most. They set up food banks. They provided support to the vulnerable in our communities, and they did it with joy in their hearts. They reached out beyond their communities. Sports clubs and organisations seen their revenues collapse. Most of these are amateur-based sports based in our communities, and they draw their financial support in our communities and from our communities. They cannot fundraise, yet their costs continue. Support already given is welcome, but it needs to be much more if they are to survive. I plead with the Minister and the Executive to support sport. I would have loved nothing more, and I'm sure the Minister would be the same, to have been in the athletic grounds last Saturday night. But not being at matches is a sacrifice worth paying for public health during this pandemic. Whilst the result was not what we wanted, sport, even from the sofa, gives a release, a sense of community, and it's great for people's emotional health and well-being. With sport, Gaelic games, rugby, soccer, horse racing continuing, the national mood will be improved, and they will help brighten up the dark days of winter. That brings me to Casement Park, Fark Vic Casman. I, like every other Gael across this island, was delighted when Minister Mallon approved the plans for the redevelopment of Casement Park last week. But now the finances must follow, and I would urge you, Minister, and the Executive to bring certainty and clarity on the revised financial support package on offer from the Executive. This is crucial for the delivery of the project, but also the jobs and construction it will bring in the time ahead will be so important. Will the Finance Minister commit to ensuring the entire funding will be available to construct our Stadium of Dreams in Ulster? Finally, Lash Cam Corla, Brexit is still on the horizon. We need the Executive to plan our way through COVID and through Brexit. A no deal would be catastrophic for this place, especially for border constituencies like my own. I will not rehearse old arguments, only to say I remain of the view that membership of the European Union was our best economic and social way forward, and to walk away was a foolish act of self-harm by Brexiteers. The EU is the best example in the history of this world of conflict resolution. Words from my former leader, John Hume, RIP. But we cannot stand by and allow Brexit to destroy our economy and our prosperity. I hope that departments are making the necessary preparations for what I still hope will be a deal. Our public services and our economy have come through a rough time in recent months. We need to build a resilience and support for businesses, services and communities in the times ahead. I support the bill before us. I hope that this Assembly can live up to the expectations of our people from earlier this year when this place, at long last, was rebooted. Gura mai yogat Lash Cam Corla.
I call Jim Wells.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm in this chamber 26 years today. So this is my 26th budget. And I have to say, I've heard it all before. What we have had is a succession of MLAs using the budget as a platform to pursue their particular pet projects, be it issues in their own constituency or a wider concern that they have. And what I haven't heard here this afternoon, which is rapidly becoming this evening, is anybody suggesting where the pot of gold is that we're going to obtain in order to fund all of these demands. And I think we as an Assembly have to be realistic and suggest that we must raise more money if we're going to fund additional services, that the Barnett consequences are limited. Yes, there's been extra funding made available because of the coronavirus, but that's for particular targeted purposes. The Minister can't grab a couple of £100 million ring-fenced for coronavirus and use it for a new road scheme or extra provision within education. There are areas where I believe extra money could be raised, and I would urge the Minister to address these potentially for next year's budget. Just to give it a few examples, the aggregates levy. The aggregates levy is taking roughly about £19 million a year out of the economy of Northern Ireland, and it's being sent to the Exchequer. I had a very close contact with the quarry industry, and I met 2 quarry operators in Northern Ireland this year who have paid over £1 million per quarry in aggregates levy. That's a huge amount of money that's been taken out of the economy. The irony is, of course, that despite coronavirus, our quarry industry is doing exceptionally well. All of those I speak to say they've never been busier. Why is that happening? Some suggest that people haven't been able to take holidays, so therefore they're carrying out improvements either to their homes or to their land if they're farmers. But certainly they're very busy, which means even more money is going to pour out of the economy through the aggregates levy. Now, initially, when this was introduced, the idea was that this money would be used for projects to ameliorate the damage to communities caused by quarries. Now, I have to say, quarries generally have a very good track record in Northern Ireland in dealing with their local communities. But it is irksome that this money has been confiscated by London, or probably Southend and Sea, and yet none of it, as far as I can see, not one penny of it has come back into Northern Ireland. Now, why this is important is that whilst Northern Ireland has only got 4% of the population of the United Kingdom, it is over 10%, I think it's near 12%, of the actual quarry aggregate industry. We are a great success in this particular field. And I'd like to ask the Minister for Finance, can he find out where has this money gone and why none of it, not even the 4%, has come back to Northern Ireland where it could be spent in important projects. We've had the success of the plastic bag levy, which has reduced the use of single-use plastic bags by 80%. There is certainly room for an increase in that because it's a voluntary tax. People who, like myself, who go to the supermarkets and who don't want to pay a shilling, that's 5 pence to you younger people, who don't want to pay a shilling for a bag, there's only about 3 people in the chamber know what I'm talking about, who don't want to pay that, can avoid it by bringing their own multiple-use bag. So why not consider increasing that to a more realistic level? MOT fees. Now, this could be controversial. I'm a regular visitor to Newry or Downpatrick or Lisburn MOT Centre. You only have to see my card to see why. I have to say that £30 for an MOT, just over £30, is an absolute bargain compared to the rest of the UK. Because I can take a vehicle in, mine, which normally would be worth about £250 when I take it in. If I'm fortunate to get past, I walk out with a vehicle worth perhaps treble that, simply for a £30 fee. So maybe there is some scope to address that particular figure. But obviously the Minister will say, yes, this is all small stuff compared to what I need to keep Northern Ireland going. And could I suggest that we do need, and in the 26 years that I've been here, every time there has been a discussion on making water a more effective, making the present water service, Northern Ireland Water, a more effective model for the delivery of that essential service. There have been arguments about privatisation, which have been extremely unpopular. And I'm sure if he mentioned that word, Mr Carroll will be jumping at me, threatening me with all sorts of sanctions because I've sworn at him by mentioning the word privatisation. But there is a halfway house, and that's the Welsh model, Hyder, which has been very successful in taking the funding of water out of the relevant department, which here, of course, is the Department of Infrastructure, and a model that funds water, enables adequate capital investment without being a burden on the economy. And today, several members have said about the chronic underinvestment in water, and that there are so many examples of developments which cannot actually take place because of a lack of sewage infrastructure, and that many of the pipes that are supplying our water to our community have long since passed their sell-by date. We do need investment in our water, but I don't believe it necessarily has to come from the public purse. So therefore, I believe in next year's budget, important to keep mentioning the word budget, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister should be considering a new way of funding our water service. Several members have said we need a radical change in how we provide hospital services. And can I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, every member of the Assembly agrees with that statement as long as it doesn't affect their local hospital. And that's the problem we face. When I was Health Minister, there was a proposal to change the configuration of the Northern Trust and the Western Trust. What was the reaction? That the MLAs for Coleraine arrived up with a petition signed by 23,000 people saying, do not lay a finger on our hospital. That was a level of buy-in from that community. There was a proposal to close Dalriada Hospital. I received, as Minister, a petition signed by, I reckon, by 97% of everyone in Moyle District Council aged over 11. In fact, we couldn't find anybody in Moyle District Council who hadn't signed that petition. I remember going up to see the hospital, and an excellent provision it was, and there was a tractor cavalcade in the town, and they said that if I tried to close Dalriada Hospital, the tractor cavalcade would ensure that I never left Moyle for many months, and I think they meant it. And that is the difficulty. There are important decisions that have to be made in health. We can deliver health much better. We are spreading a limited resource over far too many buildings. Others who look at the provision of health in Northern Ireland look at it and they're aghast at how many structures, buildings we require to deliver it. Leicestershire has the same population of Northern Ireland, 2 hospitals. Yorkshire is the same size, half the hospitals we have. But if you suggest that to anybody in this chamber, they will be on their feet immediately saying, yes, but don't you dare touch my facility. Certainly.
The member for giving way, and he makes an interesting point which I have heard him in this House before. Would he accept that there potentially is the change for and the ability to have that public conversation in light of the pressures facing our hospitals with COVID-19?
Well, as you should know, the Bangor report was one of many. We had Compton, we had Donaldson, we had Bangor, and all 3, and many others, Jerry Burns as well.
And can I ask the member to link his comments about COVID and hospital reform to the budget?
Yes, and who obviously outlined the concerns they had about the budgets for health service provision in Northern Ireland. All of those reports said that if we were to try and bring the budget down to a sensible scale, what was absolutely essential was a major realignment of hospital service provision in Northern Ireland. Indeed, the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister signed up to Bangor and said that they wished to see it progress. That is fine until you try to close one broom cupboard in one hospital in Northern Ireland. What's the reaction of those who represent that area? And indeed, gone are the days when political dissension will bring 10,000 people onto the streets of Northern Ireland. Those days are over. But you touch the hair in the head of one hospital in Northern Ireland and you'll have the entire adult population on the streets. And how can we maintain a budget? How can we keep within budgets if that is the attitude that we have as a community? And here we are, 26 years on, 25 budgets, and still we cannot grasp that we are pouring a large amount of our very scarce resource contained within the budget down a black hole because the structure is fundamentally wrong. And I don't believe in a democracy in Northern Ireland that we can deliver this, because the pressures upon the individual representatives from areas are so intense. Now, I've listened with great interest to the comments made by many members criticising departments who have not spent the money allocated to them in their budget. But what they have failed to remember is what's called the monitoring rounds. We have a series of monitoring rounds every year, 3 or 4 per annum, where the resources that have not been spent by particular departments for various legitimate reasons are brought back into a central pot and then are redistributed amongst those departments that are experiencing pressures. And quite frankly, members, there are times that departments could never have made the ends meet had it not been for the monitoring rounds. Certainly, when they are published, there is no shortage of safe havens for that money that's been unspent. So it's unfair to say that departments who voluntarily give up money, who rather than try and keep it within their own little bailiwick, who give up money to provide extra funding to meet pressures that are emerging elsewhere, that there's anything particularly wrong with that. And that is a process that I've been involved in. So I reckon I must have been involved in about 100 monitoring rounds in 26 years. So therefore, do not be critical of departments who readily identify unspent funding and give it up. Because the tendency would be to try and spend it rapidly in some project hastily where there may not actually be a need. Now, where Mr. Frew made the point was, of course, is where it is unforgivable, is after a series of monitoring rounds, you are still left with money that is unspent at the end of the financial year. And that obviously is totally wrong. But some of those who spoke today clearly do not understand the funding mechanism that we have to live within the Assembly. We're all facing very dark times. And I detect within the chamber, many members are very, very uneasy with the present restrictions that have been implemented and the budget set out for the implementation of those policies. And I just agree with Mr Frew. The landscape for support, the budget that has been outlined to support companies in this particular period of restriction is a very different one from that which are available in April, May and June, when you had the luxury of the 80% furlough payments for both employed and self-employed. You had the 10,000 and the 25,000 grants. You had the bounce-back loans. It's a totally different situation we're facing now. And there are many, many companies who I believe will not see a resumption of trading in 4 weeks' time, and we have to accept that. I accept that the Minister has a small budget in comparison to fund that. I mean, compared to what was available to this executive at the start of the financial year and what's available now, it's a very small beer indeed, a very small amount, and it will not save businesses from going to the wall. I would ask them to include in his budget companies which have not been asked to close, but who will have to close because of the restrictions. And there has been no cognizance taken of their needs. I've mentioned earlier ferry operators. The Carlingford ferry hasn't been told to close, but will close. Soft play areas, their business model is based not only on paying customers, but also on the cafes. Their business model indicates that they have to have the cafe going to make it pay. The cafe is closed, so therefore soft play areas are in great difficulties. Dog kennels, who are dependent upon the holiday trade, which has absolutely died, haven't been told to close, but they will have to close because of the situation. And there must be, the Minister should include in his budget a scheme similar to the hardship fund that was included in the earlier package to catch some of these businesses. Certainly will, yes.
For giving way, because this is a problem that I have faced daily in my constituency, and I have liaised with the Minister on the dog kennels, for example, for a long time. The knock-on impact of locking down the economy has budgetary impacts on many different sectors. To date, the Minister has relied on research, and I understand the need for it at the time, carried out by the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre to establish the sectors which should be rewarded rate relief. But essentially, that hasn't taken into account those sectors that have had no support, and because of the sectors that are closed, there is no business for other businesses that are asked to stay open, but there's no business essentially there.
Yes, and I think that's very relevant to the budget that's been discussed this afternoon. And the final category I'd like to highlight is within the budget, there is protection for the Department of Infrastructure's Transport Division and Translink's coaches. They will be protected under the present situation. But what about the hundreds of drivers and owners of private coach operators in Northern Ireland who have seen their business dry up to absolutely nil since March, and yet still they have to pay insurance, they have to pay maintenance, they have to pay rates, and more importantly, they have to pay the capital repayments for the leasing of the vehicles. And a coach can cost £200,000 or £300,000 very easily. Because, again, they have been ordered to close down, but they have to close. And they are facing wipeout. Now, what we could find is that eventually the private sector is ruined, it goes to the wall, and that provides TransLink with a monopoly situation, and, of course, they have been helped financially. So there are many, many difficult issues that the Minister, and the Minister obviously has committed some sins in a previous life to deserve the position of Minister of Finance at this juncture. There are many difficulties. But until we mature as an Assembly and stop saying, please give me, give me, give me, and suggest to him and the Department of Finance where we feel this money can come from, then I could be here for another 26 years, hearing exactly the same debate and getting absolutely nowhere.
I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And maybe as a constituency double act, what we'll do is my constituency colleague has detailed ways to raise money, and I'll detail the ways to spend that money, which would work well. So I did take time yesterday to speak as Chair of the Executive Office Committee, and I welcome the opportunity to be able to speak today as an MLA for Southdown. to illustrate a number of the needs which are felt very acutely by those living within my constituency. Now, the budgets are indeed a difficult business. The Minister responsible for its implementation is in an unenviable position. MLAs from across the North will have spoken at length today, some at some considerable length more than others, and they also spoke yesterday outlining their constituents' needs and where the budget can deliver for them. Ministers will defend the financial need for their portfolio, and so all departments must work together, and as I mentioned yesterday, to deliver on a genuine cohesion of purpose. Our executive must prove and must move beyond the continued silo mentality that still prevails. Such an approach stops our executive from being strategic, from being planned, and developing interventions that have the greatest impact. Such a joined-up approach will stop duplication or, worse, missing interventions. We must work together and see unity of purpose and spend. However, this only works and is only justified when those that request monies take responsibility and accountability for their delivery. To those who have been given much, much shall be expected. To place this in context, as I did mention yesterday, the Executive Office received £500,000 to work with the press in light of COVID. And initially we saw how the COVID messaging was working. The public bought into this up to the point where political leaders began taking the regulations into their own hands, taking public health into their own hands, and determining what was and was not the spirit of the regulations. So while our budget up to this point has been viewed through the lens of COVID, just as our politics has been viewed through the lens of Brexit for so long, we have to at least attempt to look at how we rebuild. I should say it's absolutely regrettable that of monies allocated to the various departments, we see all too often money going towards, and I quote, expenditure on activities that are required as a result of the United Kingdom's exit from the European Union. I imagine that was another caveat our resident Brexiteers failed to mention in the run-up to the referendum. We'll take back control, but by God it won't half cost you. Brexit aside, I think that we need to think big. I'm a proud Irish nationalist, and I believe that we should think beyond our borders and those limitations of Brexit and COVID. As I detailed yesterday, we now have the commitment to the medical school in Magee, and I do want to see this medical school act as a driver for future development. Now, given that close to £1.5 billion is being allocated to the Department of Health, who's to say that we couldn't have a state-of-the-art nursing school at the Down Hospital, given that staffing is apparently the reason for the prolonged closure of our emergency department? The Down Hospital is a fantastic facility and has great scope for further development. The adjacent Downshire complex has scope to be developed for classrooms and as a learning environment, and we could see once again a generation of medical practitioners graduate from Downpatrick. Yet this will need investment, and yes, this will mean effort and work, but the payback could be immense. More local people being able to avail of the opportunity to train, more supply into the much depleted pool of nurses that our health service so desperately needs, and a strengthening of our health service that serves all of our communities and is fit for purpose. And also the lesson of the Down Hospital in recent months serve as a reminder to ministers in this executive going forward. When you place investment of the public at the heart of your portfolio, you win every time. Think of the positive ripple effect of Minister Mallon's delivery of Casement Park for West Belfast and for the wider community that benefit from it. Think of the benefits of the Balnahinch bypass, which we have waited on for so long and will hopefully see starting soon. Think of the benefits brought about by her continued commitment to the Strangford Ferry. Think of the delivery of the Downpatrick Park and Ride facilities. Though it must be said, I would gladly continue to campaign for upgrades to the A7 from Belfast to Downpatrick. But such a move would only further the connection of communities and people and providing stability through sustainable jobs. A bit like the exciting news that we heard today of the expansion of Finnebrogue Artisan in Downpatrick at the Down Business Park. It's creative and innovative thinking which will only go from strength to strength, but done with the skillful work and financing of its Managing Director, Dennis Lynn, with little to no public investment. How much more could be done with the right support from our Department for Economy? And today, that was an announcement of 300 jobs in the Downpatrick area. Very, very welcome, but not much support from the public purse. These are just a fraction of the benefits which we will be able to enjoy because of infrastructure that Minister Mallon has delivered. But if we fail to do that, certainly.
When the member says the Minister delivered, the Minister delivers a planning application that either meets criteria or it doesn't. How does then the Minister for Infrastructure deliver these projects?
I thank the member for his intervention, and of course it's taken in the round of my conversation saying that whenever you deliver for the public and you deliver public investment, it delivers for jobs. I don't think the idea was to directly connect two individual parts of that full part of my speech.
And can I draw the debate back to the budget, please?
Certainly, because it's all about spend, Mr Deputy Speaker. And if we fail to do that, if we fail to spend, but rather take the approach of the current occupier of number 10 and try to progress such harebrained schemes as a bridge to Scotland, then disaster will follow and public confidence will plummet as vital public funds are flushed down the drain. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome that monies have been allocated within the Department of Health to the Fire and Rescue Service, who protect all of us on a daily basis, but often with little or no thanks. Now, it is my hope that we will see, as part of this investment, an all-island strategy developed to combat wildfires, which severely impact places such as the Mourne Mountains in my constituency. Much like COVID, these fires do not recognise borders, and so our response to them must reflect that as well. And in our budget for this year, we see over £300 million committed to the Department for the Economy. While some of this money will undoubtedly be spent on the response to COVID, I welcome that it will also be used for the delivery of city deals. If we look at the work ongoing in Uri, Mourne and Down, we will hopefully see the Mournes Gateway project delivered soon. While this project cannot be completed without the funds, equally so it could not be delivered without innovation and creative thinking from individuals working on the ground within local communities. Be under no illusion as to the transformative power of the Mournes Gateway project. Mr Deputy Speaker, we all know that County Down is the most beautiful county in Ireland. However, the Gateway project will now cement its position as the #1 tourism destination in Ireland. And the power of tourism is widespread across my area. Downpatrick has the wonderful product of ecclesiastical tourism as the home of St Patrick, world-renowned and pursued. And the Lecale coastline is breathtaking, yet we have one of the smallest head counts of hotels in the north, and such investment could bring ripples right across our economy. Mr Deputy Speaker, budget bills are a long process, and they aren't often the spiciest debate in this chamber, but they afford us the opportunity to think creatively and to essentially put our money where our mouth is. I look forward to seeing the North begin to rebuild after the devastation of COVID and hopefully find a way through Brexit. I would like to see some consideration in the future budgets to a small towns budget to help towns like Downpatrick regenerate and develop. With appropriate investment, even at a modest level, we could see the transformational power of public spending, helping towns to have bespoke attributes that make them attractive to local people and visitors, both those that are from the local and far-flung areas. Such investment is always recouped manyfold by the local economy and is a worthwhile investment process. With about 20 to 30 small towns across the north, a rolling programme of a few £1 million each year could see towns transform in a short period of time. And I also would like to mention the issue of mental health, and specifically youth mental health. Young people are struggling, be it the transgenerational impact of the Troubles, the prolific nature of drug abuse in our communities, the peril of paramilitarism, which is still alive in some communities, or the evolving stress of modern life and the adjustment to an online existence with bullying and cyberbullying. We need to tackle this matter now, or we will be storing up a problem for the future. I would like to see a well-resourced ring-fence fund to tackle youth mental health, both in schools and in communities. I believe that we have a well-run and well-equipped youth service across the north, which is well placed to deliver this work. The impact of the FLARE project on young people's lives is fantastic, and such initiatives should be developed and enhanced. Their reach could be much more if they were given the chance to enhance their work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I reiterate, when you place investment of the public at the heart of your portfolio, you win every time. Investment in our young people is investment in our future, and such investment is clearly strategic and beneficial. We can do this if we are willing to work together. I support this bill that's in front of us today.
I call Jerry Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I spoke about the way in which the Executive is using this current crisis to drive forward policy in a way that ignores basic processes of scrutiny, accountability and transparency. And this budget bill was led late yesterday afternoon, and by the time that opposition, MLAs like myself, got out of this chamber and got sight of it, we only had a matter of hours to look at the relatively scarce detail in front of us, making it in real terms impossible to amend or influence the process. And as was pointed out yesterday, the way the revenue estimates and indeed this budget is presented poses more questions than answers and offers little by way of understanding the financial need and projections of support that have existed over previous years, which preceded the mammoth health and economic crisis we now find ourselves in. And the whole process, Mr. Deputy Speaker, says a lot about how the Executive just effectively expects people to put up and shut up with what advisers have told them and what they present. And to be frank, the Executive and its advisers and layer of managements and chief civil servants who sit at the helm of our public sector have shown little ability for independent thought or action outside of what the Tories across the water have presented to them throughout this crisis since March. This chamber has formed in this regard from accepting years of Tory austerity, from privatisation of public services, as well as schemes like RHI and every other scandal that engrossed some who sit in this Executive now. An Executive that is now currently presiding over what may well be the biggest disaster in their, and possibly mine, political lives, as COVID cases surge, workers lose jobs as a result of the mismanagement of economic restrictions. Our NHS struggles with basic things such as a flu vaccine, and we peer into a very bleak winter indeed. When the history books are written, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about the turbulent year that we have faced, no doubt one area of agreement among historians will be that on this island we entered into this crisis with somewhat of an advantage, being an island with the benefit of witnessing this virus spread across parts of Asia and mainland Europe as well. But for me, this advantage was wasted by a political elite of decision makers wedded to a for-profit neoliberal model of politics and economics, the same kind of economics that decimated our NHS, cut our ICU beds and reduced our public sector in the run-up to this crisis, has seen effectively the Executive sacrifice public health and preside over a shambolic COVID strategy since March. As I said yesterday, this Executive wasted an opportunity, an important opportunity, to reach a zero COVID strategy in the summer-spring period by rushing to reopen the economy before we could really control the virus in any real sense. The extent of the health and social crisis has, of course, seen governments step in and intervene in the economy in a way that has contradicted the decades-long prevailing economic orthodoxy. Even the British Tories stepped in to pay workers' wages for some time and limited time because they knew that they needed to keep the system, the political and economic system that they preside over, alive. In this context, there are obviously budget increases here in some departments compared to last year's expenditure. We've heard about that already. Anything else would be completely and utterly catastrophic because of the period that we're in. But clearly, this expenditure doesn't go far enough when we consider how chronically underfunded this place has been for decades and the deep crisis we're in and will probably be in for some period of time. For example, increases for the Department for Communities will no doubt be welcomed by the Minister and the Executive as well, but I don't think it goes anywhere near enough to overhaul our benefit system so that people aren't falling through the cracks. I have to ask, Mr Deputy Speaker, where is the payment for hospitality workers who are losing income? Where is the self-isolation fund for workers if employers don't or won't pay them while they need to isolate? Where is the greater statutory sick pay levels for all workers who are unwell and have to take time off work? As figures have shown in recent days, Mr Deputy Speaker, COVID is fundamentally a class issue. Workers are forced to work on the front line whilst billionaires can self-isolate on their private islands. And since yesterday, Mr Deputy Speaker, workers in many of the same workplaces that contacted me in March, many more since yesterday, are doing so again. They are worried that their employers are not taking the necessary precautions to protect them at this time and are in fact prioritising and maximising profit over people's safety and staff safety. So I want to know, Mr Deputy Speaker, what measures the Executive will take against non-compliant or obstructive employers. We have fines for individuals for breaching the guidelines, whereas the same approach for big companies who put staff at risk. On funding for health, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are peering, if not in one already, into a disaster with a chronically underfunded health service after this budget. On top of the massive COVID costs, people are concerned about surgeries being postponed or cancelled. Our vulnerable population are being told that, like I said, a shortage of flu vaccines. This is largely down to the fact that our health service is overstretched, underfunded and understaffed. The budget, as it's presented to us, won't fill this void, and nor will it make a serious dent in the mental health crisis in our communities. Today, we have learned that 1 in 8 of our young people are facing either anxiety, depression or some other form of mental health problem. How will the budget tackle this? I don't think it will. I've also been contacted today, Mr Deputy Speaker, by civil service workers who are worried about lack of mental health support. They don't know where to go to, how they can get help. They're worried about paying extra as they try to work from home to follow the guidance. So these issues need addressed, and they don't appear to be in the budget. On top of that, Mr Deputy Speaker, workers are obviously have been up in arms, as I sort of alluded to earlier, about health and safety, from Bombardier to Royal Mail and Derry and other workplaces, and I want to salute those workers for walking out, or not getting into work rather, and taking action to protect themselves. There isn't a major injection of funding. Into our health and safety executive, and indeed yesterday's estimates indicated to me an actual reduction in spending in that part. It's disgraceful beyond belief. As I said again yesterday, Mr Deputy Speaker, there does exist a significant reduction in spending on public sector superannuation for civil service pensions as a result of the changes in workforce driven by years of austerity and the disastrous voluntary exit scheme that has put massive pressure on staff, which has increased expenditure on agency and really impacted on trade union membership as well. Mr Speaker, as people have talked about already, the Westminster Government does need to step up to the plate. We have been disrespected and underfunded for too long, and all the parties, in my view, should be shouting loud about this. But it isn't good enough just to blame Westminster when here parties have spent millions, hundreds of millions, on schemes like RHI, PFI schemes, austerity schemes, when they've also agreed to increase expenses that at the same time there's job losses happening. We'll give way, yeah.
About workers' rights throughout his speech. The expenses he refers to, which have been increased, is to pay his staff and my staff a proper wage. Is the member objecting to that?
I'll refer the member to the debates several months ago. One of the first things that this executive, or the Stormont did when they set up again, was to increase pay for staff as well. Why is it the first thing that they do is they can sort out their own staff, and in some case family member staff, when there's workers waiting to be paid the healthcare, the strike pay that they're owed as well, they're still waiting on. There's a list of workers as long as my arm who are waiting on a fair pay. So why is it assembly staff or party staff that's paid first before the workers as well? And just back to my point, there's also the issue of borrowing money to cut public sector jobs and lower corporation tax as well. but not to fund jobs and services. And as Mr Frew indicated, if I heard him correctly, money not being spent by departments as well. What is going on with that? So this Assembly does have revenue-raising streams, including powers to borrow, lift the cap on rates on the wealthy, and these are, as people have said already in many debates, extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister yesterday pointed out the need for alternative proposals to address some of these issues that I have been raising yesterday and today. For my part, this requires serious thinking outside the box, which, in my view, the Department and Executive hasn't done or doesn't seem to be willing to do. For me, these measures should include an emergency wealth tax to pay for the COVID crisis, to shake the magic money trees that do exist in the back gardens of the very wealthy who reside here and in the South and in the UK as well, to ensure those with the largest shoulders carry the heaviest burden. We need to make a radical break with the failures of the free market to put people and health before profit. The Minister may say that it's not his remit to do this, but I would ask him whether he agrees with the point, and if he does, then he needs to, in my view, project that, like he has done on other issues with finance ministers in Scotland, Wales as well. In my view, a Sinn Féin finance minister should be fighting and arguing loudly for the rich to pay their way in a greater sense. Mr Deputy Speaker, household wealth has risen by 13% in the period from 2016 to 2018, which stands at 14.6 trillion or 221,000 per person. This enormous wealth should be used to avoid the austerity disaster that we witnessed and was implemented last time. Again, why isn't the Executive highlighting this and trying to reduce this massive inequality that's screaming out in front of us? Rishi Sunak, the Tory Minister, is pressing for corporation tax to rise by 5%, back to its pre-2010 levels, I believe. Why isn't this Minister and the Executive as a whole pushing for a higher rate of corporation tax? Why not even beyond the 5% that Rishi Sunak is proposing? In addition, Mr Deputy Speaker, UK companies already are able to exempt £160 billion of their profits from taxation, in addition to receiving one of the lowest headline rates in the OECD. So if this pre-2010 tax rate was implemented, if that 160 billion was collected, or even a significant proportion of it, would be in a different situation entirely. And I believe the Executive and the Minister should emphasise these points. I would ask him, does he agree with these points? If not, why not? If so, what's his strategy to press and fight, articulate and argue for them? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, given the extent of this crisis we're living through, it is unhealthy to have, in my view, such a lack of political opposition in this place, an unfortunate reflection of our political system and situation. For our part, we're elected to be a socialist opposition in this chamber and to hold the bigger parties to account and to build an alternative in our communities on the streets. For this reason, we do not, and I do not, go along with this budget. And whilst I might find it hard to divide the chamber today, I want to put on record my opposition to the budget for these reasons that I've outlined. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to conclude and wind up the debate on the budget.
And I want to thank the members for contributing to the debate. I've noted down many issues raised, and I know we're not time limited, but I don't intend to keep people any longer than I have to. Can I say that a lot of members, as is always the case, have mistaken this debate for a debate which is setting a budget rather than one which is actually approving and legislating for expenditure which has already been approved in the May budget, or sorry, in the March budget, which we already debated and passed. Indeed, some members who voted for that seem to be highly critical now of the content of the thing they voted for back in March, but nonetheless, I think it probably underlines the central point of the necessity for that review of the financial processes, so people actually come into these debates to understand what they're talking about and what's in front of them, rather than what they imagine it to be. There are a number of points raised which I wish to address. The Chair of the Committee raised the issue in relation to that sole authority of the budget, and I said yesterday in response to a question or a point during the debate, I'm not sure which part of yesterday's proceedings I was in to Mr Allister that I accept that there needed to be a consistency of approach in terms of approval. The fact that the amount was put into the estimates and voted on, in effect, is approval. But I think in order for good practice, that we need to ensure that there is a formal letter of approval. There has been a variety of should it be emails, letter of approval, verbal approval, but all of these were included. He asked the question about the legislative competence. They're all included in the estimates, so they're in effect voted on anyway. But I do think in terms of consistency and transparency that we need to see that, and that's a process that the Department will put in place from here on in, and I thank the committee for drawing that to our attention in relation to that. The Chair of the Communities Committee raised a number issues in relation to the impact on the monitoring can I say it won't be delayed for much longer. We faced into a very busy week and fortnight over the last period in which a lot of emergency activity had to be undertaken. So the intention is to do the monitoring. The releasing financial transaction capital isn't so much monitoring, but obtaining the decision by the Office of National Statistics on the housing associations, and that decision is expected in the coming weeks, and I think that will have a marked impact in terms of improving our access to financial transaction capital. I also recognise the request made on behalf of supporting people and the need to process the sign language strategy, and I'll discuss these further with the Communities Minister. Matthew O'Toole, who is no longer with us, raised a number of issues about the FTC. The departments are aware of the potential that it offers to provide support for the private sector, and I have always encouraged all ministers to consider how best to use funding in that current context. Given its nature as financial transaction, it's not possible under Treasury rules to recategorise it as resource or capital. And he also asked, was I seeking flexibility from Treasury, particularly around switching unused capital into resource? At this moment, we anticipate full capital spend. However, I'm seeking additional flexibility to transfer funding from capital to resource to allow us the flexibility within our existing budgets and to respond dynamically to any unanticipated challenges in this year. Again, he raised the issue of the review of the financial process, and from my opening remarks last Cancora, I think that would be very helpful, because I've now, I think, done several budget debates in this chamber, and I think rarely have any of them been responded to in the way they should have been, because I think possibly the one we did in March where people recognised that was the budget, but the rest of them, people tell us what we shouldn't have been doing in this, where they already voted for it back in March. But I think, yes, ironically, as he will remember, when I was chair of the Finance Committee back in 2011, I undertook a piece of work by the Finance Committee to review the budgetary process to try and streamline it and make it more transparent and accessible. And I think that is a piece of work that needs to be continued on. And the more I listen to these debates, the more convinced I am of that. Andrew Moore asked about the infrastructure, or asked about the Fiscal Council, and I'm going to say others have raised that. I think Mr Wells raised related points in relation to his contribution, and many others raised that as well. Of course, that the work to establish a Fiscal Council, and it does answer to some of the points that Mr Carroll raised too. Of course, we want to have tax varying powers here. We want to be able to set our own policies. But unlike him, I think perhaps one of the central differences, he thinks that if you advocate these things enough, you will get fairness in this system at some stage. I don't believe we will. I think the only way we'll ever get fiscal fairness is to create our own constitutional future on this island, not within the current constitutional framework. Yeah, I'm happy.
Way, but I hope you agree with me. But and I would, in broad terms, agree with what I think he's outlining. But the agree part of that approach, as a United Ireland approach, as he's sort of indicating, means that the wealthier must pay a lot more, because I think previous positions that the minister and his party have advocated didn't seem to indicate that they were for that position.
No, absolutely. We have often indicated we are for a much more radical approach to taxation and a fair sharing of the burden. I don't happen to believe that even though I do petition the Treasury for a lot of these things and for fairness and for flexibility in their approach, I don't actually believe that that is in their instinct, and it hasn't been for several hundred years to have that type of approach. So that's why I primarily advocate constitutional change on the island. I think that we can adopt our own approach in relation to those matters. Mr Moore asked further questions in relation to the money that had been set aside for the health service ring-fenced, and we have recently received some detail in terms of the spend of that. I know others raise, and it brings me to the question where we aren't spending the COVID money and we're not going to spend the COVID money. I don't know where it comes from. We've ring-fenced 55 million out of £2.4 billion to set aside for something that everybody in this chamber spent the last 2 days arguing for, to help those people who have been left behind. Now, if propositions aren't brought very quickly by the departments responsible to help those people who are left behind, I will allocate that money elsewhere. Through the executive, of course, they'll approve that. But there is no question of not being able to spend. And the money in relation to the health service, we have received some detail on that. It will, according to itself, and it knows the time frame in which this has to be spent, will take up the lion's share of that, over 500 million, but that will release some back for further allocation in the executive. And that's what they have asked for. And of course, the priority of the executive in terms of response to the pandemic has been to protect and support the health service, and quite rightly they have been given that money was ring-fenced for their usage.
I thank the Minister for his comments, but I think you've raised an interesting point, particularly with the cash totals that we have to be able to deal with in what is now a remarkably short period of time, bearing in mind we're rapidly approaching the point where we're coming to the end of the financial year. And to be able to put those bids in place, can I ask the Minister on behalf of this Assembly to encourage the rest of his ministerial members to expedite this process, because we do not have time to waste and we must be able to support our economy and our businesses as well as our health service?
Well, of course, and I have said that repeatedly, and I've repeated it at executive meetings in recent time, that I want to see, I've listened to all the arguments of over our minister is good and your minister's bad, and all of this stuff doesn't really get us anywhere. What I want to see are projects delivered, and people have now decided who's responsible for what, and I've asked them as quickly as possible to bring forward propositions to me. And of course, in relation to the additional 200 million, which we only received last Friday, to bring propositions in relation to that. And I recognise that the COVID money that we have received, the 2.4 billion, has to be spent in this financial year. And that's why we give health the time to have a proper look at that 600 million was available to them, to make sure that they could bring forward proper cost and understanding the time frame in which that had to be spent. And it is clearly my intention. And in the middle of all that, we have monitoring rounds for the ongoing allocations that departments had outside of COVID. And that's the October monitoring round will be brought forward very quickly, and we will have a further one in January. And I agree, I'm not sure it was Mr Wells said, the biggest sin is to return money at the end of the financial year. That doesn't often lead to the best spending when we're in an annual budget system. The departments are forced into try and spend money because it's a bigger sin to hand it back than to spend it on something that perhaps isn't so strategically important. But that's the situation we're in until such times as the comprehensive spending review allows us to move into a multi-annual budgetary situation, and then we can plan that better. And that's why we've asked for carry-over flexibility, so we don't end up spending all the money. From my time as DRD Minister, road service were ready in the January, February and March time to spend all of the money was unspent in doing road improvements. And that's very welcome, obviously, and needed, but it's not a strategic way to spend our money. So, of course, we want to make sure in relation to that. Mr Given raised a variety of points in his contribution, but one, he did ask about money that had been returned by the Health Department, and the Health Department returned 2.5 million in capital funding relating to the Mother and Children's Hospital flagship project, and 6.3 million of resource was returned in October month in relation to the reduction in agenda for change pay pressures. So it's not that health is not able to spend the money, it's a fact that some of these issues in terms of projects either don't cost as much as were intended, or money anticipated for agenda for change wasn't used. He went on, and I know Mr Frew has similarly raised these points yesterday, and perhaps to a lesser extent Mr Buckley raised these points today also, in challenging the decisions taken by the Executive in relation to the interventions that were necessary next week. And I'm not getting into that, arguably, I suppose from a benign point of view, that debate within the DUP. Others might categorise it much more stridently in terms of what's going on within the DUP in relation to these measures. But he did say that members of the Executive had wanted to close schools for 6 weeks. It's not true. Members of the Executive, apart from the Health Minister and the First and Deputy First Minister, don't bring proposals to the Executive in relation to restrictions. They are brought forward by the Health Department. They are then transposed by the First and Deputy First Minister into a paper for the Executive. So we don't come to the Executive with propositions in relation to length of time of restrictions or the severity of the measures or what is required to reduce the hour number. Those are brought forward to us. And so that has been a miscategorisation that's gone on now for over a week, and I wanted to take this opportunity because it was repeated in some media outlets as well as it was briefed last Monday. We didn't and don't propose for any longer restrictions because we don't bring propositions to the Executive. We listen to the advice, we listen to the discussion and the debate, we take in what the medical experts are telling us, we take in what we know will be the impact in terms of economy and society and all of that, and we take our decisions. And then I think there's a responsibility on all of us, not just those of us in the Executive, but all of us in, to go out and try and argue for those decisions. If that's what our parties have backed. If people have a different view within their party, then that's a matter for their own party discipline.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I hear what he's saying, and I don't pretend for one moment to think that his job is not highly difficult, really difficult. But can the Minister explain to this House how you can make a decision that is so impactful on the Tuesday night and have ministers running about Wednesday, Thursday and Friday not knowing the implications of the decision on the Tuesday night?
Well, can I say firstly, if he wants context for all of that, he should ask his own ministers, including his party leader, who brought the propositions to the Executive in relation to those decisions. And can I also say these things are done at pace, and the rate of transmissions, he knows, was going through the roof, particularly in certain areas, but right across the north the rate of transmission was going through the roof. And we get advice from the Health Department to say we need to take action immediately in relation to these things. So that doesn't allow people to sit and start to figure out and get all the ducks in a row, because at that stage the virus has spiralled further out of control, and people will say, why did you not take action sooner? And so it is a balancing act between taking the necessary interventions and making sure that we have all of the regulations lined up and all the implications of all the regulations for all of the variety of different businesses that are affected lined up. And it's not a very clean or clear-cut process. It's one which requires speed of action, but then requires as much clarity as we possibly get in relation to it.
Mr Deputy Speaker, you admonished many humble backbenchers throughout this debate because they had drifted from the budget process to debate on coronavirus. Could I suggest that the Minister is doing exactly the same?
The member is attempting to do the job of the Speaker here. It can be a difficult one. You tend to allow some latitude, and in fact, I was doing so that with this Minister to respond to some of the comments that were made. But I was also about to encourage him to come back to the budget debate. Minister.
Well, I'm certainly happy to take your advice, last Concordia, but of course I am responding to points that you give latitude to be raised in the first instance in the debate. So it would hardly be fair to allow people to raise points to me and not allow me to respond to them. But as I say, that debate has raged on within the DUP, and I hope for all our sakes that some meeting of minds happens within that party, because I think the more clarity we have in terms of the public message, the better for all of us. Can I say that there were some other points raised? The Declan McAleer, on behalf of the Agriculture Committee, raised the issue of EU exit costs, and of course we have continued to press Treasury to meet those in full as they have committed to do so. We haven't yet had that confirmation, but we will continue to press that. I know there are ongoing concerns in relation to the future of farm payments. I have written recently to Treasury to express my concern in relation to how that is planned to roll out over the next period, and I think that is a matter for concern for us all. And of course, some of that EU funding, I think Robin Newton referred to in terms of some of the education programmes, which is supposed to be replaced under the Shared Prosperity Fund. We have yet to receive any clear detail in relation to all of that. Keith Archibald had raised the issue in relation to the ongoing Treasury engagement for the Job Support Scheme, and I think we've rehearsed many times here, while the Job Support Scheme, and initially it was intended not to provide any assistance to those other than those who are working for at least 1/3. That has been changed in recent times to recognise that further restrictions require greater support, and that is welcome, but it is certainly not anywhere near the scheme that had been advanced in terms of job retention earlier in the year, and I think it will inevitably cause people to lose their jobs, and I think that's a matter of concern for us. She also asked again about the sectors who have been left out, as many other members have referred to, and as I said, the £55 million was set aside a number of months back by me in a proposition to the Executive to try and allow space and time for those schemes to be brought forward. It's a matter of regret that some of them haven't, and I again encourage ministers to quickly get down to providing some support there. Can I say there were ongoing points raised in relation to education. Robin Newton did raise a number of points, and I think one of the concerns, and I understand his passion for that, and I have no doubt around his sincerity, but I know he will recognise that 10 years of austerity budgets has meant that schools are now in the red in terms of their own budgets. Classroom assistants are being paid a pittance for doing very vital work on part-time contracts. Things like special educational needs budget, the SEND budget, which we did increase this year, those have been the low-hanging fruit, which have been the first to been hit by austerity. And the impact of that can't be underestimated in terms of the ongoing education. And I agree with him in terms of the value and the importance of education for young people, to give them not just the 3 hours, as he says, but the sense of worth and the sense of a chance in society. But we cannot set aside the impact of that. Some speakers, Kelly Armstrong, she's not with us, and Jonathan Buckley raised the issue of underspends by departments. And of course we continue, and I think Mr Wales made my point for me that I was going to make monitoring rounds are a necessary process. I mean, if we hadn't got them, then we'd be very rigidly fixed into what we agree at the start of the financial year for budgetary spend, and not have that ability, because of course projects for a variety of reasons will not go ahead as planned. Some budgets are allocated on the basis of anticipated spend, it's on demand spend, and that doesn't materialise. So you have to have that ability to reshuffle money as the year goes on. And of course the objective is to make sure that we spend out against our own agreed priorities, spend out that money before the end of the year. Kelly Armstrong had asked about the labour intervention. The Executive was unable to meet the community's bid for £4.8 million for labour market interventions due to needs from other COVID pressures presenting at the time, but the communities have funded the initial pressure internally in the short term and are open to bid again both in year and as part of the forthcoming budgeting exercise. Mark Durkin's contribution. One of the benefits of being right here long enough from 1998 is you remember the positions parties took all over the years. One of the I suppose the downsides is you kind of lose tolerance for listening to it all over a period of time. But he waxed on about the welfare mitigations and threatened the minister should not expect accelerated passage to be accepted. The first welfare reform bill that was brought through here was brought through by your party colleague, Margaret Ritchie, and she asked the Assembly for accelerated passage to bring it through. And I remember, because it was part of the negotiation, the welfare mitigations negotiation between 5 parties, and I know it was us that held out for the welfare mitigation package to be put together. But I know sometimes people like himself operate on the basis that if it didn't happen more than a week ago, the public don't remember these things. But thankfully I'm around here long enough to remember all of that. He criticised the budget for not having a housing plan, and of course then he went on to recognise that the budget was actually the budget that he had voted for and agreed in March, and therefore was literally set in train before the Executive even came back and approved within a number of weeks from it came back. And I would like to assure him, in terms of investment in infrastructure, that the DFI, the Department for Infrastructure, has received its biggest capital budget so far this year, and it is up to the Department and the Minister to prioritise that capital budget, and I don't disagree in terms of the need for investment, capital investment in water and sewage infrastructure, but of course that's a decision for herself. The Department has a capital budget of £558 million, and that's by far the largest capital budget of any department, and represents more than 36% of the Executive's total capital budget. So it's a matter for prioritisation. I don't go into the Department for Infrastructure, as I'm sure they wouldn't accept that I would, and dictate how that money is spent. I also allocated an additional £15 million capital recently, which has enabled Northern Ireland Water to bring forward investment in sewage infrastructure, including a number of wastewater treatment works this year. And I, of course, will meet the Infrastructure Minister in the near future to talk about budgetary requirements for next year. And can I assure him, in terms of location of jobs, that we are tracking that the estate needed by the civil service has reduced and probably will continue to reduce as a consequence of COVID and more people working from home. But we also want flexible arrangements, and that's why we've been looking at regional hubs so that civil servants can work. And not only is it more accommodating of their lives, but also in terms of reducing the carbon footprint and the need for transport in and out of Belfast, as many of them work there on a daily basis. I think it will help us deal with some of the problems that arise there. The same, and Mr. Frew, I've already said that. I'm not sure where he gets this, that we are not spending the COVID money. We are spending the COVID money. The plan is to spend it all out. We have now got figures from Health in relation to the largest chunk of it that's left. We have an additional 200 million. We need economic intervention. Economic interventions are in this budget. When you kept referring to budget number 3, Bill, where's the money for this? It's in it. You should read it. So I think it just represents a misunderstanding of that budget bill from yourself, because not only is the money that we agreed and he voted for last March in this, but also the money that we've received in terms of COVID is in this. And we have allocated more money to businesses in this year than probably ever in the history of this executive.
Members made this specific point many times. He knows the circumstances we faced in March. Things had to be rushed through. We were just at the start of the pandemic. Much has changed in the intervening 6 or 7 months. I'm sure you'll accept that. So do honourable members not have the right to reconsider the position given the historic events that we're now facing?
Well, of course, and it's up to the member. You can vote against the budget bill number 3, as can yourself, if you wish to do so. Bear in mind, we brought a budget bill number 2 through since March, and so we've been trying to manage this situation. And of course, they are unprecedented times. But to argue that there's no money for this in this budget and there's no money for that in this budget, we've given more money in business support than has ever been given out by an executive in the history of this place for business support, and it's all in this budget. And we have more money allocated now for business support. It might not be enough as far as he's concerned, but we have more money allocated, and we have more money to allocate. And I have asked people like his own colleague in the Department for Economy and other ministers to bring forward propositions to spend that money as quickly as we possibly can, because we recognise, having talked to businesses, having dealt with business, as well as the key issue of supporting wages, which is about keeping workers in jobs, cash is what businesses need to try and keep them afloat, and that's what we've been trying to do.
Throughout this whole debate today, we've heard lots of people calling for action for different sectors and for different departments to bring that forward. I think what would bring transparency is, what bids have you received as Finance Minister from these different departments, and could that be proffered as part of the October monitoring round? Because it's important to know whether those bids are there, because otherwise nothing's going to happen.
Well, can I say there are 2 exercises at play here, and there is an overlap between them, and that's just the way this year has gone. Because in the normal year, where all the action would be in the monitoring rounds, that's where departments would be bidding for any money that's surrendered. But we also have these injections of COVID money that have come across from London, and so we're trying to manage both things. So the bids are in for the October monitoring round, but there's also COVID money to be allocated as well, and so it would be seen the totality of all of those. And of course, when it comes to an allocation, we do produce the chart. When we make a statement in relation to that, and the executive agrees it, of the money that was bid for and the money that's been allocated, and the members will be able to see that at that time. The other thing is, as I say, the budget process for next year will begin as soon as we can get the information from London. And the member berated me at one stage for not going away and setting a budget. I don't know the time frame for a budget, and I don't know the amount I will have. So it would be quite irresponsible for me to start to set a budget now, and that's why we have pressed Treasury for information in terms of the comprehensive spending review. That will dictate how much money we will have and over what time frame we will have that money. And as soon as we have that information, we can start to set the budget, we can start to consult on the budget, and all of the members who have ideas for what should be in that budget and what we should be spending our money, that's the time to bring that debate forward. That's the debate we should have had perhaps this time last year. And it was rushed through because the executive was only back in January, but that's the debate that we will have in the time ahead. I look forward to all of the contributions and all of the suggestions coming forward at that stage. I agree with Mike Nesbitt's point about outcome-based programme for government. I think it's infinitely preferable, and I fully support that. I have to say, his point about no leadership in showing this debate, again, long enough about here to remember all of these issues. The Good Friday Agreement happened in 1998. I think it was 1999 before we got an executive formed. So leadership and the dearth of leadership has has been about this place for a long time at various stages. Jim Wells made various points. Again, they relate to the Fiscal Commission issue in terms of the aggregates levy and other things. And I think that's the sort of debate that we do need, and that's why I want to bring forward a commission which will go off and look at all of these issues and then generate a debate in this institution and let us decide then, can we take more tax varying powers, and if we take them, what can we use them for? And that's where all of those ideas will be brought to the floor. He made the point in relation to companies which have to close rather than ones which are obliged to close as a result of the restrictions. One important, we can consider being more generous, and I know the Economy Minister has talked about the supply chain and businesses which have been severely impacted. The initial run of money, certainly in terms of the scheme I brought forward, was to directly get to those who are obliged to close. And I think further schemes should be to try and have a broader support in the economy. But the job support scheme, which will pay the wages of those people who are, that is fairly rigid, and that is around ones which are obliged to close. So if people in ancillary businesses decide it's not profitable enough for me to remain open, we can try and get some support, however limited it is, but the job support scheme from Britain will not apply to their staff if they go off. There's a variety of... I'll go for Mr Buckley since he had me in.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And just on that point, in relation to the economic analysis carried out by the University of Ulster, with regards to that important rate relief, which is so essential to budgets for the likes of these businesses, will you consider widening the scope of that to cater for businesses that, unfortunately, may not have been forced to close but are facing the impact?
Well, of course, quite a lot of retail and hospitality already have the full year rate relief. So they're continuing to benefit from rate relief, and quite a lot of retail as well. And we are considering now, because as many other people have told us, COVID will still, or certainly the effect of COVID will still be with us beyond the end of this financial year. We're already considering in terms of rate relief for targeted sectors beyond the end of March next year.
Ian, I'm gracious for his time. On the job retention scheme, which he says is quite rigid, there are a number of scenarios whereby you have a large retail unit that has a restaurant within, and it's the restaurant that's been forced to close, but not the retail unit. Will they still be able to apply for that job retention scheme to pay the wages?
Well, it's a job support scheme. The job retention scheme is the original scheme, which was the furlough scheme, which is more commonly known. The job support scheme, we've been told, is for businesses which are obliged under the regulations to close. Now, if that's a portion of a business within a larger business, it may well apply to the workers who are in that portion of that business. But what I'm saying is, if others who are in the supply chain decide it's not profitable enough, there's no point in me staying open, there's no business to be done, they may not qualify for job support schemes. So I think whatever support that we can put out to schemes, you need to bear that in mind, that key thing, which is retention of workers for many businesses, won't apply necessarily in circumstances where they close without being obliged to. I'll give way one more time, and I'm sure everybody else wants to get home tonight.
No, but I think the Minister's dealing with a very, very important issue that every MLA has been approached on. Now, given one example that he will be very aware of, the Carlingford Lough Ferry hasn't been told to close, but his business has collapsed as a result of the lockdowns on both sides of the border. Also, I've been approached by a lady, and her job is to supply hotels with equipment and furniture. Again, she hasn't been told to close, but her business has completely dried up. Would he consider a scheme where if a company could show, or a business, that, for instance, that 90% of its trade has stopped as a result of the latest restrictions, that they could qualify for a similar scheme funded out of the Northern Ireland Block grant rather than coming from the job retention scheme?
There are two difficulties to that, I would say. One is, and of course we can consider, and the Economy Minister is going to bring forward some hardship schemes for businesses what might be considered in the supply chain or affected by the general economic downturn. But two issues. One is the cost of the wage, which I think if we brought in all of those businesses affected would be beyond the means of the executive. And the other thing is the data, that we don't possess the data to be able to support us to do a job retention or a job support scheme. That data is held by HMRC, and we have been asked would they support such a proposal from here or assist in developing such a proposal, and given a point-blank refusal to that. So we don't have the data, and I would suspect the cost of such a scheme would be beyond what we have in terms of the COVID money that we have left. And can I say that, as I say, there are a range of other points issued or raised. I'll just try and and finish. One of the questions that Jerry Carroll did raise was about the HSE, the Health and Safety Executive Staff reduction of costs. There's actually a reduction of costs due to COVID-19, ironically, because the events that the HSE staff would have run or attended, such as the Balmoral Show, awareness events, have not been able to take place. And so therefore all of the outreach work they would have done hasn't been able to happen, so that's reduced the cost. So it's not a matter of the safety issues that they're dealing with, but actually some of the more outreach work that they do. But the programme spend has been utilised in other ways, such as online and media campaigns targeting the areas of high risk, such as falls from height and construction and aspects of agriculture and manufacturing. So they're reprofiling their expenditure in that way. Cancora, I think I've tried to answer as many as I can without wearing out your patience and that of the rest of the staff here. I'll draw my remarks to conclusion. It's imperative that the legislation debated today continues its passage through the Assembly so public services here can continue to be delivered to our citizens. In conclusion, last Cancora, I ask members to support the bill, thereby authorising spend on public services by departments for the 2020-21 financial year.
Before we proceed to the question, I advise members that as this is the budget bill, it is established practice that the motion requires cross-community support and for that support to be clearly demonstrated. The question is that the second stage of the budget number 3 bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Again, members, it would be preferable if we would not have to move to a vote. So I will say again, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. I hear ayes from all sides and no no's been registered. I therefore am satisfied that the necessary cross-community support has been demonstrated. The budget bill number 3 has been approved. The motion is approved.
Order. Order. Thank you, members. Item number 4 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, Mr Speaker has given leave to Mrs Martina Anderson to raise the matter of the lack of rail connectivity in Foyle. The proposer of the topic will have 15 minutes and the Minister, Mrs Nicola Mallam, will have 10 minutes to respond. 10 plus 15 is 25. The debate can only last an hour, that's 35. Presently, 3 members have indicated to me, so in theory, the 3 members could have longer than the Minister, should they choose to take that time, but I'm not certain that they will. And any other member who wants to participate in the debate, please do rise in your place and I'll add your name to the list. I call Mrs Martina Anderson.
I propose this adjournment debate to bring the important issue of rail in the North West to the floor of the Assembly, and I want to thank the Minister for being in the chamber this evening. We are 3 hours later starting this debate than what we thought we would be. If you look at a map of Ireland's rail network, you're likely to notice straight away the complete lack of infrastructure in the North West when compared to the rest of the island. It sticks out like a sore thumb. You only need to glance at a rail map on the island of Ireland to see a glaring and obvious problem. From Derry out into the North West, you can only see a blank space. Where once, before 1960, 4 rail lines converged in Derry, now there's only 1. Derry's railway station is the second most isolated train station on the entire island of Ireland and is only one of a pitiful 3 railway stations in the North West out of 53 railway stations in the north of Ireland. Compare this to 100 years ago, when we enjoyed a much more extensive network that connected communities across the island. Now, old rail tracks and stations are scattered throughout the country, reminding us of what our rail network used to look like. Over the last century, as the economic impact of partition has festered, Ireland's rail infrastructure has rotted. Over the lockdown, I, like many people in Derry, walked out what is called the line for exercise, while surrounded by the beautiful sights of the River Foyle, of ancient oak and wild rabbits. You only needed to look down to see the decaying carcass of the old Derry rail line into Carrigan's in Donegal. Thousands of people driving over what is called the Craigavon Bridge from the city side to the waterside will pass the dilapidated ruins of the old Victorian Road train station that used to connect Derry to Strabane and onwards to Portadown and Dublin. This is the legacy of partition and underinvestment. Developing rail infrastructure in Derry is essential to draw together the people of the North West to our natural hinterland. It will erode the devastating impact of partition and create a safe, clean and durable infrastructure for the people of Derry for many generations to come. If we are serious about developing a modern, thriving, all-Ireland economy, then we must be equally serious about building a modern, durable, all-Ireland rail infrastructure network. For too many years, there have been a number of failed attempts to close the Derry rail station down. Comments expressed by some and the attitudes of some officials in the Department for Infrastructure have concerned many. We were told that, I quote, "Rail is too expensive," "Rail is an old-fashioned idea," or "There isn't enough demand." Rail, starved of financial support, is not presented as a viable transport alternative by some officials. So, what can one expect when officials for years have been trying to gut a service of regular timetabling, starve it of financial resources, and allow the rail track to crack and bungle by not replacing stretches of it since the 1960s. Now, despite the naysayers, since 2011, the number using rail in Derry have increased exponentially. Sinn Féin's infrastructure minister at the time, Chris Hazard, did play his part in that we saw passengers' numbers increase by 40% in 1 year, smashing all estimates. Chris Hazard, as minister, contributed massively to improving connectivity in the North West by developing a narrowly Derry to Belfast service and delivering the North West transport hub, not to mention ring fencing for the likes of the A5, as well as getting the A6 underway. All of that was delivered within less than a year in office. So instead of trying to blame past ministers who clearly did deliver for the region, Minister, I would suggest that you and your party would be better committing to delivering for rail in the North West in the here and now. And Sinn Féin will support you in that. That is what the people of Derry want to hear. And they are fed up hearing about this ping-pong blame. In 2019, the Department for Infrastructure projected that there would be shy of 2 million journeys on the Derry rail line. In fact, there were over 3 million. There is not only a demand for rail, but there is a need for rail. Derry's rail line needs to deliver for workers, for families and for young people. And yet in 2020, each train that leaves Derry takes over 2 hours to get to Belfast. And believe it or not, that's an improvement on what it used to be like. Only a single train leaving Derry arrives in Belfast before 9 a.m. when the workday starts, and not a single Derry to Belfast express train service runs. Now, we cannot escape from the fact that rail has the potential to play a massive role in the transport of the future. It is in a memory of Victorian antiquity, unlike what some, unfortunately, even some in the Department of Infrastructure think or thought, I hope. In Europe, rail is the backbone of major economies, and it helps prevent the decimation of rural communities who otherwise would need to move into the cities to be close to where they work. Affordable rail will cut pollution, reduce our reliance on cars and connect communities. Earlier this month, I was impressed. I was impressed by the Minister's announcement of a feasibility study into high-speed rail connectivity, Derry, Belfast, Dublin, Cork and Limerick. But upon investigation, Minister, I discovered that this is an announcement not of a study, but a plan for a study. And then, whatever the outcome of that study, it does not guarantee that work will automatically commence. Indeed, my party colleague, Sinn Féin TD Darren O'Rourke, got a reply from Minister Eamon Ryan, and it only specified a study of rail speeds around, and I quote, Belfast, Dublin, Limerick, Cork line, with no mention of Derry. So, Minister, I would ask you this evening if you could clarify this position, please, because the people of Derry, and I know you'd appreciate this, do not want piecemeal promises polished up by spin to conceal inaction. The people of Derry deserve the delivery of high-speed rail from Derry to Belfast, to Cork, to Dublin and Limerick. But we also deserve the delivery of the Western Arc from Derry to Letterkenny to Sligo to Galway. So if we really want a just transition, a green, sustainable future, that investing in rail is not only an option then, it's a necessity. Now, a good start would be to deliver the upgrade of the Derry-Coleraine rail line, ensuring that it is future-proofed for generations to come. Minister, we need this feasibility study completed at pace. It needs to be done yesterday. As the world looks to recover from COVID-19, the first thing investors and businesses will see in our city, our beautiful city of Derry, is our infrastructure and connectivity. Without rail, Derry will once again lose out. So, Minister, I know that we have talked about this before, and your department has received its highest capital allocation in its history ever. And whilst I acknowledge the pressures as a member of the Infrastructure Committee, We need a timeframe, Minister, from when it is anticipated for construction work to begin upgrading the Derry Coleraine track. We need a timeframe for the high-speed rail feasibility study and a guarantee that work will actually commence. We need a timeframe for the advancement of the Western Arc concept. Minister, I'm sure you will agree. It is time to be ambitious. It's time to be visionary. It's time to deliver rail for Derry. And it's time to once again unite the people of Derry, Donegal and Dublin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The member didn't use her full allocation, which gives me 39 minutes. I have 6 people, I think, so 6. So I can allow a time limit of 6 minutes and 50 seconds, I think, per speaker. I just want to clarify, Mr. Durkin and Mrs. McLaughlin, you're wishing to participate in this debate? Yes. As constituency members, then you get first call. So I call Mr. Mark Durkin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal. Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome this evening's debate, and I do thank the member for bringing it. Ms Anderson has outlined quite clearly the undeniable and blatantly obvious disparity in rail provision between the east and west of Northern Ireland, indeed between the east and west of the island. A quick glance at a map detailing the rail network across the island and the gaping hole in the northwest is a stark image that demonstrates beyond question the impact of historic neglect and, quite feasibly, deliberate disinvestment in rail in that geographical area. It is hard to believe it, but that picture would be even more stark had the former Department of Regional Development and TransLink had their way some 10 years ago when they signalled it would be the end of the line for the Derry line. Huge credit and thanks must go to local lobby group into the West, who not only saw the folly of this plan, but saw the real potential of the Derry-Belfast or Belfast-Derry line to grow. A great campaign was fought. Sadly, in our constituency, we are well rehearsed in mobilising to fight such campaigns against such injustices, and this campaign was won. And how the service has grown, with incremental improvements in terms of timetabling and the use of EU funding to build a new multimodal transport hub, and I certainly acknowledge the role that Chris Hazzard played in this. These improvements, however, have been outstripped by a growth in rail passenger numbers, with an increase, a 61% increase, in the 2 years since the hourly Belfast service was introduced in 2017. This is the fastest rate of passenger growth anywhere on the island. If we build it, they will come, and if we build it up further, even more will come. Therefore, I'm delighted that the Minister is not letting TransLink sit on their laurels. She is pushing them to continue investing in and improving on the existing services and infrastructure. This has been evidenced clearly by her responsiveness to issues raised by us as local elected representatives, from something as apparently minor as extending the availability of discounted journeys to Dublin that had previously, bizarrely, started and finished at Coleraine. It wasn't that minor that TransLink could or would fix it without the Minister's intervention. She has looked at and continues to look at timetable tweaks to improve connectivity with Dublin. She has reversed the decision of her predecessor, Chris Hazzard, who removed plans for Phase 3, the renewal of the track between Castle Rock and Eglinton from this budget period, and has commissioned a feasibility study. An updated one was required, given that Phase 3 had, as I've said, not been included within the next budget period by Chris Hazzard. And I don't enjoy this political ping-pong, as Ms Anderson puts it, but being rebuked by Ms Anderson on blame game politics and negativity is like getting a goalkeeping lesson from Jordan Pickford. The Minister remains engaged with Into the West, so this Minister has done well to get us back on track in the 10 months that she has been in post. Any time, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I discuss or debate the issue of rail in the North West, I think of our late colleague and great friend, John Dallett. He was a true champion of rail. In many ways, unlike the trains, he was ahead of his time, seeing and espousing the environmental and economic benefits that this investment could bring. He would be most proud of your commitment, Nicola. But like you won't let TransLink rest on their laurels, he certainly wouldn't let the Minister rest on hers, and she isn't. In collaboration with her counterpart in the South, Minister Eamon Ryan, she has expanded on the new Decade New Approach commitment on high-speed cross-border connectivity to include the North West. We have to look beyond Derry being the end of the line, and the potential for growth is massive. We would love to see an extension of the network, the restoration of rail into Tyrone, using Derry as a springboard, as Ms Anderson says, into Donegal and beyond. The creation of a rail all-island network. We need to have this ambition, and that ambition must be matched by investment and effort. And I have no doubt that we can work collectively across this chamber and in the Executive to deliver on these much-needed and much-demanded services.
Thank you. I suspect with any other Deputy Speaker the Jordan Pickford thing would have been a hit, but football is completely over my head. I call Ms Karen Mullen.
I've got pre-last Karen Collier, and I'm only after asking my colleague here who he is, so I'll be Googling it after this. But I welcome this debate here tonight brought by my party colleague Martina Anderson, and I thank the Minister for attending. I know she is aware of the history of the Derry line and the lack of rail infrastructure. This is an issue that unites all the parties in Foyle, and as a recent attendee into the West group, I have heard the long journey and commitment people on that group have given to fighting for a rail infrastructure fit for our city and region, and I want to pay tribute to those on that group for the work they are doing. As already mentioned, the Derry to Belfast line has enjoyed much success over the past few years, all the while fighting to be recognised as a key element of our public transport network. The impressive passenger increase on the Derry line after my colleague Chris Hazard introduced hourly services to Belfast led it to be one of the most fastest growing stations on the island, and is testament to the powers of rail for increasing connectivity and incentivising people to take up public transport. The increase in passengers exceeded expectations, and we need to build on that. By decreasing journey times and increasing frequency of services, we can make public transport the preferred transport of choice. The inclusion of Derry into the feasibility study for high-speed rail is very much welcome, Minister. This needs to be pursued by action and delivery on the ground. Minister, you have commissioned, as Member Mark Durkin has said, a feasibility study on the Phase 3 of the line, but I would ask you to go further and commit to delivering on this. It's a common belief that the North West has a substandard state service in comparison to east of the Bann. It should be an objective of the Department to end this perception. A century ago, Ireland had much more comprehensive rail network, and I am sure most members have seen it, as it's a popular image shared on social media. It makes our current network look pale in comparison. It also highlights how the North West services were completely stripped over the years, and who can deny regional inequality when they see this on the map. The North West does not enjoy a rail network. What it has is a line connecting Belfast to Derry, a journey that takes 2 hours and 15 minutes. For many of us who travel to Belfast daily, taking the train is not a viable option. It also possesses some of the most isolated stations on this island. It has already been demonstrated that there's a large appetite for rail in the North West. What we must now do is build on that and provide a modern service for the people. Over 30 years ago, my granda, a native of Belfast, used to take me on the train from Derry to Belfast and then back home again. Over 30 years later, apart from the new transport hub building, very little has changed. There has not been the expansion and investment that an area of the North West region would expect. Let's get Phase 3 of the rail works delivered. Let's improve frequency of services. Let's reduce journey times. Let's look at increasing stations on the line. And let's not just confine the conversation to the current network. We all look at the old rail network with astonishment, but no action is ever proposed to right this wrong. Let's begin exploring the expansion of the rail network in order to address the decades of neglect and underinvestment the North West has suffered. Our rail network can play a huge role in tackling our carbon emissions. Emissions from transport amount to around 23% of the total greenhouse gas emissions in the North. It's the second highest carbon emitter on this island. By improving our rail services, we can make public transport a much more attractive alternative to private car journeys. However, an issue for rail as a whole is that our rail network is largely dependent on fossil fuels, and we need to start decarbonising our rail network to make it truly sustainable. Príomh Ceann Comhairle, in concluding, we only need to observe the success of the rail line in recent years to recognise the benefits a greater service could bring to the North West. Although we are in a challenging period, we always need to be planning for the future, and this should include improving a service that has proved its worth time and time again. Thank you, members.
I call Ms Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I too rise to welcome the opportunity to take part in this adjournment debate this evening to discuss the undeniable disparity in rail provision between the east and the west of Northern Ireland. Within the infrastructure that does exist, there is also an east-west disparity in the level of that service, with Derry and 2 other stations in the west suffering from a significantly poorer level and frequency of service than every station from Coleraine eastwards on the same line. My colleagues, Martina, Mark and Karen, have all very clearly articulated the well-known operational and development issues that have plagued the railway service in the West for decades. We all agree that we need to improve the existing service, improve the existing network and extend the existing network. Minister Nicola Mallon, to date you have done superb work for Derry. From road resurfacing to white line painting to new greenways to accelerating progress in Derry's road connections to Belfast and to Dublin, and you have just got on with the job. And that is even without mentioning the progress of Casement Park in Belfast and the grid interconnector. In relation to rail connectivity, the latest example of this progress is the result of Minister Mallon's meeting with her counterpart in the Irish Government, Eamon Ryan. In going further than the widely discussed fast rail connection between Belfast and Dublin and from there on to Cork, Minister Mallon and Ryan have instead taken the idea further to connect the under-supported cities of Derry and Limerick. This is what it looks like to have a minister that is taking Derry seriously. Minister Mallon has moved beyond the rather weak proposed Phase 3 upgrade of the Belfast or for the Derry to Belfast rail line, which I'm told would only have delivered a smoother train journey without itself providing a faster journey. So we want to turbocharge this proposal with the idea of us having a truly fast and interconnected rail line taking us from Derry to Dublin and to Cork. That is something to get really excited about for everyone. Sadly, this is not putting right all the mistakes of the past, and Derry has suffered far more than its share of past mistakes, many of which were actually examples of deliberate discrimination against us and also against Donegal. The destruction of the rail network across the western part of the province of Ulster is an example of this. I'd love to see this vibrant infrastructure return. And first of all, I would love to see a fully costed model for achieving this, along with a model to raise the capital to pay for it. But I would want to stress this too. I do not want TransLink to be privatised. The mess of the public transport system in England is evidence of what happens when public railway and bus services are privatised. And I stress this too. Any privatised rail service would not rebuild the type of rail infrastructure that the West used to have, as the rate of the return would be completely inadequate. So let us acknowledge the work that Minister Mann is doing for the West. She is investing in road and rail, while also giving the green light for increased investment in the electricity grid. This is all excellent for our connectivity and for our sub-regional economy, including jobs creation. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I welcome the progress of bringing our train network into the 21st century. And I hope this will be an enlarged rail network, a truly all-island network, and I look forward, as I say, to a fully costed proposals for those new rail lines. Let's come together to support and fund the Department of Infrastructure. This not only requires major ambition, but it also requires major investment and an all-executive approach to fully and truly transforming our rail transport on this island, north, south, east and west. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the next speaker, just a point of housekeeping. People should be referred to either as Mr. or Mrs. and all comments should go through the chair rather than being directly addressed to a minister. I'm sure there was, obviously there was no offence intended, but on another occasion offence may well be intended. So I think it's just important that we establish that. People have been thrown out for less than that. I call Mr. Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this adjournment debate today on rail connectivity in Foyle. Unfortunately, as you can appreciate, I'm no substitute for Guy Middleton. That's a positive or a negative. Unfortunately, Guy's not here to be unable to be here today, and I will be speaking as DUP MLA for the West of the Ban and a member of the Infrastructure Committee. Transport infrastructure in Northern Ireland plays a significant role in our economy. It is important for our students, our workers and our tourism sector. It has also been proven to be effective in attracting investment into the North West region. Our students, the DUP has been a champion of the new graduate entry medical school in Londonderry for many years. This increase in students alongside further plans at the Ulster University further makes the case for improved rail infrastructure in Northern Ireland. Our workers, the train service has proven to be a sustainable option for many employees who are travelling to and from Londonderry. This is better for the environment, but also in many cases it's better for the productivity, as we regularly hear feedback from train users who enjoy being able to work as they travel. Our tourism. The railway line along Northern Ireland's scenic north coast was described by travel journalist Michael Palin as one of the most beautiful rail journeys in the world. Even Her Majesty the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh are fans of this beautiful route, having enjoyed a train journey along the railway line in recent years. This is a tourism asset which we must ensure gets maximum usage, but also investment to ensure it achieves its full potential. The railway line has also proven key in terms of operating major events such as the Open Golf Championship and the Clipper Festival in Londonderry. Progress to date. It is important to recognise that progress has been made. After years of lobbying from many sections of our communities, it was great to see the old Waterside railway station refurbished and the new North West Transport Hub opened. This key project benefits connectivity in the North West by integrating multimodal forms of transport and links the station to the city centre and wider Greenway network. It has also been encouraging passenger numbers on the trains have increased year on year. It proves that there is an appetite for this mode of travel. How much greater could this be if investment further in these lines? The 3 years without a government in Northern Ireland has no doubt had an impact on progress. The then outgoing Infrastructure Minister, Chris Hazzard, left his office with no direction for the department. Delays and upgrades have caused a lot of frustration for the railway users and campaigners. We need to see the delivery of Phase 3 on the Londonderry to Coleraine line. The Minister has instructed that a further feasibility study is carried out on this. However, it is vital that this is carried out as soon as possible. Additional halts along the line must be considered, particularly at Ballykelly, where the DAERA headquarters is located, and also at City of Derry Airport. These additional changes would be welcome for commuters and users of these facilities. As an MLA from Ulster, I too recognise that there are wider issues west of the province in terms of transport links. I would urge the Infrastructure Minister to ensure she lives up to the commitments in the new decade, new approach to address regional balance and infrastructure deficits in the west. Of course, this extends beyond rail, we need delivery on our road infrastructure as well. I note that the Minister has announced a feasibility study for a high-speed Londonderry to Cork rail link. Unlike the Minister's knee-jerk dismissal of the Northern Ireland to Scotland Bridge link, I await the findings of this feasibility study. Improvements to infrastructure within Northern Ireland must, however, be our priority. In closing, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the Minister has the power to make significant improvements, but that will require a long-term vision and investment. I look forward to hearing what the Minister has to say.
Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the member from Foyle for bringing the debate as well. It might sound strange that a member for South Antrim is coming to speak on the issue of rail and rail links to the North West, but as some of you will know, in my previous existence I used to be the Chief Executive of the British Irish Chamber of Commerce, and we spent a considerable amount of time trying to promote the North West. And indeed, one of the most surprising things we did when we tried to reduce our environmental footstep, we decided we would go by train. And we reached the unusual situation that when we arrived at the Enterprise train in Belfast, we realised that the train to Londonderry had just left. The two things didn't even connect up with the timetables, which showed the degree that what improvements that needed to be made. But I'd like to refer to another minister, and I'd like to refer to the Minister Danny Kennedy. And Danny Kennedy, in May 2014, introduced a real investment prioritisation strategy. And it was about investing sums of money which today would probably equate to being close to around about £1 billion into the rail infrastructure. And as part of that, we wanted to see improvements in the lines to Londonderry. We wanted to see improvements in the track bed. We also wanted to see improvements so that we could open up the rail network across Northern Ireland in areas that would work fairly easily. We wanted to see the likes of Glenavy, the likes of Crumlin being linked, and we wanted to see the existing rail network used to its maximum potential. But the rail network needs a considerable amount of investment. And one of the things we do need to look at is we need to look strategically now, and indeed Mr Matthew O'Toole has mentioned this on several occasions, that now when for strategic investment we can look at investment funds somewhere close to at zero rate interest or even minus negative rate interest for strategic investment. We should be looking at a wide-scale update to our rail network and how we do that. We also need to look how we future-proof it for the environment, and the key to that is how do we electrify the rail link. And that needs to be part of a wider economic strategy in Northern Ireland, and indeed within our party's proposal to get to zero net carbon by 2035, part and parcel of that should be a significant investment in rail and how we manage to do it as well. There are other issues that need to be done, and again, this might sound strange coming from the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, but I believe very strongly in all islands communication. But I also believe that a considerable amount of investment needs to be put into the Belfast-Dublin rail link. But the most important of that investment needs to be put on the area south of Drogheda that goes into Dublin, around the Dart line. We need to lay a new track bed, and that new track bed will be extremely expensive. But that has to come on an all-island basis to look at how we get a proper and effective rail system. Many people quote and think that sort of Irish Rail and CIE and the rest of it are some kind of paragons of virtue. They have significant infrastructure problems themselves. And indeed, one of the things we should be looking at is where we can get some kinds of synergy between the Northern Ireland rail network and the rest of the rail network on this island. One of the things we should also be looking at is looking at our existing track bed before it disappears completely, and look at the opportunities as opening up to Armagh and potentially to Dungannon. So that would give us an increased link to be able to do that as well, and improve commuter links in and out of Belfast. And we need to be able to spread this about as much as we can as well. And indeed, that might be a better opportunity to open up to the west. I'm surprised that the member from Foyle didn't mention the opportunity of extending the rail link further out towards Letterkenny and the improvements that there might have been able to do that as well. That will cost a significant amount. However, bearing in mind that according to the Shared Island Unit, there is approximately €500 million that's supposed to be available for north-south infrastructure. One of the things we should be using some of that money is looking at a proper investment strategy to look at how we're able to develop our sort of rail links and our communication links along those lines as well. Now, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm just about to finish my remarks. However, somebody did say to me rather unfairly that I did look a bit like the fat controller, because we are talking a bit like Thomas the Tank Engines around trains. But I would say to the members of the rest of my party, I have now won the bet. But thank you very much indeed, and we do need the investment in the rail. Thank you.
No one had ever thought it, but thank you for putting that image into our mind. I call Dr. Kiva Archibald.
Pre-Flas Concordia, and I raised to speak just briefly in this debate, and I thought maybe I was hijacking it a wee bit, but we've had the members for South Antrim and Mid-Ulster. So the unfortunate reality is the only functioning rail infrastructure to Derry and the North West is via Coleraine in my own constituency, and so I wanted to raise a couple of issues in relation to the Coleraine to Derry line. Beyond Coleraine to the west, the frequency and timing of services is less favourable than to the rest of the south east, as my party colleague Martina Anderson and also Sinead McLaughlin outlined. There is a need to address the level of service to ensure that workers can get to work in the morning in Belfast in time, and also that there are nighttime services so that people can have the opportunity to use public transport for leisure. A few weeks ago, I asked the Minister that as part of the Coleraine to Derry rail line feasibility study, she would consider additional halts, and specifically a halt at Ballykelly, where the DAERA headquarters is located, and under normal circumstances there would be a couple of hundred civil servants working. There is a need for increased public transport infrastructure if we are to encourage people to get out of their cars as part of the urgent need to tackle the climate emergency by cutting emissions, and therefore give people the opportunity and option to travel to work on public transport. So I was very pleased that she has indicated that this will be included in the feasibility study. I think it's important that we take this opportunity to look at improving the accessibility of our communities to rail infrastructure, so they have that opportunity to choose public transport as part of their daily lives in travelling to work, school and for leisure. There are a number of potential stops between Ballerina and Derry that would bring the opportunity of delivering public transport services to more local communities, linkages into Limavady, Ballykelly, Greysteel and of course City of Derry Airport. And that's where some of the points already made about the level of service and improving that will also be vital. I think it's important that these additional stops are considered in more than just an aspirational way. And of course we all understand that there are funding constraints, but I believe we need to have the vision that therefore we can then seek to identify funding and work towards delivering it. Infrastructure, as my party colleague outlined, is a vitally important aspect to economic development, and in particular in addressing the regional inequalities and imbalances that unfortunately we have seen over many, many decades. And a final point, just would like to pick up on as well, given I have the opportunity. Under the Phase 2 upgrade, there was a new passing loop and halting station at Ballerina Station, but an issue that's also that is often highlighted to me by constituents in Magilligan is that the facilities at the station in terms of parking have remained unfinished, and despite a lot of contact with TransLink, that has been an issue that has as yet been unresolved, and it remains a frustration for the local community. So I'd ask the Minister if she would perhaps look into that situation to see if it could be resolved. I'd like to thank my party colleague Martina Anderson for bringing this debate, and I look forward to continuing to engage with the Minister on these issues and other constituency infrastructure projects.
Thank you. Before I call Mr. Jerry Carroll, I see Mr. Muir in his place. Do you wish to speak in this debate? Mr. Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I declare as a former employee of TransLink and a self-confessed and perhaps lifelong bus and train nerd that I would like to thank the member for bringing this matter to the Assembly here today, and I speak as the Alliance Party spokesperson on infrastructure. We are, I hope, and from the debate it's quite clear that we're all in agreement with regards to the lack of rail connectivity in Foyle. As Mr Buchanan, to give him his correct term in line with standing orders, said, the Belfast to Derry railway line was noted by Michael Palin as being one of the most beautiful railway journeys in the world, and that documentary is currently available on iPlayer if you want to watch it. Previous upgrades in terms of Phase 1 and 2 and the restoration of the old Waterside railway station, plus the introduction of the new CAF trains, have enabled many more people to enjoy the journey in better comfort and style. The service, however, remains too infrequent and excessively slow, with the journey by road often quicker than rail and even by bicycle. It's incredible that just a few years ago, John Madden was able to cycle from Derry's General Post Office to the Albert Clock in Belfast quicker than the journey would take you by train. As Mrs Anderson stated, for commuters there is only one train that leaves Derry on a weekday that arrives in Belfast before 9 a.m. For concert goers and anyone attending an event in Belfast at the weekend, the last train leaves Belfast for Derry just after 9 o'clock. These restrictions mean that for many in Derry, the train to Belfast just isn't a viable option. The problem also extends beyond the Belfast to Derry railway line. Derry's location offers fantastic access to the west of Ireland, yet rail connectivity to Donegal, Sligo and elsewhere across the border is non-existent, with just 3 railway stations west of the Bann. It wasn't always that way, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, but regrettably it is now, and we have to focus on what can be done about it. The Alliance Party supports pushing ahead with Phase 3 of the Coleraine to Derry railway upgrade at the earliest opportunity. This project is vital in improving the speed and reliability of services to and from Foyle at a fraction of the costs that we are investing in other roads projects. Politicians across the island have long spoken about the need for high-speed rail connecting the largest cities in Ireland. I welcome the announcement last week from Minister Mallon and Minister Ryan concerning the commission of a feasibility study into the planned high-speed rail network connecting all the way from Cork to the north west. However, if we are to see a sustained effort to improve rail connectivity to the north west and beyond, we need an infrastructure commission for Northern Ireland that would produce a medium to long-term infrastructure plan to be delivered by the Executive. It is through a funded, sustained, medium to long-term infrastructure plan that well-meaning aspirations for better rail connectivity in the north west can be turned into tangible reality. Any such infrastructure strategy must have building back better and responding to the climate emergency at its heart. I can think of no better project than improving rail connectivity in Foyle to support a regionally balanced green recovery. In closing, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, better rail connectivity to the north west must be at the heart of a funded, executive-sponsored, medium to long-term infrastructure strategy. If that can be achieved, and maybe we can turn back the clock and look towards better rail connectivity, linking Belfast to Derry, Londonderry, Dublin and beyond. Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think it is important. I'm a West Belfast MLA, obviously, but I think it's important to speak on this issue as somebody who's interested and supports infrastructure and public services being extended and rolled out across the north more generally. And as someone who has frequently travelled on the slow but beautiful line from Belfast to Derry, probably the only thing I agree with Portillo on. People for profit, Mr Deputy Speaker, have been fighting for rail in Derry for many years, long before the big parties paid real focus to the issue. To put it bluntly, Mr Deputy Speaker, if it wasn't for my former MLA colleague, Mr Eamon McCann, and a handful of other activists around into the West raising this issue many years ago, and continue to do so when Eamon was here and others campaigned outside this building, when the issue was neither popular or profitable. I think that forced others to take the issue very seriously indeed. The issue maybe wouldn't be discussed as it is today. I think it's clear from my understanding of this issue, Mr Deputy Speaker, that pressure from below clearly forced this issue on the agenda, and for people to take it seriously indeed and be an issue at the forefront of local politics in Derry. Trains, Mr Deputy Speaker, are the most environmentally friendly means of mass transportation ever devised. Our rail service, inadequate and underfunded as it is part of the public service. And in the current decrepit state of capitalism, we must preserve all we can of the public service. We live on a small and beautiful island. We should put a necklace of rail around it for people to experience it in every way they can, especially in the area of COVID, where people need to travel locally to experience the beauties of this island, and for the many people who don't and can't drive or don't have access to a car. Expand the derry service would obviously be a start to this endeavour, and it could set a benchmark that could be followed for other areas across this island. And whilst I would share other members' support for railway expansion across the North West region generally beyond Derry and Donegal and other places, I frankly don't hold much hope in the Southern Government to deliver that, but I'm happy to be proved wrong in that endeavour. So yeah, just wanted to add remarks, Mr. Speaker, and I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call the Minister for Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon, to respond to the debate, and the Minister will have 10 minutes. Mrs. Nicola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank Ms Anderson for instigating this debate on railway connectivity in the North West. I know this is something she and many others in Derry are very passionate about, and I have listened with interest to the comments and points raised by members today. It is very clear that while we may have a number of political differences and differences in viewpoints on many issues, rail is something that unites people right across all political parties. I believe it's because rail people have a deep emotional connection to it, and it's something that we should really aspire to do more on, and that is what I'm committed to doing as Minister during my tenure. It is absolutely true that the people of Derry and the North West have waited far too long for investment in rail. Members are right when they talk about the starkness of the rail map, when they talk about the starkness in terms of the imbalance between East and West. This has understandably led to a sincere feeling by people in the North West that they have been left behind. That is why it is really important that I assure members that I will not be a minister who leaves the North West behind. Since coming into office, I have been clear that addressing regional imbalance, better connecting our communities, and importantly ensuring that we shape our places around our people, for our people, with our people is a priority for me. There are many benefits to investing in our rail network. Transport underpins our quality of life and chances of economic success. Our rail network plays a key role in making the North a more attractive place to visit, live, work and do business in. And this means giving people and businesses more and better choices about when, where and how to travel. But for too long, we have not been ambitious enough. We have not been courageous enough. We have to think bigger, not least now because we need to tackle the climate crisis, grow our island economy and improve connectivity, not just across the North, but right across this island, as many members who have contributed to this debate have rightly recognised this evening. Members today have shown their enthusiasm, and I really do share that. But we have to work together, as Ms Anderson and others have said, if we are going to achieve the change that we desire for our communities. Investing in infrastructure is absolutely critical if we are going to move forward on our ambitions. We cannot just stand still and maintain our public network, which is a huge challenge in the face of COVID and a dramatic reduction in passenger numbers and income. We just haven't got to be ambitious enough to protect it. In my view, we need to grow it. And that needs to be our collective ambition in this Assembly and in our Executive. In recent years, my department has invested over £100 million in major rail projects in the North West. This has included Phase 1 and 2 of the Coleraine to Derry Track Relay project, totalling over £70 million, and investment in the North West Multimodal Transport Hub, which members referenced, amounting to over £27 million. My department has also invested £68 million in new trains that will help increase capacity across the network, including on the Coleraine Derry line. In addition, £474 million is currently being spent to upgrade the A6, and the projected cost of the A5 is £657 million. But more needs to be done to address historic underinvestment in the North West. And that is why I have committed to a new feasibility study to get Phase 3 of the Derry Coleraine line rail line back on track, and I have ring-fenced funding for this work to be done at pace. This will ensure that all future spend is fully informed by a robust business case, and there is high-level assurance on costs, risk and benefit realisation. This will include working with TransLink into the West and local councils to examine the options of new halts and associated park and ride facilities at Strathfoyle, Eglinton, City of Derry Airport and Ballykelly within the new feasibility study. It will also examine the possibility of introducing half-hourly services from Derry. Members will also know that I recently announced that Derry will also be included in the high-speed rail feasibility study. The New Decade, New Approach commitment didn't extend to the North West, and this simply wasn't acceptable to me or my counterparts in the Irish Government. And I am absolutely delighted that Minister Ryan and I, at the recent North-South Ministerial Council, confirmed that we would develop a feasibility study of a potential high-speed rail connection between Derry, Belfast, Dublin, Limerick and Cork as we seek to create a spine of connectivity on the island and work collaboratively to tackle regional imbalance. All-island connectivity is something that should excite us all, not least because it better connects our communities in a more sustainable, cleaner and greener way. But it also opens up huge potential for our economy. The new Regional Strategic Transport Network Transport Plan will also set out the priorities for future development of the main road and rail networks up to 2035. Consultation around this plan will provide the opportunity for members to make proposals on extending the rail network even further, and I look forward to further engagement with them on the plan in the weeks and months ahead. In closing, I want to reaffirm that I have real ambition for rail in our island. I believe it is an untapped resource and opportunity to boost economic growth, boost tourism and, as members have said, tackle the climate emergency. While we are in unprecedented times, hugely challenging times, it is at this very moment when creativity and ambition is most needed. Delivering an ambitious rail programme requires vision, investment and determination, and I can assure you all that I have that determination and commitment to work in partnership with you, with partners right across this island as we deliver the radical change our rail network needs on our island. I know that I've addressed a number of members' points through that contribution, but if I could, very briefly in the remaining time left, turn to the specific points that members have raised. Ms Anderson talked very passionately about how things were when it came to rail and how it has been abandoned and the dereliction that has ensued since then. She is absolutely right when she says that rail is key to growing our island economy and that we will flourish when we have clean, sustainable infrastructure. And that infrastructure is rail. She is right, as a number of members pointed out, to show that passenger numbers have increased exponentially over the past number of years. And I believe that this is inevitable when you think of the most scenic route that is the line between Belfast and Derry. I believe, as Mark Durkan said, that if you build it, they will come. And it is that ambition that I believe we all need to have for our rail network. Ms Anderson asked about the need to improve our existing services and to expand it through Phase 3. And she will know that working with Into the West, who are an important partner in devising the terms of reference, I'm pleased that we've been able to shave off 6 months of the feasibility study. So we're accelerating that feasibility study at pace. But of course, a feasibility study is only good enough until you get the money to be able to deliver it. And so while I've ring-fenced money for the feasibility study, I look very much forward to bilaterals with Minister Murphy and to continue to make the case for investment in rail with our executive colleagues. Because I believe, as Ms Anderson does, that investment in rail is a necessity. And I agree that infrastructure is central to our recovery from COVID and our challenges in the face of Brexit. Mark Durkan also talked about the deliberate disinvestment in rail, and I agree with him that Into the West have and continue to be a driving force for change behind the rail campaign. He also referenced the multimodal transport hub, and yes, it is very much welcomed investment, but members are right, we need to do so much more. And he is right when he says that when you're discussing rail, particularly in the SDLP, you cannot help but think very fondly of John Dallet. And I would very much like to have had his company in the chamber tonight when we were discussing this. As all members have said, partnership working is really important, and we need to build on the commitments in New Decade, New Approach. And that partnership working requires all of us as elected representatives across all of the political parties, working in partnership with the local council, working in partnership into the West, but also working in partnership right across these islands. Steve Aiken is very right in saying that we have to look at connectivity. We have a huge opportunity. The Irish Government has announced a €500 million for infrastructure north and south. Boris Johnson is talking about a connectivity review and how we need to turbocharge infrastructure. So I believe there are huge opportunities for us to use rail to connect our island north and south, but also to be very mindful of how we can connect better to our airports and to our ports so that we are maximising our connectivity across these islands. Sinead McLaughlin spoke about job creation and the importance of rail in transforming economic opportunity, and I completely agree. Other members spoke very eloquently about climate action and the role of rail in that, and I wholeheartedly agree. And I have to agree wholeheartedly with Mr Moore. We need to have a long-term vision and strategic approach. I absolutely agree with him on the importance of an infrastructure commission. An infrastructure commission that takes that strategic long-term approach, and an infrastructure commission that absolutely recognises, as every member that has spoken tonight has, about the importance and the transformative power of our rail network. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I thank all the members that participated in the debate. As that's the last item on the agenda, the Assembly is now adjourned.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme Sound. This is